Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei was the strongest exorcist and went berserk? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the RageRevan for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. A man can be seen in chains, and being wrapped around with a cloth of white nylon material that is being dragged around. He had a white band tied to his eyes. He was being pushed by two men in white robes. They both had their weapons ready in case the criminal would escape. The criminal was stated to be a man with white hair. Underneath his blindfold he had blue eyes that made him see a lot of things. This was Issei, and he was being executed for a crime that will be revealed soon enough to everyone present. "We are here, traitor." Issei only stayed silent. The reason is that he has had enough of the church's blatant hypocrisy. He was never a fan of the church and the seraphs, and often got annoyed by following their customs. He was sent on several exorcist missions before. Yes, Issei was once an exorcist, the prized and one of the strongest, if not the strongest exorcist, nicknamed the Honored One. But a certain incident changed everything. It was when he confronted the Nekashu sisters. Under normal circumstance, he would kill the two girls or Nekashus. But he could see that not only did they not intend to fight like most strays, they wanted to just live their lives as normal. Them being attractive was a bonus too. As a result, he chose to spare the two, much to their gratitude. They promised they would meet again, but unfortunately, the church did not approve of what Issei had done, hence they branded him a heretic and demanded his excommunication and eventually execution, since he was too dangerous to be kept alive. The restraints on his legs were dropped, and a push was shoved to the criminal and heretic of the church. "Get inside, you heretic!" Issei walked inside. Unbeknownst to the two, he had already planned an escape route, but not before teaching those old hags a lesson or two. He really hated the church elders and the Pope, and wanted to make an example out of some of them. Issei could see himself, as the church elders all started down on him. Despite the blindfold being present, it had no effect whatsoever. He could still see the people around him. He knew that these morons want him executed. Issei then spoke. "So, which one of you morons is going to get this sham of a trial over with? Can we just get to the sentencing? I honestly am not interested." Issei spoke with a mocking tone, as many of the priests and bishops were angered by this. However, the most angriest was the Pope himself, Father Roberto Iguno Valentina. He is the Pope of the Supreme Church of Vatican. He is seen garbed in a green and blue robe befitting his status as a clergyman. He wears a dark cowl over his shoulders, ending in a white hood that drapes over his head. His visage is lined with age, with sharp eyebrows and dark eyes, the lower half of his face partially covered by full facial hair, consisting of a long gray beard and thick mustache. His visage is lined with age, with sharp eyebrows and dark eyes, the lower half of his face partially covered by full facial hair, consisting of a long gray beard and thick mustache. "You damned heretic! First you defy the church, then you show blatant disrespect. I will." Issei cuts him off with a mocking tone. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, old hag. I could care less on what you think. After all, the reason we are here is because you believe me too dangerous to be alive, right?" Issei was grinning, making the church elders or bishops and the Pope really angry. "You!" Another of the elders growled as the Pope shouted, "Silence!" The room fell silent, as the Pope declared, "The Honored One, Issei, do you plead guilty for the escape of the Nekashu sisters, or not?" Issei gave a sigh and responded, "You know the answer, old man. Why don't you just end it and give the sentence already? Show some respect, you damned heretic." Issei rolled his eyes at the exorcist that has spoken to him, as he responded, "Why? It is not like old man over their mind, doesn't he?" Issei pointed to the Pope, who was getting even more angrier as the Pope angrily declared, "Do you plead guilty, or not?" Issei looked at the Pope and looked around. He noticed that none of the more threatening exorcists are present, like Giulio Gesualdo and Griselda Corda, to name a few. Neither is Siegfried or Jean present as well. He wondered where those two were, but he was glad that two of his closest friends were absent, since they wouldn't bear and would protest. But it was not like they are going to listen. Yeah, can you get the sentencing over with? Issei was getting bored. He knew that many of the ones present here won't even pose a challenge. Those that did were already present with some other missions. meaning this was a perfect opportunity to get rid of the shackles that were present in Issei's heart. After all, since today, he would no longer be bound by the church's rules. He would be leaving the church for good and start a new life. He only waited for the statement to respond, as someone else was speaking to him. Partner, when will we escape? The one who spoke was the Welsh dragon Drake. Issei was able to keep his sacred gear a secret from most of the church, since if they knew, he would be even in bigger trouble. The only ones that know this are a select few, and a certain someone he didn't want to know, but unfortunately he came to know. Soon enough, Drake, just be patient, you are going to enjoy this. Drake huffed in response, hoping to make things interesting for him. He looked at the Pope, who was discussing with the bishops on his sentence. Some were mocking Issei from behind his back, which was something he could hear. Seems like this damned heretic is going to get what he deserves. One spoke mockingly as another responded, Yep, he should have killed those two, now his whole life is ruined. Another responded, with Issei only grinning, as soon enough, things are going to get worse for them. He could use balance breaker or full-powered balance breaker, but he decided to not use, only using it when he would fight against the seraphs or archangels, in case they do end up sending them. The judgment against the heretic, known as Issei, has been made, due to the extensive research and investigation as well as several witness reports. I hereby declare Issei, the honored one, to be the Pope. Spoke with a pause, as he continued, Guilty. The crowd roared in applause, as Issei internally rolled his eyes in annoyance. He knew this was nothing but a sham. The outcome would have been the same regardless, as the Pope spoke. As for your sentence, you will be excommunicated and executed. The crowd cheered even more, believing Issei deserved it. Issei was only getting more irritated by the cheers. He knew the ones that surround him were either jealous or outright hate him for his attitude. The Pope then asked, Any last words? Issei only laughed once as he spoke. Yep, I am finally free, Issei declared with a grin. As soon enough, the restraint started to burn down without any mercy. He was burning through the blindfold and any of the nylon clothing that was hurting him. The chains were melting off of him. As the exorcists were horrified, Issei shouldn't be able to break through, as the Pope shouted, This is impossible! The Pope shouted as the exorcists unleashed holy magic on Issei, who took the hit without much effort. The resulting magic attack resulted in an explosion, causing a dust storm. Once the dust settled, the magic was nothing but immobilized as Issei held the magic in his place. He had his one finger out. Now, that is not very nice. Issei spoke with a grin. He now wore a white shirt, black coat, black sunglasses and black pants. He wore a black belt on his pants. Is that all you have got? Issei spoke with a mocking tone, as the exorcists looked with horror, as he looked at the attacks, and spoke, low class at worst, and mid-class at best if you presume me weak. Issei looked at the attacks, and spoke with a grin. Then you are dead wrong. Well, have them back. Issei reflected the attacks back with him, generating a red sphere in his hand. He commands the sphere into the attacks, which sends the attack back at the senders due to the repulsive force. As massive numbers of explosion took place, only some of the attacks hit him, but it barely did anything. Well, bishops, Pope, what will you do now? The bishops and Pope gritted their teeth in anger. The move Issei used was Infinity, followed up by the move Infinity is a variant of Limitless, Issei's own special magic. Limitless grants its users nigh absolute control over space through cursed energy manipulation at an atomic level, resulting in multiple subsequent results and techniques within the overall ability. With the manipulation of space as just the base level of the technique, Infinity is the neutral variation or base state of Limitless, and is essentially the power to stop. The Limitless technique operates the same way convergent and divergent sequences do in mathematics. The infinity is the convergence of an immeasurable series. Anything that approaches the infinity slows down and never reaches the user. This is because the technique takes the finite amount of space between the two subjects and divides it an infinite amount of times. The Limitless brings this concept into reality. So anything that attempts to penetrate this infinitely divided space will slow down to the point of appearing to stop completely. He can also send the attacks back, which was another technique known as red repulsion. Red repulsion is a magic technique of limitless similar to infinity, but it is where Issei uses more magic and in a reversal sort of manner, instead of using it in a normal manner. He instead uses this technique to create a repelling force that manifests as a small red orb that can unleash immense explosive force in an instant. He basically puts in the divergence of infinity to reality, thus causing a massive repelling force. The Pope was ready to attack, but Issei was not having any of it. He soon created a blue orb, and before anyone could react, he sent it towards the Pope and the other bishops, causing a magnetic pull towards them. The resulting force killed some of the bishops. Those that survived were screaming in pain. They tried to use magic to quell the force but were unable to do so. This was blue absorption, the reverse of red reversal. It's over, Issei spoke as the space around them crushed and blood and guts were flying across in every single location. The only one alive was the Pope, as he walked towards the man. The rest all were killed in a brutal manner, as Issei spoke coldly to the Pope, who was looking at him with anger and fear in his eyes. He holds the Pope by his chin, who was starting to be even more fearful. I will be taking my leave. Don't bother trying to send those weak small fries towards me. If you value their lives, Issei kicked the Pope with such force, sending him flying. He had a look of horror before he was knocked out cold. Whether he was alive or dead needed to be found out. See ya. Issei spoke as he left. While he did so, he was suddenly ambushed by a horde of exorcists. They were a squad of 0 exorcists led by their leader, a man named Takumi. Issei, I would advise you to surrender and accept death. While Issei cuts the man off with a yawn and speaks, cut the chit-chat, I am not interested. I will only tell you once, Takumi. Take your squad and walk out of here. I won't come after you. Issei speaks coldly, causing the man to grit his teeth, as he unleashed his light sword and charged at him. The rest followed soon after as Issei sighed and spoke. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Issei generated a red orb in his arms, once again using red reversal as he sent the orb. The immense repulsive force created such a field that it sent not only the exorcists flying, but the impact gave several of them concussions on the head, enough to kill them. But the ones that were the most affected were the closest ones, as their whole skin was ripped from their body, including some of their vital organs, as they soon collapsed dead on the ground. He gave one look at Takumi and shook his head, before heading outside the building. He was wondering if there was anyone that could stop him. He looked around the Vatican building to see if he could find anything useful as a souvenir. He looked to see several fragments of the infamous blade Excalibur. He took 6 of the 7 swords, with the 7th one being in the Pendragon house. He remembered 2 of the fragments were supposed to be given to an upcoming exorcist, but he chose to keep it with him. Well, I will be taking this as a souvenir. Issei kept the Excaliburs in a pocket dimension which he created. He soon walked out with his hands in the pocket. As soon he would be heading towards the outside. He soon sensed an immense magical strength. He sighed as he knew that the seraphs and the other angels were here. Issei, I would advise you to surrender yourself right now. Issei recognized her voice, and gave a sad sigh. He knew who sent her to face off against him, knowing she is a weakness of his. This was Gabriel, one of the 4 great seraphs. He knew he had to confront her, even if he did not like it. He soon went outside to see Gabriel with an army of angels. Gabriel was described to be a beautiful woman with voluptuous figure. She had blonde curly hair and green eyes. She wore standard armor, which comprised of armor, plate, pauldrons, plate, placard, tassets, polions, greaves, and sabatons. Her armor was of the heavens, and she had her 12 wings out in the open. Issei could see her pained expression, as he noted she was almost on the verge of crying. He clenched his fists in anger, knowing who exactly sent her after him, knowing he would be weak against her. It was the leader of the heaven, Michael himself. Issei always hated the man. He never knew why, and when he tried to search why, his head would pain for an unknown reason. He shook his thoughts and sighed, as Gabriel spoke. Don't make me do this. Issei, surrender yourself, and turn yourself in, please. Gabriel spoke the last part with a low tone. She did not want to hurt him, let alone kill him. Issei only looked at her for a moment, knowing she hated being here, and spoke. You know very well I can't do that, right? Issei soon brought out the boosted gear, making Gabriel gulp. He really was not going to go down without a fight. Gabriel was one of the select few that knew Issei had the boosted gear, and she also knew what he was capable of. She did not want to fight him, whether it be his strength, or her fighting against someone she cared for. After all, Gabriel loved him. She feared losing him one day, due to his dislike of a normal church traditions. Issei never was shackled to the church, causing several to either dislike or hate him for his nature. Even the angels were no exception, but kept it in, due to them not desiring to fall and become fallen angels. I am leaving, Issei spoke as Gabriel felt a pang in her heart. As he continued, tell your angels to leave, unless they don't want to die for no purpose. Many angels have died in the Great War, and I have no reason to kill any more than I already have today, but I won't hesitate. Gabriel knew what this meant. This meant that every single member that tried to stop him have died trying. She knew that she would not only make things worse by letting her army fight against Issei, she never wanted to fight him at all, but also they would end up dying a horrible death by his hands. She knew that the angels were at an all-time low due to the biblical god's death, and any more of them would cause even more problems, something she did not want to risk. Issei could sense her body shaking. She did not want to fight at all. She hated being here to begin with. However, Gabriel took a deep breath as Issei got ready, but what Gabriel spoke surprised the Red Dragon Emperor. Everyone, head back to heaven. We will not be stopping Issei in any way. Lady Gabriel, but he is a criminal. He needs to be stopped. Gabriel turned to the angel with a serious gaze and spoke. I am aware, but he will not hesitate to kill you. Your lives are more valuable for the time being. But the soldier wanted to retort, but Gabriel spoke. I will handle this. All of you leave. That is a direct order from me. What about Lord Michael? Another had spoken. Gabriel gave a sigh. It was him that sent her to deal with Issei. As she spoke, I will handle him. For now, leave. As you wish, Lady Gabriel. The angels left, but not without glaring at Issei. Once they were gone, Gabriel had tears in her eyes, as she exclaimed, Why, Issei? Why did you choose to turn on us? I never did that. All I did was spare the two Nikoshous. They were innocent, Gabriel retorted in response. But the devils declared them to be S-rank strays. If they are out in the open, they will cause even more problems. No, Gabriel, those two, they are innocent. I usually don't spare strays, but they were innocent. Yes, they killed their master. But in reality, there is something more, Gabriel. Issei spoke as he continued. Those two, they only wanted to live a normal life. They did not attack me upon encounter, as usually many either attack or lure you into a false sense of security. But they did neither. They used their tricks to escape. When I had one cornered and almost killed, the other tried to protect her, even willing to sacrifice herself. They begged me to spare them, and I knew something was off. I spared them knowing that there was something more. The devils are hiding something, that is all I know, and unlike most strays, they are one of the few that are known to be intelligent. Issei's words made Gabriel realize that Issei spared them for a reason. She only knew that Issei had spared those two, and was declared a traitor. But why did you kill the ones inside? Issei sighed as he spoke. They didn't give me much of a choice. They wanted me dead because of their natural hatred of me. They were always jealous of what I am capable of. Plus I gave them a chance to walk away while they can. But they chose this. Gabriel looked at him for a moment, as she spoke. I see. Gabriel knew Issei had no choice when he killed them. Issei then spoke, seeing her expression changing. She was starting to see that Issei did not change much, or changed at all, as he soon asked. Gabriel, do you still trust me? Gabriel looked at him for a moment wide-eyed, as she spoke after a short while. I dove after your disobeying the church's orders. I still wanted to know why you did what you did, but I guess you still are the same. Issei sighed before giving a smile. At least there was someone that still had faith in him, and cared for him. Even then, are you sure you should spare those two? Issei nodded as he spoke. I have no regrets sparing the sisters. They are only trying to survive in this world. Until I find out why they killed their master, I am going to make sure they are fine. I see. Gabriel responded. This was still the same Issei that she fell for, but at the same time, she did not understand why Michael feared and hated him, as she asked, But brother Michael, he hates you. Doubt he is the one that declared you traitor, and I did not want to believe it. Had is why I wanted to talk, and now I know that he is in the wrong. Truth be told, even I don't understand why he hates and fears me when I was serving him without a problem, even when I hated his guts. Gabriel looked at what Issei said, as she shook her head and spoke. I don't understand why the both of you hate each other, Issei spoke, as he pulled the seraph towards her, making her startled as he spoke. It's alright, Gabriel, plus, with me being declared as an excommunicated, the church will see me as a threat. That is why I will be going to a location where the church won't attack me. Gabriel became wide-eyed as she asked, You are leaving? Issei nodded as she spoke. I see. Well, I guess it was inevitable knowing you would go. Gabriel spoke as tears fell from her eyes, as Issei felt sad, but knew he had to do this. Staying near Gabriel would only make him and potentially Gabriel unsafe. He soon pulled her even closer and ate her on the forehead, making her have a red tint. I see? Issei spoke with a smile as he spoke. See you, Gabriel, take care. Gabriel looked at Issei as he wiped her tears and spoke. We will meet again, soon. Yeah. Gabriel muttered with a smile. She knew he cared for her, and she knew he would be fine. Issei soon got up as he teleported out of there using Limitless. As Gabriel could only raise her hands, she could only look in sadness knowing the one person she cared for is gone. She soon gave a smile, hoping they would meet again in the future. Take care, I see. Gabriel spoke as she teleported away. She had to tell Michael on what happened. Scene change. 6th Heaven, 00 p.m. No! A man yelled, hearing the report from Gabriel. She tried explaining him about Issei's actions, but he was not having any of it. This was Seraph Michael. He had the appearance of a handsome-looking man with long blonde hair and green eyes. Like Gabriel, he has 12 wings growing from his back, and unlike other angels whose wings are white, his wings are colored gold, further symbolizing his position as the leader. The wings were kept hidden. He wears a red robe with a gold cross on the front of his white alb. He has golden shoulder plates with a white sash and a golden halo set above his head. Brother, listen. Issei did not want to attack them and spoke. Michael gave a glare which made her flinch for a moment. Before taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he then spoke. Sorry about the outburst, but you disobeyed a direct order. He needed to be restrained or killed. Do you know how dangerous he is? Gabriel shook her head and spoke. I know, but I believe that he would not do anything dangerous. He never harmed me or any of my angels, and that is something I can confirm. You can even confirm with my fellow brothers and sisters. Michael wanted to retort, but he couldn't, not without revealing things that shouldn't have happened. Gabriel then spoke. I understand that you wish for him to be punished for killing the church bishops and those exorcists, but Issei gave them a chance to walk away. If anything, he killed them in self-defense. Michael looked at her for a moment and spoke. How can you be sure? He isn't lying. Gabriel looked at him for a moment and spoke. I explained earlier that he could leave me and my angels harmed or killed, but he chose not to do so. He did not even try to lay a finger on me, at least not in the way of injuring or harming me. I believe in him, and always have, brother. Michael looked at her for a moment and spoke. Very well, you may leave. Gabriel bowed and soon walked outside. As Michael in his anger clenched his fists, he wanted Issei dealt with due to him being a threat. He never thought he would become this strong, let alone gain access to the boosted gear, let alone reach a level that could even defeat someone like him at such a young age. That bastard. I should have dealt with him before. He is a threat that needs to be dealt with. Michael spoke as he remembered something, with him continuing. He shouldn't remember that. Otherwise, everything I have worked for will all be destroyed. Michael spoke with fear. He was terrified of the consequences of an incident that happened years ago. He vowed to deal with Issei, or Issei Hyoudou, once and for all. 7 a.m. A man was seen waking up from his bed. He yawned as he looked at the time, as he spoke with a hushed tone. Well, it is about time. The man was none other than Issei, or as he goes by the full name Issei Gojo, from a show he watched a while back. He needed a full name when he would remain in hiding, so why not go with this nickname? He decided to get dressed for his first day at his new school, Academy. I wonder what Gabriel is doing. Been a while since I have seen her. Issei yawned as he soon got up. He first cleaned his hair and got dressed. Suddenly, someone came barging in as she dashed towards Issei and wrapped her arms around him. Morning, Issei-chan. The one who spoke was described to be a girl with sky-blue eyes and blonde hair tied together in a French braid. She wore a girl's gakurin. This was Jeanne d'Arc, the woman who possessed the spirit of Joan of Arc. Morning, Jeanne. Morning, Jeanne. Issei looked at one of his very closest friends. Both her and Siegfried are his closest to him. She looked at him with a smile, as Issei knew that these two left the church just a while after he had abandoned it. Let's head down, Siegfried and Kuroka are waiting for us. Jean looked at him and nodded, as she spoke, yes, Issei-chan. Issei sat down, alongside two other people, the first being Siegfried, who was described to be a silver-haired boy with red eyes. He wore white shirt and blue jeans. He was another of Issei's closest friends in the church, alongside Jean. Siegfried, unlike Jean, who possessed the soul of Joan of Arc, he was an actual descendant of Siegfried, unlike many who were his clones that were recreated from the original. He was the actual descendant of the legendary hero himself. Both had one thing in common, however: when they were detected to possess traits of legendary heroes, the Pope had them recruited and they were forced to do something they never intended to do. They were made to live the lives of exorcists, even when they didn't want to. The only reason keeping those two here was because of Issei. The trio became good friends due to how similar they were. Additionally, Jean did hold anger towards the church for executing her all those years ago. And when Issei left, the two joined him, and they have lived a normal life ever since, hunting and dealing with stray devils to become stronger. The final person that was present in the house was Kuroka, the S-rank stray devil herself. She was a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, long black hair with split bangs, and hazel gold eyes with cat-like pupils. She had a pair of two tails and two ears as well. Her attire consists of a black kimono, a yellow obi, a set of golden beads, and an ornately detailed headband. The kimono features a red interior, and it is open at her shoulders, giving view to her large S. So I believe you all will be going to Ko Academy. Naya Issei nodded as he spoke. Yes, we will all be going to school, but I am afraid you can't come with us. So I believe you all will be going to Ko Academy. Naya Issei nodded as he spoke. Yes, we will all be going to school, but I am afraid you can't come with us. But why? I also want to join you three as well. Naya Kuroka exclaimed with a pout as Issei spoke with a sigh. It is because the two of the Academy students are high-class devils, that being Sona Citri and Rias Gremory. The former goes by the alias Sona Shirtorai. Not to mention, their peerages are also attending the school. Most of them will kill you on sight due to how dangerous the devils claim you to be. You remember being hunted down, don't you? Siegfried spoke, as Kuroka looked at him and reluctantly nodded. She agreed with the legendary hero's descendant. She could only look down. All she wanted to do is meet her sister who was attending the school, as she wanted to check on her. Either way, we are here safe for now. The church won't be bothering us due to the incident that happened years ago. We should be alright, as long as the supernatural doesn't bother us. Issei spoke as Jean spoke with agreement. You are right, Issei-chan, we are safe, but sooner or later things will come such that we will have to fight for our lives. The church won't spare us. And we can't trust the fallen or the devils completely as of yet. Issei nodded in agreement as he spoke. I do trust a select few, since they are on our side, but I agree, Kuroka's existence must not be known to anyone in this world. That is true, you do have faith in the co-devils, since they have Chiron, but Siegfried responded, as Issei cuts him off and speaks. No, Siegfried, Rias wouldn't even dare harm Chiron. If she does, I will handle the situation and make sure Chiron is safe. Siegfried nodded as Kuroka could only watch the situation in worry. She trusted Issei a lot, ever since he saved her and her sister years ago. He even willingly stopped being an exorcist due to this treatment, and ever since that day, she along with Siegfried and Jean have been living in one house ever since. The house was not too big, but it was not too small. It was more than enough for 4 people. This was due to them, or more accurately Issei, salvaging any gems or jewels he could find for them to survive. Additionally, he had raided several abandoned churches and was lucky to find treasure troves of money and jewels. He understood that the churches were gathering money for their motives, whether it be good like feeding children and helping the needy or for other purposes. Plus, he had 6 of the 7 Excalibur fragments. However, he soon gained the final Excalibur fragment. After defeating the current wielder Arthur Pendragon, he eventually had to abandon his Excalibur after the fragment chose Issei as its new wielder, with them assuring that he can use it without a problem. After that, he reforged and gained Excalibur, the Sword of Promised Victory. Well, we should probably head to school. If we remain here, we will get too late. The others nodded as they finished their food and got ready to head towards the school. Kuroka wanted to speak to him, as she wanted complete assurance that her sister will be safe. Time passes and the group is ready to leave, as he was wearing his shoes. Someone called out to him, "I see." Issei turned around to see Kuroka with a worried expression, as he asked, "Is something the matter? When will I see Chiron I see?" Issei looked at her for a moment and spoke, "Soon enough. I am worried I see. Had you not convinced me 4 years back, I would have never parted ways with Chiron. I see. I fear they may harm Chiron," and Kuroka is cut off when Issei approaches her and pulls her in a hug. She was startled by this, and felt warm as Issei spoke. "I can assure you, anyone that even lays a single finger on Chiron will be dead before they stand. You know how protective I can get on those I care about, right, Kuroka?" Kuroka could only look and sniffle. She gave a nod in response, as Issei added, "Plus I go to school on a daily basis, and I keep tabs on her. Rias also wouldn't harm her, and Surzex gave his word to me, she will be protected at all costs. Not to mention, you know how I was able to convince the Devil Elders to spare Chiron, right?" Kuroka nodded as Issei showed a portion of his power to the Bale family, including a certain Venelana Gremry, along with her brother, causing them to be terrified of Issei. While Venelana respected Issei, Lord Bale was the opposite. He feared and hated Issei. They knew the legendary exorcist known as the Honored One, someone that could even take down seraphs if he wanted to. He only chose to not do it, since he cared for Gabriel. He couldn't see her cry. That is why they are still alive. Even Surzex and Graphia held immense respect for him, since he does not harm innocent devils and was not blinded by church ideals. But they are close to dead if they try anything with him and his friends, even knowing that those that tried, well, they haven't lived long enough to tell the tale. I see. But when will I meet her? I am dying to see her. It's been months since I have last seen her. Issei nodded her as he rubbed her back to calm her down. As he spoke, "Soon, Kuroka, I assure you, even she wants to see you, and you know I always find one way to keep my word. The reason I am not letting you meet is because of Sona and her peerage. They don't know about you, and I am not risking your life, Kuroka." Kuroka looked at Issei and nodded, as she spoke with a smile, "Fine." Issei soon splits up as she speaks. "But you better keep your word, I see." "I will, and make sure to keep your ears and tail in check when outside or greeting any humans, K? Yeah, you can count on it." Issei nodded as he walked outside with him heading to school. Kuroka only watched with a smile. He always found a way to keep his word, no matter the cost. Scene change. Ko Academy, shocked. PM. Issei was seated in the class, as he looked across the scene with a bored expression as he gave a sigh. Math is so boring, they don't even teach the things important like taxes. Instead it is ing algebra and integration. I agree, I see. I want to go back to killing strays, including that rat king, which was slain a few days ago. Issei nodded as he spoke. I get it. You miss Pikachu, don't you? I am pretty sure it would have evolved into Raichu, if it had survived. Siegfried was left stunned at his words. Issei always had a soft spot for Pokemon since a very long time. He also was a fan of Digimon as well, due to his love for Pokemon. Whatever sees you fit, Issei? Jean soon joined in and spoke. Yo! Issei, what the two of you talking about? Nothing much. Honored One wants to become a Pokemon champion now. Siegfried spoke in agreement as Issei spoke with a shrug as he responded. I just love those pocket monsters. I wish that one day I go to that world and become the very best like no one ever was. Or go to the digital world and have some fun with the Digimons, especially Metalgreemon. Jean gave a sigh as she spoke. You never change, do you? I see? I could say the same, yaoi lover. Jean had a tick mark, as Siegfried looked annoyed. Issei loved teasing those that he cared about. Jean was about to respond in kind. Issei. You, don't mind me. I am not here to judge. Speaking of which, I wanted to talk something important. Issei was about to continue when the class suddenly started to squeal, which garnered everyone's attention, as Issei commented. Seems like the great prince of Ko is here. Issei spoke with a slightly mocking tone, as Hyoudou Kiba soon came inside the room and spoke to the girls. All right, ladies, I am just here to bring someone to the president. The girls kept squealing on his appearance, as Hyoudou walked to Issei and the others, as Siegfried asked, So what the great prince want with us, normies? I wanted to bring you 3 to Rias. Hope you are free right now. Issei nodded as he spoke. I was wanting to talk with Rias anyways, so let's go. About what? You usually only go to her when it is related to Kaneko. Issei nodded in agreement. Here she was given the nickname Kaneko since this would attract unwanted attention and to protect her, hence she was given that nickname. Issei looked around seeing the girls all beaming at the interactions. Issei sighed knowing that they must be thinking about it being between 2 princes. That is one reason, but the second one, I don't think that I should be not talking here. Hyoudou understood this as he spoke. Then let's go. Issei and the rest of the group walked ahead, as the girls kept beaming on them. Issei only looked at them and gave a glance causing many of the girls to pass out, and the boys to seethe in jealousy seeing Issei act like this. Siegfried and Jean only sweat dropped at this, seeing how Issei acts in some situation. Once they reached the Occult Research Club, Issei and his friends as Rias spoke. Issei, Siegfried, Jean, I am glad you could come. Kaneko looked at him with hope in her eyes. She wanted to talk about her sister, as Issei gave a nod indicating he will talk to her as well. Issei then sat on the couch and placed his arms on the couch armrest as Siegfried and Jean also settled down as well. You did call anyways, what is it you wanted to talk about? Rias motioned to Kaneko. As she walked forward, Issei then spoke. Chiron, how are you doing? Chiron or Kaneko jumped on Issei and sat on his lap, which he did not mind. The Nekasha sisters were close to Issei, since he gave them a home and with Chiron, a second life. Chiron spoke with a more cheerful tone. I am fine, Naya. How is Kuroka-ne-sama? Issei spoke with a smile while rubbing her head. She is fine. I promised her that the 2 of you will be meeting soon, so when do you want to meet? Anytime. But President says that we can only meet when Student Council President and her peerage don't notice us. Rias nodded in agreement as she spoke. Chiron is correct. We have to be careful when the meeting does happen. That is why I asked Akino to apply a noise barrier so that this conversation doesn't reach outside ears. We can't tell Sona yet, not until brother finds a way to prove her innocent. Akino brought some snacks and tea for the guests as Issei responded. Yeah. I and Kuroka have been locating Kuroka's diary which had her experiences at the Nibiro's household all those years ago. Hopefully we can find it soon and clear her name. Issei spoke with a serious tone, as Rias nodded. So far, the only ones that know about Kuroka's innocence were Issei, Siegfried, Jean, Rias Gremory and her peerage, and finally the Gremory family, which included Surzex as well, who was working to find evidence for Kuroka's evidence. While Gabriel only knows about Issei proving Kuroka's innocence, she does not know the true story yet. Rias then spoke. Anyways, is there anything else you wanted to know? Yep, just recently Siegfried was attacked. Many were surprised by this as Akino asked, is it true? Yes, her name was Calawarner. She attacked me cause of my power. I was easily able to fend her off, but she was not happy. She vowed to get vengeance, and the worst part is, she is a fallen angel. Siegfried spoke seriously as the Gremory peerage became concerned with this. They were horrified by what was going on, as Issei responded. The fallen angels have been making this place a turf. We have no clue about their goals and intentions. So we have to be careful. Rias nodded. She remembered Sona mentioning about this, as she spoke. Why are you telling me this? How can you be sure that I am not a traitor? Rias spoke, as she wanted to see what Issei was thinking. He usually would handle situations like this without telling her or Sona, but this time, he intends to tell her, which did catch her off guard. She wondered what is going to happen. Nope. You are too weak to oppose your brother, and Issei spoke while shaking his hand, as Rias in her anger threw her cup of tea towards Issei, who was able to stop the cup in its tracks using infinity. Hysterics won't win, men you know. Issei spoke mockingly as Rias shouted angrily, I am your senior. Shows some respect. Everyone's sweat dropped seeing the antics of the two, as Akino muttered to Hyoudou, Issei is the only one that can provoke Rias to such an extent. Hyoudou responded in kind, yep, you got that one right. Only he can get rid of her composure like that. Issei, will you stop provoking her like that? Siegfried mused as Issei retorted, come on Sieg, who will want to provoke the strong? Rias gained a tick mark on her forehead. He was calling her weak even now, as Issei added, wow, look at that, you can actually see her brain working. Rias soon sighed, it was off no use. Issei was the only one that can get on her nerves, and she can get on his. Taking a deep breath, she spoke, anyways, what do you plan on doing? I will deal with them personally, 'cause I have a feeling that one would come for me. Issei soon gave a smile as he took a bite of the cookie, like moths to a flame. Just tell Sona and her peerage that you have got this covered, the fallen won't be posing a problem. Rias looked at him and spoke, fine, but you owe me one. Sure, why not, that is what friends are for, right? Rias only smiled in response. She could rely on Issei, and he could rely on her when things are tough. Scene change. Issei was on the bridge, waiting for Siegfried and Jean, who were in the shop nearby, as someone called out to him. Are you Issei Gojo? Issei turned his gaze to see an attractive young woman with violet eyes, and a curvaceous, slender body. She had long, silky black hair that reached down to her hips. He gave a smile, knowing full well she was one of the fallen angels. She wore her school uniform, which consisted of a dark red jacket with the letter P embroidered in gold, a white undershirt, a red bow, and a green skirt with a thin white strip around the lower end. He then pretended to play along as he spoke. Well, if you are looking for him, here he is. Well, if you are looking for him, here he is. Issei spoke as he put his hands in his pockets as he asked, what do you want? My name is Yuma Amano, and I wanted to ask, are you single? Issei thought for a moment, remembering his relationship with Gabriel as he spoke. For the time being, no. Issei lied to the fallen angel who was in disguise as she spoke with a blush on her face. Will you go out with me? Issei had to give props to the facade she was putting forward. Any man would have fallen for her charms, no pun intended. But Issei was no ordinary man. He is aware of the fallen angel's well-known strategy of hunting and killing threats to their plans of getting a promotion by the higher-ups. However, little does he know that was not her intention. She does not want to kill him because of a promotion. It was a completely different reason. Sure, this Saturday sounds good? Yuma beamed in response as she spoke. Yes, that would be wonderful. All right then. The girl walks away as Issei could predict that she was going to kill him. He could only grin. He was certainly going to show who he is, and who knows, if the date is worthwhile, he will consider sparing her, keyword being consider. However, he also noticed there seemed to be doubt and sadness in her expression. Additionally, he had no reason of killing someone as beautiful as her yet, but if she harmed his friends like this Calawarner did, then all bets are off. He soon caught up with Jean and Siegfried and told them about the situation. You sure about this? Siegfried asked, to which Issei responded, yeah, I will be fine. I sensed her power. She did a real poor job at hiding it, and she is not that strong. I can tell that she is only a single paired winged fallen angel. Jean then spoke with a concerned tone, be careful, don't hesitate to call us for help if things get south. I will, Jean, I will. Issei spoke, as he pondered on how the date will go. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi. Issei sneaking into Nintendo building to find a copy of Pokemon Legends Z. The next day, Cool Mall, 9 a.m. Issei seemed to be waiting for Yuma to show up. He was wearing what seemed to be wearing a black turtleneck full-sleeve t-shirt, a white jacket, and black jeans. He also wore his signature sunglasses. Yuma soon showed up and she was wearing a short black dress with a small, light purple jacket on top. Issei watched with a smile. However, he grinned internally, knowing full well what is going to happen in the climax of the so-called date. So shall we begin, my dear? Yuma had a redder tint. She was having second thoughts on eliminating this threat to her plan. She did not want to kill him, but Kokobile and her friends forced her to do so, otherwise they would torture her permanently, giving her a fate worse than death. Yes, she may be selfish, but that was the only way she thought she could survive in the supernatural world, lest she ends up in the same fate as all those that opposed Kokobile. Now she was not sure to hurt someone like him. Why, yes. Issei nodded as the two started to head out for their date. Issei could sense she didn't have malice, but desperation. He sighed, knowing that the mastermind was the one responsible for this was still out there, and he needed to be dealt with. I wonder whether you will choose to kill me, or be different like those that I had to kill during my Exorcist times. Issei thought as they had their date. During this he couldn't help but notice her S&S, noting it to be big enough for him. He liked it in every way. Not many know this, but Issei was perverted too, but he was much more mellow in nature. He kept it hidden, only having perverted thoughts on what is in front of him. He rarely spoke his thoughts though. During the climax of the date, Issei was near the fountain. As Yuma spoke, Issei, that was quite a fun date. I couldn't agree any more. Issei wouldn't deny it, but he enjoyed this date. Now, it was the moment of truth. What is Yuma going to do now? Yuma's gaze goes down. Issei sensed she became sad as Issei asks, something wrong? Before Issei could react, Yuma approached his face, and at him on the lips. Issei widened his eyes in surprise, as he looked at Yuma, wondering why she did that. No girl would a man, especially on their first date. I am sorry, Yuma spoke, as suddenly she went away. A small droplet fell to the ground as black feathers fell on the ground. Issei then spoke, so she left, huh? Issei kept his finger on his lips and spoke, she had me, now that's a surprise. Issei headed back home, as there was nothing he could do. He wondered why she had him to begin with. Did she really fall in love with him? He doubted it, as he hoped that he could get his answers soon enough. He picked up a feather and took it with him home. He did not know what is going to happen in the future. For now, he could only await what comes next. Scene change. Issei's house, 9 p.m. Issei was at his home on the rooftop. He was taking a sip of a beer, as he sighed. He wondered what Yuma was doing. He spoke with Drake. Yo! Drake, you awake? Drake looked at his partner and asked, yes, is something the matter? Why did that fallen angel me? Drake responded with a sigh, is it not obvious? The fallen angel really liked you. My guess is that she was forced to kill you, and she fell for you during the date. I see. Well, she won't be the first to try that. At least she chose different. Issei spoke with a sigh, as suddenly, someone came crashing down on the rooftop. This was none other than Yuma Amano, except this time she seemed to have a more mature expression and was taller. Her clothing was now consisting of black, strap-like objects, resembling leather. Around and under her a thong-like piece held around her hips by 3 thin straps. Gloves that ran right up her arms with small lengths of chains hanging from them. Shoulder guard-like objects on her shoulders with 3 large spikes sprouting from her right shoulder, and black thigh-high-heeled boots. She also had 2 black wings as well. Issei was shocked as he exclaimed with surprise, Yuma, please help me. Yuma fell unconscious. Issei could see that there were several bruises and injuries on her body. She was bleeding from her head and other locations. It seemed like someone tortured her. Kuroka, Siegfried and Jean also came in, as Siegfried asked, Issei, what happened? He soon looked at Yuma and spoke, is she? The fallen angel I went on a date with, but she never tried to kill me. Jean then responded with worry, what is even going on? We should take her inside. She needs. Yuma was unable to complete when they sensed 3 more presences. As they all looked up to see 3 4-winged fallen angels looking down upon them. Issei gritted his teeth as he spoke, Kuroka, take Yuma inside. Kuroka looked at him for a moment, but seeing his serious expression she nodded. Kuroka lifted Yuma up and headed inside, as he looked towards Jean and Siegfried who all stepped forward. Guys, it seems like we have to fight against them. Siegfried gave a smile and spoke, just like the good old days? Issei gave a grin and responded, yep, just like the good old days. Jean also was ready for battle. The trio was ready to finally have a confrontation with a proper supernatural being. Issei's rooftop, 0:0 p.m. Issei, Jean and Siegfried looked at their opponents, which included fallen angels which were named Higenti, Moloch and Kamio. Their leader Higenti, who was described to be a white-haired female, spoke, you 3 surrender Rainier to us, right now. Unless you 3 want to die. The woman spoke arrogantly as Issei scoffed. The trio looked at each other. It was just like a regular Monday when they used to kill supernatural beings. As Moloch spoke, who was described to be a blonde male, spoke, you are just an ordinary human blessed with a sacred gear. You are not that powerful. Give the woman back, or you 3 will die. Moloch spoke, as Issei spoke with a mocking tone, sorry no can do, she has taken my interest. I would be saying this, leave before things will get tough. And you lass, you should also go back, and head back to Grigori, else things will get nasty. Hagniti only smiled as she spoke, so you won't surrender? Shame, I kind of liked your appearance. Well, you are not the first time to say that. Issei looked at her for a moment and spoke, Hagniti, right? The 3 fallen angels were surprised, as he looked to the others and responded, and I presume Moloch and Camille, right? Oh, don't be surprised, I am familiar with the supernatural world. Either way, shame that your beauty doesn't hide your rotten heart. Hagniti gritted her teeth in anger, as Issei continues, and your dogs, they won't even be a bother to me. You are far too weak. The last two fallen angels gritted their teeth in fury. His arrogance was really annoying, as Camille, who was a black-haired individual, spoke, I will destroy the boy personally. Camille was about to charge only for Hagniti to stop him and speak. No, Camille, this arrogant human is mine. Issei only gave a grin, and spoke, then let's dance, my dear beauty. Issei turned to Jean and Siegfried, who nodded. The trio got ready for their fight against the fallen angels, all three of them having smirks on their faces. It was time to stretch these muscles after all. Issei immediately looked at Hagniti as she threw multiple light spears, as Issei only danced around dodging the spears without a problem. All the while he was yawning, as Hagniti shouted, stop dodging, then stop hitting me. Issei responded with a mocking tone, making the fallen angel even more angrier, as Issei soon reached her behind, sitting on her ass, which forced her to bend. She had a red tint when this happened. However, she was angry due to the humiliation that Issei put her through. You don't mind me showing off, do you? Issei soon grabbed her by the head and pulled her close, as he soon generated a blue attraction sphere and sent it towards a different direction. Issei threw Hagniti towards the sphere, causing her to scream in pain. Hagniti was barely a threat for someone like Issei. He looked at her, as she desperately tried to escape. Issei soon walked towards her and spoke, so where is all that bravado? Hagniti had a look of anger, but there was a look of fear as well. Issei then spoke, seems like you are too weak. You. Hagniti growled as Issei only charged red attraction in his arms and killed her instantly. She was barely a problem. Hagniti exploded into a flurry of feathers. Issei had a yawn, wondering how the others are doing in their fights. Siegfried was facing off against Moloch as he tried to use his spears to harm him, but Siegfried was not letting that happen. He was using two demonic swords to face off against the fallen angel, that being Baamung, which was described to be a long sword with a darkish purple color, which reached up to half the blade nearing towards the upper portion where it is silver. It has a unique cross guard, a light purple part placed onto the cross guard extending up the purple-colored fuller with a small yellow circle in the middle making it seem almost like an eye, a yellow two-handed grip, and a purple pommel that has light purple ornaments around it. It can create powerful whirlwinds. And Nahung, which was a much lighter color and ornate appearance, which is different from other demonic swords. It appears almost like a broadsword with a much wider blade. A blue cross guard that extends up the dark blue-colored filler with a light. And Nahung, which was a much lighter color and ornate appearance, which is different from other demonic swords. It appears almost like a broadsword with a much wider blade. A blue cross guard that extends up the dark blue-colored filler with a light blue diamond in the middle with a hardening line that appears to be wave-like on both sides. A golden grip and unique-shaped pommel. And Nahung, which was a much lighter color and ornate appearance, which is different from other demonic swords. It appears almost like a broadsword with a much wider blade. A blue cross guard that extends up the dark blue-colored filler with a light. Siegfried was able to deflect the attacks with quite ease. Using Baamung, he created a very strong whirlwind which caused Moloch to be sent flying. Siegfried had a smile this whole time as he spoke. I have faced tougher and stronger. You are far from being tougher. Siegfried dashed towards Moloch, who responded by throwing several spears at him, but he used Nahung that blocked it with ease and destroyed it. Moloch started to run, but Siegfried was not having any of it. He started to rush towards him as he was running with fear. No, please spare me. Siegfried only looked with a tone of disappointment. As he spoke, you think us humans are weak because we don't have wings like you, or magic like you. Allow me to demonstrate you what us humans are capable of. Siegfried unleashed a huge whirlwind using Baamung, sending Moloch flying as he cried for mercy. He was completely fearful knowing what Siegfried was going to do. He soon used Nahung to stab Moloch in the heart, precisely aiming when he was in the right position. As Moloch flailed helplessly as he soon exploded into a bunch of feathers. The whirlwind subsided as Siegfried spoke with a sigh. Well, this seems like it. I wonder what Jean is doing. Speaking of Jean, she was using a simple holy sword to fight off against Camille, who was unable to land a single hit on the carrier of Joan of Arc's spirit. Come on, fallen angel Kun, I know you are better than that. Unless you are all too incapable of doing much. Jean spoke with a mocking tone, as Kamio was getting angry. You damned woman, you really think ahhhhhhh. Jean slashed off Kamio's face as he screamed in pain. Jean then spoke with a smile. I would advise you to take me seriously, fallen angel-kun. Jean soon followed it up with stab to his chest as he coughed up blood. She soon dropped her sword and spoke. Is that it, fallen angel-kun? See, curse you. Jean only smiled and spoke. My life was cursed to begin with. You are too late for that. Jean soon followed it up with a decapitating Kamio's head, as he soon burst into a flurry of feathers. She soon twirled her blade, as she soon joined Siegfried and Issei, as she spoke. Siegkun, Issei-chan, are you done with your fights? Issei and Siegfried nodded in understanding, as Issei spoke. They were too weak, none of us needed to use our sacred gears. Siegfried nodded in agreement as he spoke. You got that one, I managed to bully him to submission. Hee hee. You are right on that one. Jean nodded as she spoke. Well, let's head inside and ask Yuma-chan about why she was like that. Issei nodded in response, however he felt a huge magic presence, as he spoke. You two go on ahead, I have some business to attend. Siegfried and Jean looked at him. Siegfried had a smile, while Jean had a pout, as Siegfried spoke in response. All right, Issei, have fun with your longtime girlfriend. Siegkun, let go of me, this is not fair. Jean protested in annoyance, as Issei sighed at Siegfried's words. The two then left, as Issei turned around to see none other than Gabriel. She now wore angle-length cassocks with gold trimmings. She also had an halo which was previously hidden during their last encounter. This time, she had a smile on her face. She rushed towards Issei and gave him a tight embrace. Issei. Gabriel spoke while happily embracing Issei. She finally got her chance of meeting Issei after 4 years. Issei returned the embrace as well, as Gabriel spoke while a tear fell from her eye. I miss you, I see. I missed you too, Gabi-chan. The embrace continued on for a short while. Gabriel did not want even to let it go. After a few moments, they let each other go. Issei then spoke. So how have you been doing? It was hard without you. Gabriel spoke while looking away as she spoke while shaking her head. But I have been back. Hope you haven't forgotten about me. I won't ever forget you. Gabriel gave a smile as she soon sensed the presence of someone else as well, as she asked. I see? Have you been seeing other women? Gabriel's voice was more curious, but there was a tinge of jealousy in it. Issei spoke while rubbing his head and spoke. Yeah, I did have a date with a fallen this morning and... Issei looked at Gabriel as she pouted in response as 2 tears were on her eyes. Issei responded with a tone of surprise. You replaced me, didn't you? Issei shook his head and spoke. No. 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 Not at all. It was more or less a charade. If anything, I only did the dates so that I wanted to see what kind of a person she is. Truth be told, I can never think about replacing you, Gabriel. Let alone actually doing it. Gabriel looked at him for a moment, and sniffled as he spoke, and besides, Issei pulls her towards him, making her blush as he speaks. You will always be my first love, no matter what it is. Gabriel had a red tint as Issei hugged her in response. He knew how much Gabriel meant to him, as he spoke while splitting up after a moment. Although, she did me on the cheek, so I am sorry for that. Gabriel looked at him, and did not know how to respond. She feared Issei replacing her. She wanted to respond, but Issei continued. But I can assure you that my relationship with her was pure platonic, and honestly I was half expecting me to attack me at the climax of this date, and try to kill me and... Gabriel cuts him off by placing a finger on his lips and speaks. I know you are not the type to like anyone else, and from what I can tell, you weren't romantically interested in her, weren't you? Issei shook his head and spoke. I won't deny, she has got a nice chest and firm ass, but that doesn't compare with... Gabriel cuts him off by playfully smacking him on his forehead and speaking. Pervert. Anyways, that was not the only reason I have come here. Gabriel's expression changed to a more saddened one as she looked at Issei in his eyes. Issei had an idea on what this meant as he asked. Let me guess, Michael? Gabriel looked at him and nodded. Yes, Issei has become a problem and has been hunting you down. I don't understand, you have been remaining in hiding, so why does he want to hunt you down? Worse, he has become desperate and soon, he will know you are here. Did something happen between you and him? Gabriel asked, to which Issei responded, truth be told, I honestly don't know, he always seemed disdainful of my very existence. And you know me, if I don't like anyone, I am vocal about it, right? That is true. Gabriel responded, remembering on how Issei's ideals used to often clash with some of the church exorcists, and Michael himself. Not to mention, my memory is fuzzy. I don't remember if I had a family or any relatives before I was at the church. My first memory was meeting you, remember? Gabriel nodded in agreement. He was only a few years old, around or 6 when he met her. She helped him a lot and eventually they shared a very close bond, even having a relationship a year before Issei escaped from the church. Before that, I don't remember anything. My mind is so fuzzy and when I try to remember something prevents me from doing so. Issei added as Drake mused. Indeed, I was able to sense something in Issei's head. I have been investigating what it is and haven't found anything. Once we get rid of it, hopefully we can help him regain his memory. Gabriel nodded in understanding, as she continued, if there is anything I can help with, Drake, if needed I will contact you. Gabriel nodded in understanding as she asked, not to mention, you have the Excalibur, right? Yep, fully fused and ready to use. Issei revealed the Excalibur to Gabriel, making her wide-eyed. He was able to reforge the sword successfully into one being. Excalibur was described to be a white glowing sword with a special inscription written on it. It had a golden rain guard and a blue hilt which Issei had brought out. Gabriel took the sword and had a bright smile as she spoke, you did it. For centuries we have been trying to refuse the sword and... Gabriel took the sword and had a bright smile as she spoke, you did it. For centuries we have been trying to refuse the sword and you did it. You got that one right? Gabriel returned the sword, as he asked, you sure? Won't Mickey hate it? He would, but it matters not. Anyways, aside from that, I also have good news. Gabriel spoke with a small blush as Issei asked, what is the matter? When I found out about your location, I was able to convince Michael to let me stay in Ko, and I am in your care, I see. Gabriel spoke as she pulled herself closer to Issei, with him having a red tint. As he spoke, oh dear, I wonder how Kuroka is going to react to this, and our new fallen guest that was attacked recently. Wait, Kuroka, the Nekisha? She is living here? Gabriel spoke with a surprised tone, as Issei added, yep, you got that one right, and I believe you need to hear this. Issei then recounted everything what Kuroka had told him, which included the experimentation on her. She had killed her master to protect her sister Chiron from her master, who attempted to conduct unethical tests on her in his research on creating a super devil. Gabriel was horrified at this. Soon her horror changed to anger knowing what Kuroka had gone through. Issei calmed her down. He was equally angry, but he was concerned that she will end up falling due to the sin of wrath. As he spoke, calm down, Gabi-chan. Serzex has been working to prove her innocence, and we have also been locating her diary to get enough evidence to deal with this problem. I have a feeling that if we don't get access to the evidence, someone can use it against us. Gabriel became serious. She knew that the situation was dire. She then spoke. Issei, are you sure of this? Issei nodded and spoke, although a possibility, if we can get hands on the research, we must prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. Not only that, Siegfried was attacked by the fallen angels here, and before you ask, it was a different one than the one we are tending to. Very well, Issei. This is a problem, and for now, I think you should handle this. I will help you in any way I can, which includes bringing Kuroka's innocence. But what about the other sister? Gabriel asked as Issei responded. She is with Rias Gremory and her peerage. She is a rook right now. She is living a normal and happy life, as a devil's servant. Gabriel nodded as Issei continued. Rias is someone I trust. She may be a bit spoiled, but she is kind-hearted and friendly, although she is easy to provoke and I have fun teasing her. Issei spoke with a shrug as Gabriel gave a sigh. This aspect of Issei was also not gone. His playful and cheerful demeanor was not gone at all. This was a side of him that she loved the most. Speaking of which, I wanted to ask. Gabriel looked at Issei as he asked, yes? I want to make our relationship official. I want to be your girlfriend for real. Gabriel spoke with a blush. She had heard about relationships recently, including the love between a boyfriend and a girlfriend, and she wanted to experience that as well. Sure, if that is what you want, then Issei pulled her closer and gave on the forehead. I don't mind. Gabriel had an even redder tint, as small tears fell from her eyes. She always wanted to be his girlfriend and take it one step further one day, when she won't fall due to having the sin of lust. But for now, this would do, as she spoke with a tone of gratitude. Thank you, Issei. Issei only gave a smile, as some moments pass. Gabriel rests her head on Issei's chest. She was happy that they are together, and will be together. Yo! Aren't you going to greet us too, Lady Gabriel? The two looked around to see Siegfried leaning on the ceiling with a grin, as Jean was standing with an annoyed expression. She was jealous on seeing Gabriel here. I will, it's been a while, Siegfried and Jean. The two nodded. Jean lost her annoyed expression. She may be jealous, but she was happy to see Gabriel once again. She then spoke. Yeah, it's nice to meet you too, Lady Gabriel. Jean spoke as Gabriel shook her head and spoke. Please call me Gabriel, while we are in this house. Wait, what do you mean? Siegfried asked, to which Issei spoke. Gabriel managed to convince Michael to stay here, and from now, she will be staying in Ko. Issei, is this true? Siegfried became concerned, as Jean was also worried. Sure, they were happy that Gabriel was here, but this was going to cause some complications. Sensing this, Gabriel responded, You need not worry about the devils knowing about me, Siegfried, Jean. I can hide my energy pretty well, encasing myself as a normal human. I will even take up a nickname that would hide my presence as an angel. Unless Issei or any of you want to tell about me, I would keep myself hidden. Sounds good? Alright, then I don't mind. Speaking of which, our guest has woken up. Issei and Gabriel became surprised as Issei asked, Let's go. Scene change. Kuroka was tending to Reiner's wounds. The fallen angel was surprised by a stray devil being in the same house. The reason she came to Issei was because he was on the roof. Adding further concern, 2 exorcists lived in the same residence. Her concerns soon became confusion. How can enemies stay under one roof? Little does she know, there is also a bigger surprise awaiting her. Soon after a while, Issei came inside, along with Siegfried, Gabriel and Jean. Reiner looked at them and became even more shocked. She wondered who this new person was. She seemed recognizable but was unable to pin on who exactly she was, as Issei spoke. Before we begin, I think you know Siegfried, Jean, me and Kuroka, right? Reiner nodded as Issei spoke. Then meet Seraph Gabriel, one of the 4 great seraphs. Reiner became pale at this, as he could see the fear in her eyes. She feared that they are going to torment or torture her, as Gabriel spoke. Reiner, right? Don't worry, we have no such intentions of torturing you. If it is alright, can you tell us who did this to you? Reiner still was fearful. She knew that Issei was with the angels, which did not make any sense, since there was a stray devil with them too. Reiner, we are not here to harm you in any way. If we wanted to, we wouldn't be saving you from them, and if you are wondering, those 3 fallen angels are long dead. You are safe here. Issei spoke with a tone of assurance. As Reiner gulped, her helpers were strong, but she was not sure on whether to trust them or not. Issei and Gabriel approached her. As Gabriel used a healing spell onto Reiner, she healed up immediately, much to her surprise. Gabriel then spoke with a smile. There you go, you should be able to move now. Gabriel then added to a surprised Kuroka, Angels have the highest grade when it comes to supernatural medical healing equipment and spells. Aside from Phoenix Tears, we can also heal wounds instantaneously, no matter how damaging it can be. The only exception is when a person dies, that is it. I see. Kuroka spoke with a tone of surprise. As Gabriel spoke, and worry not, Kuroka. Issei informed me about your situation and I know what has happened. We should get to the bottom of your issue. Kuroka looked at her for a moment. As she spoke, thank you, Lady Gabriel. Gabriel only had a smile on her face, as Issei asked, so Reiner, that is your name, which was what Siegfried had told me about, right? Reiner looked at him and nodded as she spoke with an apologetic tone. I am sorry, I had to hide my real name and identity from you. Worry not, you can repay your apology by telling us who did this to you. Who are those 3 fallen angels working for? And why are they even here to begin with? Rainier looked at him and spoke. I will tell everything. Rainier took a deep breath and drank a glass of water. Gabriel and the others took a seat as Rainier recounted everything. For your first and second question, it was Kokobel and his fallen angels that did this to me. My own friends wanted me dead, that was why I was in this situation. They tortured me for failing to kill you in the date. They did not understand why, but they wanted you dead, cause you are a sacred gear wielder. Issei and Siegfried look at each other, as glances were shared across with each other. Gabriel narrowed her gaze. Her former brother hasn't changed at all, he is still a warmonger. Her thoughts were snapped with Siegfried speaking. Okay, that checks out. Rainier nodded as Issei continued. So I believe this Kalawarner is one of those friends? How did you know? Issei pointed to Siegfried and responded. He was attacked by her, but she was forced to retreat. She never told this due to Kokobel. Rainier understood this. She must have lied that she is still watching the possessor, and is trying to kill him. But when in actuality, she failed to do so, Rainier clenched the sheets in anger. She was starting to hate her so-called friends before, but now, she refused to see them as such, and could care less if they died. Yep, girl feared getting her ass kicked like you did and chose otherwise, she wouldn't even be here. She saved her own skin, I guess. Issei mused as everyone agreed to his words, as Gabriel asked, so why is Kokobel here to begin with? Rainier spoke after taking a deep breath. He is here to kill the heiresses. His intention is to restart the Great War once again. He wants to kill them. This would cause Lord Lucifer and Lady Leviathan to take revenge, and this would cause the Great War to begin. He hasn't found anything relating to the angels yet, but he is planning to find out soon. The Excaliburs have been stolen, and he was not happy with the news. Issei could only internally grin at this. He could see Siegfried, Kuroka and Jean smiling with this as Gabriel decided to speak up. Well, that should be more than enough. Speaking of which, did Issei seem familiar to you? Rainier looked towards Issei and spoke. No, why? Do you remember the story of the Honored One? Rainier nodded. He was feared and respected by the supernatural factions. That was before his excommunication, after which many, primarily the angels, hated instead of respecting him. He was still feared knowing that the man is still out there. What if I were to tell you that the Honored One is right in front of your eyes? Gabriel spoke with a smile, as Rainier was left surprised and stunned. She knew Gabriel won't lie due to her falling, meaning what she said was the truth. As Issei stepped forward, making Rainier realize she made the right choice by not attacking him. Truth be told, I knew the date you had set up was a false one. You wanted me to die at the end, right? Rainier flinched upon this, as she nodded and spoke truthfully. At first I was told to do just that, but I never wanted to kill you in any way, that is why I ran away. Issei responded, after ing me without my permission on the lips. A tick mark grew on Gabriel's head. While Kuroka and Jean had a look of annoyance, Siegfried had an amused grin. Rainier spoke with a red tint. Why yeah, I am sorry for what I did. Issei only gave a sigh and spoke, just don't do it again. Speaking of which, I also forgot to mention, Gabriel is my girlfriend. Rainier became even more shocked as a tear fell from her eye. She then asked, that means you lied to me? Nope, when we met back at the date, we weren't a thing and now we are. Just recently I accepted her as a boyfriend, before we came here. Rainier looked at him and nodded. She wiped her tears as Issei spoke. You should get some rest. We can continue this discussion tomorrow, okay? That means I can stay here? Rainier asked, to which Issei responded, sure, since you will probably be hunted down. I think it would be wise if you stay here. Okay. Rainier looked down. She was grateful to Issei for not only saving her but also for giving her a home. The Honored One was someone she was not going to meet ever in her life. But today, she ended up meeting him. As she looked at Issei, they all started to leave her in her room. Rainier then asked, what happened to the 3 fallen angels that were after me? Issei only gave a glance, his light blue eyes piercing hers as he spoke coldly. Dead. That word alone brought chills to Rainier's spine. The coldness of Issei's voice was drilled into her mind, knowing on how he must have defeated the fallen angels. She shuddered knowing what the Honored One was capable of, and what damage he can do if he so chose to do so. She was glad that she chose not to kill him, otherwise only feathers is what would remain of her. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi. Issei entering the Pokemon game. he stole into his Nintendo Switch and starts playing it. The next day, Issei's house, 9 a.m. Issei yawned. As he rubbed his eyes, he soon felt someone sleeping next to him. He turned to see Gabriel, who was sleeping right next to him. He soon smiled and pulled the seraph close to himself. She rubbed her body towards him, as he seemed worried. He was worried that she may have lustful thoughts. However, to his surprise, she did not seem like falling, since her wings were still white. He sighed a relief upon this. After all, he did not want her to lose her life and abandon it because of him. Gabriel's eyes soon opened as she gave a smile to Issei, as she spoke, "Morning, I see. Morning, Gabi-chan." Gabriel smiled as she wrapped her arms around him as she nuzzled into Issei's chest. "Seems like my angel needs some more attention." Gabriel stopped and could only give a playful chuckle. They had been separated for 4 years and now they are finally together. Issei ate her on the forehead, which made her blush. Additionally, Issei was the first that made her fall in love. Usually, angels can't fall in love, due to them resulting in falling due to the sin of lust. Azazel being a well-known example of such. But love, that is no sin, it was never a sin, instead it was always a good thing to love. Gabriel never fell in love with anyone, but Issei, he was different. She fell for him, and was devastated and lonely when Issei had left her. Eventually, she found out about Issei's location and asked Michael to live in Ko, which he agreed, seeing no reason to not let her stay here. She was excited to once again meet Issei. Gabriel also made sure to not lie to him in any way, as this would cause her to fall and no one would want that. Even Issei did not want her to lose being an angel and turn to a fallen angel. Issei, Gabriel's voice seemed to drift into a bit of sadness, as she knew that she will never be able to satisfy Issei in any way, as Issei asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Gabriel looked at Issei and spoke, "I am sorry for one thing, Issei." "For what?" Gabriel spoke with a sigh, "As your girlfriend, I won't be like traditional girlfriends. I can't satisfy you when we are in no, so I am sorry for that." Gabriel spoke with a blush, as Issei noted her wings starting to be a bit gray, as Issei realized she was experiencing both guilt and lust, as Issei spoke while pulling her closer and rubbing her back. "Hey, don't beat yourself. Even if you can't satisfy me in any way, I will still love you." Gabriel looked at him, with small tears in her eyes, as Issei continued, "And besides, we will find a way where we can have a proper relationship, and if you fall, I will hate myself for letting that happen. Your whole life depends on being an angel, and I don't want to be the one responsible for your fall. I don't want to ruin your life." Issei spoke while wiping her tears. Gabriel looked at Issei for a moment and nodded. She shook her head, riding her head of those thoughts, as Issei noticed her wings return to being white. She then spoke with a small smile, "See, Gabi-chan, I like it when you smile." Gabriel's smile widened upon Issei's words as she spoke, "If that is what you want, then I won't fall. I will do my best to being your girlfriend, while not falling. That's the spirit." Gabriel smiled as she spoke. "I think we should get up. The others would be waiting for us." "Yep." The two got up and were starting to get dressed, as Gabriel spoke, "Speaking of which, I have a surprise for you, my Issei. Wait for it when we get to school, okay?" "Alright, if you say so." Issei responded, as the two soon headed down to have some lunch. Scene change. Ko Academy, 9 a.m. Issei was seated in the academy, as he pondered on what surprise he was going to get. However, just as he was going to speak, someone entered the room, as Issei, Siegfried and Jean became wide-eyed on who it was. "No way," Issei spoke with a tone of surprise, as Jean added, "It can't be. Never thought I would be seeing this." Siegfried spoke with a tone of surprise, as the one who arrived in the class was none other than Gabriel. She now wore a white formal shirt, a light brown formal blazer. She wore brown formal pants and shoes. Her hair was flowing and she wore a graceful appearance. She looked towards Issei and gave a smile. She soon turns to her class and speaks, "My name is Gabriel D'Angelo. I will be your new homeroom teacher. Your old homeroom teacher decided to quit, so I will be the one in charge." Some of the boys immediately looked at her with lustful stares, which Gabriel promptly ignored. As Issei gave a glare to the boys, Gabriel saw his jealous look as she gave a smile, as she spoke, "Oh, and speaking of which, boys, I am already taken, so don't bother trying to ask me out on a date or anything, alright?" Gabriel spoke with a smile, as the boys started to sulk and pout in disappointment, as a girl named Kori Murayama asked, "Who is that person? Is he in this school?" Gabriel gave a nod, as she spoke, "Yes, Miss Murayama, he is in this school." Issei was mentally pleading to not revealing her girlfriend, as Gabriel spoke anyway. "Actually, he is right there, yes, my boyfriend is none other than Issei Gojo." Issei looked down, as Siegfried only chuckled at his friend's misery, as Issei mentally cursed the situation knowing the shitstorm that was going to happen now. "Damn it, Gabriel," Issei thought as the boys started to bombard him with questions while the girls were all irritated that Issei was chosen by such a beauty. Jean also was jealous at this, as Issei tried his best to deal with the situation. He couldn't even run due to how crowded the situation is. "Era, seems like my love is really popular." Gabriel spoke with a smile. She for some reason enjoyed the situation. She waited for a while, as she clapped to get everyone's attention. Now we are getting past time. I would suggest you to get back to your seats, everyone." The crowd reluctantly sat down. As Gabriel started her lesson, Issei sighed in relief as he wondered what she is going to teach. It turned out to be English. As she spoke, "I will be teaching you English. You children will be needing it later when you travel to the world for higher studies or your job. I want everyone to pay attention for my class. No talking, is that understood?" Gabriel spoke, as there was silence. The seraph had eons of experience handling people and students, and a class of teenagers was not a big deal for her. Scene change. A few hours later, Occult Research Clubroom, shocked. Issei, why is Lady Gabriel here?" Rias exclaimed with concern. She did not mind her at all knowing how much of a close bond these two have, but she was worried that Sona will question her even more. Gabriel was present alongside Issei, Siegfried and Jean. As Issei spoke, "Truth be told, I was myself not aware that Gabriel was going to be a part of the faculty, and I was expecting her to stay at home, but regardless I am happy." Rias could only sigh at this, as she spoke. "Issei, I am not against her being here, knowing how much of a bond you two shared, but I am worried that some others would come to know you know who I am talking about, right?" Rias's words did make sense, as Gabriel spoke with a tone of assurance, adding, "You needn't worry, Rias Gremory. I have got it under control. I was able to get in without her, and her devils even sensing that I was a seraph." "Are you sure?" "Sona is pretty smart, Lady Gabriel." Gabriel shook her head and spoke, "I have got experience, my dear. I may be naive, but I am not inexperienced. I know what I am doing. You can be assured that you won't fall into trouble." Rias and her peerage only looked for a moment, as Rias spoke, "Fine, but be careful, all right. Issei values you a lot, and I don't want to see him sad." "You can count on it." Gabriel mused as Kaneko felt a bit jealous seeing this. Gabriel then continued, "I wanted to ask, you two seem close, are you two, you know?" The two understood what she was talking about, as both made a face of pure disgust, shocking Gabriel. The others knew that they would rather die than date each other, as Siegfried spoke. "These morons won't ever see themselves as lovers, you can be assured on that one." Siegfried spoke with a hushed tone, as Gabriel could only nod. Both soon spoke with utter disgust. "Her." Rias/Issei spoke in unison as they continued, "That is never going to happen, Lady Gabriel/Gabi-chan." "I understand," Gabriel mused, as some chuckled seeing their state, as Issei spoke. "Anyways, Rias, will you keep this a secret for me?" Rias looked at him for a moment, and spoke, "Fine, I don't mind, since she is very close to you, I see." "Thanks, Rias." Rias only smiled, as Issei spoke, "Speaking of which, I eliminated 3 fallen angels last night." Rias and her peerage lost their expressions and became worried, as she asked, "What happened? Are you okay?" "Yeah, I am fine, it matters not, I was able to take them down. Turns out I know everything what had happened thanks to one of the fallen angels not killing me, she told me everything." Rias nodded as Issei intently revealed everything to Rias. Needless to say, she was shocked and horrified. Akino was angered by Kokabil's actions, and so were Kiba and Kaneko. They all knew that they were going to harm and attack Rias. They had to inform this to Surzex, as Rias spoke. "I see, I will let my brother know about this. This is something that cannot be hidden. What Kokabil is doing is an act of war." Issei nodded in agreement, as he spoke. "Yeah, let him know about it." "Okay." Rias nodded as she spoke. Either way, it is nice to finally meet Issei's girlfriend. He missed you a lot actually. Issei could be seen having a tick mark. As Rias smirked, she then added, that is not all. He told me a lot about you. And how was your time with us? Issei grunted in frustration. If there was anyone that could push Issei, it was Rias. There was a reason they were best friends. It was because they could push each other's buttons and get away with it. However, they had each other's back when the situation was tough. Oh, worry not, Rias. Gabriel spoke while pulling Issei towards him and responded, I will take good care of him. Issei could only have an embarrassed look on her face, as some chuckled at Issei's situation. All in all, everyone was having a good time. Scene change. Unknown location, Ko Academy, shocked. PM. A woman was watching Ko Academy. She was described to be a beautiful blue-haired woman. She had long flowing hair, she wore a black blazer, a white shirt, a black pants, and heels. She had a solemn yet serious look on her face. I sensed you here, where are you? The woman spoke, as she sensed someone. She looked in the direction of Ko Academy as she smiled. I finally found you, my love. The woman spoke as she soon took to the skies and headed back. She was going to meet him when no one else was looking for him. Ko outskirts, 9 p.m. Issei was seen walking down the road with a bag full of foodstuff that he had purchased for him and his friends. He gave a sigh knowing the shitstorm that had taken place due to many questioning him about his relationship with Gabriel Sensei. Or as she is called right now, the blonde bombshell. Just another day. Issei spoke with a sigh. As he walked ahead, he started to walk towards the fountain he was in. Huh! This place. Issei mused as he sat down for a while. He yawned for a moment, when he sensed a sudden shift in the barrier change. Issei narrowed his gaze and gave a smile, as he spoke. Seems like another foolish fallen angel decided to challenge me. Issei spoke silently as he turned around to see a fallen angel. This one was described to be a middle-aged looking man with short black hair and dark blue eyes. His attire consisted of a pale gray trench coat over a white dress shirt with a matching ascot, black pants and shoes, a pair of black gloves, and a black fedora. Great, it's a pedophile. Issei spoke with a mocking tone. As Danasik growled in response, he soon responded, My name is Danasik, and today, I will be the one to end your life. Issei only got up from the seat and gave a smirk. He was certainly going to go home with another kill in his pocket. Issei looked at his opponent with a snarky grin as Danasik threw two light spears, which were easily evaded by Issei as he appeared right behind Danasik, as he spoke mockingly. Let's play crow. Danasik followed it up with a punch, which was easily evaded by Issei. Issei soon followed it up by dodging again, and eventually he grabbed the fallen angel by the coat and gave a side punch to his head which made him flip and sent him flying. He soon caught up to the fallen angel as he soon followed it up with a smack to the ground. He looked in anger, as Issei only seemed to have a smile the whole time. Can't keep up? Issei spoke with a mocking tone, as he removed his sunglasses revealing his crystal blue eyes, which made Danasik gulp in fear. The one he crossed was the infamous The Honored One. No, it can't be, you shouldn't even be here. Danasik shouted in horror, as Issei spoke. So you recognize me, don't you? Issei only reached his level and spoke. Seems like Cockdiesel told you about me, huh? No matter, it's time to end this and go home. Danasik got up and started to fly off, but Issei reached to the air. As Danasik looked in horror as Issei spoke goodbye, Issei pulled his head from his torso, as the last look he had was horror. Blood was released from his lower corpse as it slumped to the ground. It soon exploded into feathers. Issei soon destroyed the head with ease, as he sighed. Fallen angels are already on a low. Issei looked at the feathers as he continued, and idiots like you are the reason why this is the case. Well, no matter, it's your loss. After all, you are nothing but weak. Yet you see yourselves as superior. It is honestly disappointing. Issei soon walked away. As he took the stuff on the bench, he reached home soon enough. Scene change. Issei's house, midnight. Issei soon returned back home. As he spoke, I'm home. Gabriel soon came inside as she spoke. Welcome back, I see. Yeah, anyways, I brought the stuff. Issei gave the food to Gabriel and spoke. Had a run-in with a fallen. And Issei did not complete as Gabriel was checking for wounds. As Issei spoke, I am fine. He did not stand a chance against me and he is gone. But that isn't going to stop me from worrying about you. Gabriel retorted as Issei spoke, I know, come let's get inside. Gabriel nodded as the two head inside where they settled down for dinner. Issei and the others were soon discussing about the situation that had taken place, which surprised everyone, especially Rainer, as Siegfried spoke. So who was it that attacked you? Issei spoke as Rainer was interested as well. Issei then responded, his name was Donasik. Figures, he was always a fanatic of Kokabile. Rainer mused in annoyance, remembering that he was the most persistent in convincing her and killing them, as Jean added, so what is next? Siegfried added, Issei, mind if I join you? I want to take down Kalwarner as well. Siegfried, you can come in as well. Siegfried nodded in response. As he gave a smile, he was certainly going to make that bitch pay for attacking him without any reason, just because he possessed the sacred gear. Anyways, so Gabriel? What's the situation on your end? Gabriel only gave a sigh to Jean's words as she responded, ever since you three left, many wanted to hunt Issei down or kill you. They know that Issei are the Red Dragon Emperor as well. It was really hard to deal with the situation. I can best describe it as well, what you teenagers call a shitshow of epic proportions. Issei, Siegfried and Jean got the message. They understood the situation was pretty bad in heaven. Michael must be only making things worse. Rainer and Kuroka were also understanding the situation a bit, meaning it was very tense. Regardless, it was actually hard for me to tolerate them in any way. They were bad-mouthing you and hating you in every way. Gabriel spoke with slight sadness as Issei spoke with a shrug. Well, you can't help it, Gabi-chan. There will always be some ungrateful morons everywhere. But still. Gabriel retorted as Siegfried spoke. It's alright, Gabriel. Let them speak. They are all bark and no bite. Sieg-kun is correct. Don't think about them. Jean spoke as Gabriel nodded, as Issei spoke. Let's all eat up our food. It's kind of getting cold. The others nodded in agreement as they were having their dinner. It was just another regular day for them. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi. Gabriel seeing Chibi Issei with the new game, wondering what it is. The next day, Ko outskirts, 9 a.m. Issei was walking across the Ko town, with his hands in his pocket, as he soon heard a voice. Oh, I am such a klutz. The person who spoke was described to be a beautiful young girl with long blonde hair and green eyes. Her attire consisted of a dark teal nun outfit with light blue accents, a white veil over her head with light blue accents, a brown satchel slung on her right hip, where she holds her Bible, and brown boots with black straps in an X-shaped pattern. She also wore a silver cross necklace around her neck. This was Asia Argento. Oh hey, you seem new around here. Oh hey, you seem new around here. Issei spoke in Italian, having a gut feeling that the woman was Italian. Asia, recognizing him to be Italian, responded, Thank you. I presumed that no one would know about Italian. Everyone only knows about Japanese. Asia responded in Italian. As Issei spoke in Italian, I was raised in the Vatican, so I am familiar with a lot of languages. Anyways, where do you want to head to? I wish to head to the church, Issei responded to Asia in the same language. Issei Gojo, what about you? Me, my name is Asia Argento. Asia spoke in Italian. As Issei responded in Italian, I see. But are you sure you wish to go to the church? Yes, Issei, I want to. Issei sighed and spoke, Very well, I will lead you there. Issei wondered if she was aligned with the fallen angels. She did not attack him on sight, so that was a plus. He could sense her to be a human, he then thought. Could she be a pawn? Issei thought angrily. He still had to deal with two fallen angels here, that were Kalwarner and Mitlet. This was what Rainer had informed him. But now, he had to see if she can be rescued or not. He had to see what kind of a person she is. So Asia, why are you here? I mean, you seem to be from Italy, so what brings you here all the way to Japan? Asia looked at Issei and responded in Italian. I was asked to come here, and it's a long story, so I doubt we have all day to do so, Issei. It's alright, I don't. Issei was once again cut off when a child was crying, as Asia rushed to it, and started to heal the boy of his injured wounds. A green light was seen emanating from her hand. Don't cry. Children like you must remain strong. She does not seem bad. She is kin. No ally of fallen angel would do that. Issei spoke to himself, with Drake nodding in agreement. This meant she was a victim, or a pawn. He looked at the scene as the kid spoke to Asia. Thank you, sister. The kid soon went off as Asia turned around to see Issei as she spoke. Sorry, you had to see that. It's no worry, I saw that power? Asia nodded as she spoke. Yes, it's a gift I received from God. Asia trailed off in sadness, remembering more of her past, making Issei wonder what happened to her. He wanted to ask, as Issei soon realized they were near the church. He then spoke. It seems like we reached. You see the cathedral over there? Issei pointed to the one present as Asia nodded as she spoke. Yes, thank you, Issei. Issei nodded as Asia went off. Once she was gone away, Issei walked away knowing that she was another victim, a plaything for these fallen angels. He seemed to have an angered look on his face, knowing on why the church was abandoned all those years ago. He was aware of the Cleria Belial incident. He overheard it from a conversation between one of the exorcists named Tuji Shido and another exorcist, as he remembered they were executed for falling in love. It was a love between an exorcist and a pure-blooded devil. This was one of the reasons why he hated the church elders and the Pope for being one of the orchestrators of the killings. He had no regrets killing the elders and almost killing the Pope, who unfortunately had survived everything. But he was left scarred and traumatized for life. In Issei's eyes, the church wasn't someone that should judge love, since in his eyes, love was not a sin, even if it was between a devil and an exorcist. He never followed the church rules in any way. As a result, even the elders hated him. But he could care less. They got in his way and tried to execute them, only for Issei to wipe them out, without any mercy. Looking back, he also noted his and Gabriel's love to be similar to Cleria and Masaomi's own love. He was an excommunicated exorcist and Gabriel was a seraph. These two shouldn't be together at all. Additionally, Gabriel shouldn't love, since this would cause her to fall. But Issei could care less on what the church thinks. After all, Issei will kill them if they bother him or try and harm him, or his friends. Scene change. Occult Research Club shocked. You should be careful around her, I see. Rias had spoke with a concerned tone. Earlier Issei had revealed everything to Rias about the fallen angels. As he continued, yeah, I am aware, and from what Reina said, only two are left. Calawarner and Nidlet. Rias noted this down, as she spoke. So, what do you plan on doing? Storming the base itself. Speaking of which, how is your plan with the marriage? Rias could only give a frustrated sigh. She remembered Riser pushing the date of the marriage. She responded, You have no idea. Riser has been pushing the date to the marriage. Honestly, I don't want to marry him, yet he doesn't want to get the message. Issei nodded as he spoke with a cheerful tone. So want me to intimidate those old mummies again? Rias retorted with an annoyed tone. No, seriously Issei, what caused you to become this defiant? Rias spoke with a sigh as Issei responded. Try dealing with old mummies from the church, you will soon see things how I do. Fair anyways, you cool with me joining you in the fight against those fallen angels? Issei spoke with a shrug. Sure, the more, the merrier. Siegfried also wants to join. He wants to settle the score with Calawarner. So that is something? Plus, if Asia is under danger, we can rescue her as well. Rias noted this down, as she seemed to agree with this. She then spoke. Well, in that case, you wish to join us for a stray hunt? Issei shook his head and spoke. Not really, I will pass on that one. See ya. Issei teleported as Rias could only gave a sigh again, seeing her best friend's antics as she responded. Fine. Scene change. Issei's house shocked. Issei was present alongside Gabriel as he was having a conversation with her. He asked Gabriel in response. So Gabriel, would you tell me more about this Asia Argento? Gabriel thought for a moment, never expecting her of all people to show up. She then gave a sigh as she continued. It's a long story, I hope you don't mind. Gabriel spoke with a sad tone, as Issei took a seat and nodded. It all started when she was just a baby. She was abandoned by her mother, and was raised by the church. She was raised to be a holy maiden, due to her power to heal people. It was because she was the wielder of the sacred gear Twilight Healing. As a result, many looked up to her. This all started when she healed a small puppy who was beaten badly. Issei nodded in agreement as she continued. She lived a relatively normal life, but that was until she healed the devil. Issei grunted in response. As he face-palmed in frustration, It was the same situation all over again, as he spoke. Let me guess, the church didn't like that in order to maintain the status quo. Yep, you got that one right. The church wanted to maintain the status quo, and this caused her to be humiliated and exiled. Now she is associated with the fallen angels, right? Issei only looked at her and spoke with an annoyed tone. Seriously, I feel like, in some cases, the church was a mistake. Gabriel was taken aback and felt even more sad. She was not surprised by Issei's hatred for the church, but no organization is perfect. However, at this point the church seems to be corrupted, as Issei realized this and spoke. 0. No, I don't mean that. I didn't. Gabriel cuts him off and speaks. I understand your hatred. I see. You always did have problems with the church because of their nature, right? Gabriel gave a fake smile as she continued. It's alright, don't hurt yourself for my sake. It's alright, Issei. She soon teleported out of there in a flash as Issei explained. Gabriel, no wait dash. Issei looked in shock and surprise. He should have seen things better. Gabriel was always sensitive to the dark side of the church. He knew what he had to do. He was going to look for her at all costs. Scene change. Abandoned church. Shocked. Pim. Gabriel was seated at the top of the abandoned church, as tears could be seen falling from her eyes. She always feared Issei hating her due to her being associated with the church, and his words, where he said, the church was a mistake, hurt her the most. She kept her hands on her face, weeping. She felt like Issei must be seeing her and her father's actions as a mistake. He was almost blind to the good the church has done, and she couldn't blame him in any way. She mentally cursed the church for being involved in some of the most heinous acts imaginable. She may be naive, but she is not blind. I see. Please don't hate me. Gabriel spoke with utter sadness in her voice, as someone had spoken. I could never hate you, Gabi-chan. Gabriel turned around to see Issei with a solemn look. He had removed his sunglasses, which he normally wore to hide his 6 eyes, since that would sometimes cause problems. Gabriel then asked, How did you find me? Gabriel asked with a surprised tone, as Issei spoke. Relatively easy, Gabriel. You are often found in cathedrals and other locations where the biblical God resides, when you are vulnerable, and want to be alone. Additionally, I am aware of this place being the only cathedral in Ko, until it was destroyed. Gabriel nodded. As she spoke, I see. Issei jumped to Gabriel and sat beside her. As she spoke, I see. Would you leave me alone for a while? Nope, I see no reason to do so, and if you want, I will stay quiet. Gabriel nodded. There was no way to convince him in any way. They stayed like this for a short while, as Gabriel asked, do you see me as a mistake? Issei was pale when he heard this. As he spoke, I would never see you as a mistake, Gabriel. Gabriel looked at Issei as he continued, I am not going to lie, but you are like the light of my life. I would have hated the church for making me fight from a very young age. But you are the reason why my life was better. Yes, I had Siegfried and Jean, but you are the reason I won't completely hate the church, and I will always love and cherish you, no matter what happens. Issei spoke. As Gabriel started to tear up even more, she realized that Issei would never hate her, no matter what happens. Issei turned around to see Gabriel crying even more, as Issei soon came close to her and placed his hand on her cheek and spoke. You, Gabriel, will never be hated by me, no matter what happens. Gabriel soon kept her hand on his and spoke. I see, forgive me, I see. I should be the one to apologize. I never will hate you or see you as a mistake. I should keep my words in check. Gabriel soon gave a tearful smile as she spoke. Yet Issei soon pulled her closer for a hug. As Gabriel melted into his hug, he rubbed her head and calmed her down. He really loved her, and there was nothing that could change that. She knew that he will love her no matter what happens. She also wanted to help him, and she will help him remember his memories one at a time. She has been locating the seal in his brain, and will help him remove that no matter what happens. They stayed like this for a while, as the two sat together watching the sunset with Gabriel resting her head on Issei's shoulder. They were enjoying the sunset, as Gabriel spoke. Ne, Issei. Issei spoke while looking towards Gabriel and spoke. Yes? What did you see in me? The first time we met, all those years back. Issei looked at her and spoke. That you are the most beautiful angel I have ever seen. Gabriel gave a smile as she spoke. I see. Time had passed, when suddenly someone called out to them. It was Rias as she spoke. Issei, I hope you are. Rias had teleported herself to him, as she was surprised to see Gabriel and Issei having a moment. As she spoke, hope I am not disturbing. No. Issei spoke as Gabriel got up and saw her worried expression. As she spoke, is something wrong? It's Chiron. Issei dashed to her and asked seriously, Rias, what happened to her? Rias took a deep breath. She knew Issei would act like this since he saw Chiron very close to him. As Issei spoke while assuring her, we will help you, but we need to know what happened to her. Alright, I will tell. Rias spoke as she continued to recount. I had sent her on to complete a contract, but it has been an hour since she has responded. Both my peerage and your friends have been locating her, but to no avail. Can you help me? Is that even a question? Of course I will. Issei retorted as they all head out looking for her. Scene change. Unnamed warehouse, 8 p.m. A man was licking his gun as he pointed it towards Kaniko's head. He was a young man with short white hair and red eyes. As a priest, he was dressed in clerical clothing and often had a disturbing smile on his face. This was Fried Selzen, a test tube baby from multiple genetic patterns at the Sigurd Institution, who were trying to create the true descendant of Sigurd who can use Gram by gathering those who carries his blood. The children of the Institute are made from different patterns of genetics. The Institute tried to make Sigurd's descendant artificially, to which Fried himself was artificially created. However, when Siegfried was found, they abandoned all potential research and saw them as failures. When Fried realized this, he succumbed to madness, and became a rogue exorcist that needed to be dealt with. There is sadly no hope for him. Kaniko was chained with chains that were enchanted with holy magic. O Devilquin, you made a mistake of coming to my place and trying to perform your contract. O Devilquin, you made a mistake of coming to my place and trying to perform your contract. Kaniko gritted her teeth in anger as she looked at Asia, who was also in a bad state for stopping him from harassing Kaniko. She glared at Fried in hatred and anger. Oh, don't be like that. We are going to have so much fun. Fried was about to touch her ass, which were exposed. However, that was not going to happen as Issei shouted. How about you pick on someone your own size? Issei soon followed it up with a punch aimed at his face, sending the priest flying. He got up to see Issei with an angered expression as he cuts off the chains that were binding Kaniko. As he spoke, are you okay? Kaniko sniffled as she nodded. She was happy Issei was here for her. As she spoke, Asia. I know. Issei removed his jacket and spoke, here, wear this, I will deal with him. Issei turned around to see Fried recovering from the punch, as he spat blood on the floor. However, just as he was madly charging at Issei, he was ambushed by both Siegfried and Jean. As they spoke, how about you deal with us first? Fried gritted his teeth in anger, knowing who exactly he is. He was the reason why he was deemed as a failure. You damned bastard! Fried shouted in anger, as Siegfried only slashed in response in the stomach. Siegfried spoke towards Jean and responded, I will deal with my brother, protect Asia. Leave it to me. Jean spoke. As she looked at Asia's condition, gritting her teeth in anger, she headed outside with her. Issei soon looked at Kaniko, who nodded as she also headed outside with them as well. Issei and Siegfried were looking at Fried, as Siegfried remembered on finding out about the Sigurd Institution, which was disbanded. Gabriel was not aware of this at all. She was shocked when she was informed on what happened, and dealt with the ones responsible swiftly and firmly by excommunicating the ones that created the clones. She tried her best to save one of the clones, as the other, like Fried, was insane or were killed off. Is that all? Siegfried was clashing blades against Fried, with Siegfried using Nahung and Fried using a light blade, as the former was overpowering the latter with ease. Issei decided to not intervene as this was his fight. You were the reason I was deemed as a failure. Failure. And I will make you pay. Siegfried could understand his pain as he responded. The church ruined both of our lives, Fried, and several others. The Sigurd Institution was a mistake. It is gone for good. My own childhood was stripped away from me, because of the church. They saw me as their descendant, and took me away from my mother. They made me fight endlessly against devils and other supernatural beings. Siegfried tried to reason, but Fried was not having anything as he kept clashing with Siegfried. I don't care anymore, die Siegfried. Fried clashed against Siegfried, who only responded by slicing off his arm completely. Fried screamed in pain as Siegfried spoke sadly. I don't want to continue this fight, Fried, please stop this. Fried, however, only glared at Siegfried with anger and hatred. I will be back, Siegfried, and I will destroy you. Fried threw a flash grenade with his free hand, causing him to escape. Siegfried could only look down in sadness, and he was glad the institution was disbanded for good. Hey, you are not to blame for their sins. Siegfried could only continue to look in sadness as he spoke. Had I acted quickly, none of this would have happened. Siegfried spoke as he continued, so many lives ruined, only because I was revealed to be his descendant. I hate myself for being responsible for bringing despair to so many lives. Issei only kept his hand on his best friend. He still blamed himself for the Sigurd institution and their actions. He then spoke, realizing that there was no point in staying here. Anyways, we should get out of here, and Issei was unable to finish when suddenly 2 light spears were aimed towards them. Issei acted quickly as he used Infinity to block the attacks as the spears dropped to the ground, dissipating. The 2 attackers soon revealed themselves as Siegfried lost his sadness and became angry as he recognized Kalawarner. She was a tall and buxom woman with brown eyes and long, navy blue hair that obscured her right eye. Her attire consisted of a maroon, trenchcoat-like top with a wide collar, a matching miniskirt, and black-heeled shoes. The trenchcoat top was open at her chest, giving view to her S and cleavage. She also wore a gold necklace around her neck. She appears to wear a white shirt underneath her top, but it can only be seen from the bottom. The second attacker was Mitlet, who was described to be a girl with blonde hair which was styled into twin tails and blue eyes. She wore a gothic Lolita attire, which consisted of a black dress with white frills, a large black bow on the front, and a green jewel embedded on the collar, white thigh-high socks, and black shoes. She also wore a large black bow on top of her hair. So it seems like you have taken the nun back. I would advise you to hand her over, before I make you pay. The one who spoke was Kalawarner, as she turned her attention to Siegfried and spoke with a growl. And you will pay for intervening in goals, boy. Kalawarner spoke with a growl, as Siegfried had a smile as he spoke. I am glad I pissed you off. Siegfried then continued, honestly, your skills were beyond pathetic, and we already killed 4 others before you. Kalawarner was ready to put this arrogant man in her place, as Mitlet stopped her and spoke. Worry not, we will handle them. Issei soon stepped forward and spoke. Who must you be? The blue bombshell here is Kalawarner. What about you? Me? I am glad you asked, human. My name is Mitlet, the most super-duper fallen angel. Mitlet spoke with a bow, as Issei mused with a grin and asked Siegfried. Hey Sieg, why are all these fallen angels such vixens? Siegfried shook his head and spoke with a grin. Can't say. They are meant to fool humans like us into loving them before stabbing us in the back. Plus, they have got nice proportions on their bodies, especially the one in blue hair. Shame we got to kill her. Kalawarner had an embarrassed look at what Issei was responding as Mitlet glared at him for not even complimenting her. Of course, a pervert like you can see. That makes me wonder how you restrained yourself when you went on that date with Rainier. Siegfried's words made the 2 girls furious, seeing her as nothing but a traitor. Kalawarner glared at Issei with anger and hatred, since in her eyes, she was nothing but a lowly pervert blessed with an amazing sacred gear. I guess I am quite good at controlling myself, but regardless, shall we begin? Issei spoke with a grin. As Siegfried spoke, you needn't tell me twice. Both the boys decided to dominate their opponents, as they shouted, twice critical/boosted gear. Both shouted as their gears appeared. Issei had a red gauntlet on his hands, as Siegfried had 2 draconic arms that came from his back. Siegfried brought out Nahung and Bamung, as he decided to bring 2 more swords. They were Daneself and Turfing. Daneself was a demonic-looking saber that has a darkish purple color. The hilt appears to resemble a demon's wings on the right side, a horn-like guard pointing downwards, a jagged black blade that has 3 reddish diamond-shaped jewels embedded inside of the blade near its base, 3 protrusions along the edge. A portion of the blade pointed upward in front of the 3 protrusions and a curved tip, while Turfing long double-edged sword colored all black from the grip handle to the blade with 4 green diamond-shaped patterns on the center, and bat-winged shaped crossguard. The two had activated their sacred gears, as the two fallen angels were fearful knowing what the Red Dragon Emperor is capable of. The boys did not want to defeat the fallen angels, they wanted to crush and dominate them in every way. Mitlet tried to run away as Issei reached close to her distance, while the boosted gear had announced twice. Boost. Boost. No, please have mercy. Issei only looked at her coldly and spoke. Did you have any mercy torturing Rainer? And killing humans? Goodbye. Issei generated a small energy blast of red repulsion and used transfer on it, as it obliterated Mitlet without any trace. The last thing the fallen angel had was a look of pure fear and despair knowing she was going to die tonight. The whole building's glass was shattered, and several locations were destroyed by the sheer power of the magic blast. Disappointing. Issei spoke, as he hated fallen angels like her, as he saw Siegfried easily overwhelming her with ease. Siegfried generated a huge ice pillar that froze the legs of Kalawarner, who was flying off to safety, as she was unable to move. In her fear she threw 2 light spears. As Siegfried stopped it with turfing, he soon reached her level as Kalawarner wanted to beg for mercy. Siegfried then spoke. This is what you get for attacking me, goodbye. Siegfried brought turfing and Nahung and sliced in an X pattern as he decapitated Kalawarner's head as her head soon fell to the ground killing her. She exploded into a flurry of feathers. As they depowered their sacred gears, Issei then spoke. Seems like we are done here. Siegfried nodded as he spoke. Yep, you got that one right. Scene change. Issei and Siegfried headed outside, as they are greeted by Gabriel, and the rest as Rainer asks, what happened? Issei spoke as he revealed some feathers to Rainer which shocked at her first, but soon changed into apathy knowing that her so-called friends must have provoked the two and challenged them causing their demises. I see morons. Rainer muttered in response, as Gabriel asked, are you sure you wish to join Rias Gremory? Asian nodded as she spoke. Yes, I don't mind joining her peerage, Lady Gabriel. I see well Rias, please look after her, okay? Rias nodded as she spoke. I will, Lady Gabriel. And Issei, thank you for looking after my sister. Yeah, and you did keep your promise of letting us meet her. Kuroka spoke as she pulled her sister in a hug, with her returning the same. Issei rubbed his head and spoke. I just wished it was different, Kuroka. Kuroka shook her head and spoke. It's alright, I see. Anyways, let's head back, the fallen angels here have been dealt with for now. Rias spoke to everyone as they all nodded in agreement. They headed back to their homes, not knowing a certain blue-haired person was spying on them. Scene change. 5th Heaven, Vatican, 0:0 p.m. Michael was looking at some brain wave patterns. It was a special device that would look into the brain wave patterns. These brain wave patterns belonged to all those people that still believed in God and had faith in Him, very high faith. He was noticing where Issei was. This was due to the brain having memory or recollection of seeing images that were in the past. So far, he was failing to see any images of Issei anywhere. Damn it! Michael cursed underneath his breath, trying to locate him in any way. He soon found a brainwave pattern that had belonged to a Catholic in Ku Academy. He had a small grin in his face as he spoke. I finally found you, Issei. This time I will find a way to take you down for good. Michael spoke as he had to wait for Dulio or Griselda to come back since he couldn't do this work on his own, and had to send someone else to do his dirty work. Unbeknownst to him, a ring on his left hand was being affected at what he was doing. I hope I am not disturbing you, Rias. Rias kept her papers down and responded, not at all, brother. So what brings you here anyway? Serzek spoke for a moment. I have some good and bad news. What should I begin with? Rias had a feeling on what the bad news was, as Rias had responded, start with the good news first, big brother. Okay, first I was able to locate where Kuroka's diary is, and Ajuka has been reading and analyzing its details to find out what is going on. Soon enough, we should be able to find out what is going on, Rias. Rias nodded in happiness. Soon her name will be cleared. Rias then spoke, and from what I know the bad news is Riser, right? Serzex gave a sigh and spoke. You are right on that one, Rias. Soon enough, Rias. You will be forced to be married to Riser Phoenix. I am sorry I tried everything in my power to stop him. But I couldn't convince the elders. Rias widened her eyes in horror, as she asked, how much time I have? Rias added, I presumed I had time till my college ended, right? I am afraid not. He wants to marry you right now. Rias sank back to her seat as she spoke with horror. This can't be. Surzex looked at Rias sadly. He was not able to do anything. He couldn't even postpone the date, due to his own parents, especially his mother approving for this. He spoke with a sigh. I am sorry, Rias. No, it is all right, big brother, you tried your best. You married for love, well, I don't think I will get that privilege. Surzex could only look helplessly, as Rias was right in every way. He married Grafia for love, while she was stuck with someone like Riser. She soon spoke, while recounting herself. Brother, if you don't mind, can I speak to you about something? Although you need to wait, I need to recompose myself for a while. Surzex nodded as he watched Rias walk towards the bathroom. She needed to recover herself from the news she had received. A few minutes have passed as Surzex took a seat on the couch. He realized that Rias was taking a bath. He clenched his fists in anger at how callous the devil elders were towards the female devil population, seeing them as nothing but breeding stocks. Soon enough, Rias came outside and Surzex asked, How do you feel? Rias shook her head and spoke, I am not going to lie, not better. Surzex could only nod sadly. Anyways, I wanted to speak about the fallen angels. The one in charge of them in our territory is none other than Kokabeel. Surzex took this into account as he spoke, the Angel of Stars. He is the one that is present in Kuo. Yes, brother, he is the one responsible for the attacks on my territory. Issei has volunteered to take them down, and has successfully taken down of the fallen angels, while his friends have dealt with them as well. Worse is that, we are not even close to Kokabeel's locations. Surzex nodded in assessment as he continued, Did you at least find out his purpose? Rias nodded as she continued, Yes, I was able to find that out. His intention is to restart the Great War centuries ago. He wants to achieve this by killing both me and Sona, and find a way to anger the angels as well. Surzex narrowed his gaze. He was stoic, but he was furious that Kokabeel wants to go after his younger sister, as well as Seraphal's sister as well. He knows that there would be without a doubt a war if this happens. A growl could be heard from Surzex's mouth as he spoke. That bastard. Rias spoke in response, Brother, what should we do? I will contact Azazel and inform him about this. But how did you even get this information? Did you dash? Rias shook her head and spoke, No torture, brother. I got this information thanks to one of their subordinates that is now on Issei's side. Her name is Rainier. She revealed everything to him, and he did so to me, and now I was going to contact you, when you came to visit me. She is living with Issei. Surzex became surprised, as he spoke with a laugh soon enough. I see, well, I am surprised. All that remains is an angel remaining in his house, and then his house will be a perfect example of an alliance. Surzex spoke with a cheerful tone, only for Rias to turn her gaze away, as he is pretty close to the truth. All three species are living in his home. She promised Issei to not reveal Gabriel in his house. Speaking of angels, I wanted to ask something, Rias. Surzex spoke with a more calmer tone, as he responded, Why does Issei have so much hatred of Michael? Rias widened her eyes. Even she did not know why Issei hated Michael. When she asked him, even he was not aware of why he hated Michael. He just did. Truth be told, brother, I honestly really don't know. Surzex became wide-eyed, as she continued, Even he doesn't know why he hates Michael. He just does. So you're telling me that even Issei has no clue of his hatred? Surzex asked, to which Rias nodded and responded, Yes, even he has no clue of his hatred. All he does remember, or more accurately his first memory, was when he met Gabriel, when he was 6 years old. Before that, it is all blank. I see. Surzex spoke with understanding as he added, Well then, I will be taking my leave, Rias. Let me know if there is anything else that he does. Rias only nodded as Surzex soon teleported away. Once he was gone, Rias knew what she had to do. The mere thought of doing it disgusted her, but she was desperate, as she teleported to an unknown location. Scene change. Issei's house, 0:0 p.m. Issei was seated on his bed, playing Star Wars Battlefront. As Gabriel was curious on the game, she never experienced video gaming before, due to her work. She either went on missionary-related stuff or to handle the Heaven office. She watched as Issei played a green blade-wielding character slicing off against the red crossguard-wielding blade characters. So Gabriel, what do you think? Gabriel thought for a moment and responded, I like it honestly. I never thought modern technology in gaming would become this good. Then you will love the more recent ones, Issei spoke as he was about to continue. But when a magic circle arrived, Issei paused the game. Upon closer inspection it was Rias Gremory's circle, as she appeared and turned to Issei. Issei, I want you to take my virginity. Rias declared, leaving Issei and Gabriel stunned as Issei spoke. Huh? Please, I beg of you, I don't mind. Issei vehemently denied it. The mere thought of doing it with her disgusted the both of them. Then all of a sudden, why would she act like this? She was never to act like this, in the 3 years they have known each other. No, I refuse to do so. You and I both know that this is not right. Rias shook her head as she spoke. Why? Am I not beautiful in your eyes? Please, I beg of you. Issei looked at her and sighed. He knew she was desperate as he asked, Let me guess, your marriage is preponed, right? Rias became wide-eyed as she spoke. How did you know? Just a hunch. I know you, Rias. The mere thought of doing it with me disgusts you since we are best friends, almost akin to siblings. I knew the only one that wanted to do it with you is Riser, and you told me that you despise him. I know that you only want to do it with the one you love. Rias almost became teary-eyed. She knew how much Issei cared for her, due to this. They may fight like cats and dogs, but they will always have each other's back and will care for another. Issei pulled her into a hug, as he spoke. It's all right, let it out. You shouldn't worry, if anything. I know what you are going through right now. Your life would be a living hell, once you get married to him. Same goes for your peerage. Your only option at the time was to stop this marriage, was to make me take your virginity. That way, with you being tainted, you may suffer humiliation, but your peerage would at least be safe from Riser. Rias cried onto Issei's shirt as he rubbed her back, calming her down, as she kept speaking. I am sorry, please forgive me. Issei kept assuring her that everything will be fine. Gabriel watched with a smile, as this was the Issei she knew, although she hated what happened to Riser, knowing how desperate she is. She did not speak a word as she watched the scene with a smile. Moments later, Rias sniffled as she sat down opposite of Issei, as she asked, What should I do now? Well, we will find a way. You know the option to intimidate and maybe kill some elders still remain. Rias shook her head and spoke. I need to fight this myself, can't rely on you always. Issei nodded as she turned around to see Issei playing Star Wars Battlefront. As she spoke, You seem like you have no job now, eh? I was just showing her some video gaming, and Issei was unable to continue when another magic circle showed up as the person had spoken. Doing this, Rias, I am so. The woman trailed off to see Issei, Rias and Gabriel sitting on the floor. The woman was Grafia, who is a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous body, appearing to be in her early 20s, with back-length silver hair that features a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest is let down, which ends in twin braids and silver eyes. Yo, Grafia. Wanna have a talk? We were just having a small heart-to-heart. Yo, Grafia. Wanna have a talk? We were just having a small heart-to-heart. Grafia turned to see Gabriel and sensed her as a seraph, horrified to see a devil and an angel in the same room. Before she could act, Issei spoke. I worry not, she is my girlfriend. Gabriel nodded in agreement as Grafia was left stunned by this reveal. She couldn't believe an angel is his girlfriend. She was in a complete daze, as Issei waved his hands and spoke. Yo, G? Are you there? Grafia snapped out of her daze and spoke. Issei. Before Issei could react, she grabbed Issei in a chokehold. As she spoke, I hope you have a good explanation about why a seraph is living in the same room as a devil is. Issei kept tapping on her shoulder as he spoke pleadingly. Let me go, I will explain everything. Rias gave a small chuckle seeing this, as Gabriel did not know what to do. Issei did not fight back against her, and she did not understand what relationship they had. Time has passed. As Grafia settled down, Issei explained to her everything as Grafia, including what had happened a few minutes ago. As she soon spoke. I see. So she is very close to you even when you were a former exorcist. Issei nodded as he rubbed his head and spoke. Yeah, just how it is. And Rias, you knew about this? Rias nodded as Grafia added. Rias, I understand you care for your friend, but will you be sure about being alongside her? Grafia was worried about her sister-in-law, afraid that she won't be able to handle this level of holy magic that would be aimed at her. She knew Issei cared and cherished her a lot, but she was afraid that her sister would end up dying, as Gabriel spoke with an assuring tone. You needn't worry about her, Grafia. I have already mastered my way of controlling my holy aura, and nobody can sense or experience it even if they wanted to. She is safe, and I have no intention of harming her. My only intention is of being with him, that is all. Grafia nodded, as she knew that someone like Gabriel wouldn't lie, lest she ends up falling. She then spoke. Very well then, but I need to tell Lord Surzex about this. Rias wanted to speak as Issei spoke. You can tell him, that is fine. Issei, are you sure? Issei nodded and spoke. It's fine, but Grafia, you need to tell everything what happened between me and her. Okay, I will, and I don't mind her being with Issei, so long as she takes good care of him. Gabriel nodded as she spoke while pulling Issei towards him. Worry not, I see, is in good hands. Grafia nodded, albeit this time she has a smile, as Rias asked, speaking of which, who sent you here? Your brother, father and elders. The former two sent you knowing exactly what you would be doing. Rias nodded as she spoke. I think I should get going. He would still need me, right? Yes, and Issei. Rias turned to Issei and spoke. Thank you. Issei nodded as Rias soon went with Grafia as they watched her leave. The couple soon decided to rest for the night. Scene change. Surzex's room, 00 p.m. You're kidding, right? Surzex exclaimed with surprise as he continued, a part of me hates it when I am right. Aha, I am at least happy though. Surzex could only smile, as he responded, you are happy that Issei finally has someone to take care of. Maybe. Grafia mused. She was wearing a nightgown instead of her standard usual maid outfit as she spoke. Besides, I am not going to lie, that house has a devil, a fallen angel and a regular angel. Isn't that a dream come true? Yep. Surzex soon got up and sneaked behind her, and put his arms around her waist, causing her to get startled as she spoke. As Surzex. Not here. Come on, Grafia. Nobody is watching us. Grafia was pulled closer to him, as she had a red tint on her face. She soon relented as she spoke. Fine. Grafia soon melted into the hug. She could sense his tiredness, which used to happen due to his duties as a Satan can be really tiring. They stayed like this for a while. As Grafia spoke, we should head to sleep. We can continue this in the bed, if you want. Sure, anything. The two soon went to the bed to have some sleep. She could sense how tired Surzex gets with this job. She may be strict and will make sure he fulfills his duty, but she could see how much taxing this job can be. She made sure that she will help him in any way she can. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi. Issei playing the game, not knowing someone was watching him. The next day, Issei's house, 0:0 a.m. Issei and Gabriel were also sleeping, as Gabriel soon opens her eyes, only to see Issei using her S as a pillow. He was cuddling her like holding her, fearing to not let go. She at first blushed, but soon she had a smile, as she spoke. It seems like you have barely changed. Gabriel was rubbing his head and calming him, almost akin to a mother doing it to her son. She loved him a lot and didn't mind. Issei soon got up and looked to see Gabriel rubbing his head, as he wanted to get up, but Gabriel did not let it happen. No, don't, Issei, I know you like this. The way you were, you can stay. Issei spoke in response, but what about your? I am not falling, you can see it, can you? Issei nodded to Gabriel's words, as she spoke, you can stay like this, for a while, I see. Gabriel cuddled him even closer, as he soon melted into her hug. Gabriel closed her eyes and rested for a while. She had a smile. After a few minutes, they decided to wake up as they were greeted by the rest of the group. Siegfried then spoke. So what's the plan for today? Well, I believe we will be going on a hunt towards a devil. Siegfried was surprised by this as Kuroka asked, who are we talking about? Riser Finexto put it in short, he is probably wanting to marry Rias. I take it you know what will happen next, right? Kuroka nodded as she started to hiss like a cat. She was livid knowing what Riser would intend to do with her sister. Issei knew her anger and spoke. Worry, not Kuroka. Kuroka turned to see Issei, with a cold gaze as he spoke. I am going to teach him a lesson that he won't forget. Kuroka knew how much Rias and her peerage meant to Issei. Gabriel spoke while keeping her hand on Issei as she spoke. I see. I know you are angry, but I don't want you to get into trouble. I will be fine, Gabi-chan. Issei turned to Gabriel as he continued, besides, I don't intend to kill him in any way. I will make him remember me, well. Siegfried and Jean soon responded. Issei, mind we join you for this one? Jean asked as Siegfried spoke. I would love to see the effects of his immortality. Issei looked at his friends for a moment, and gave a grin. That is my duo. I believe you two know what to do, right? The two nodded as Siegfried has a grin on his face, while Jean had a smile. It has been a while since they have gone on an exorcism mission like this, where they drive out devils and humiliate them. It is up to them when they kill them. Rainier and Kuroka looked at them stunned. Oh dear. Gabriel muttered, having a wry smile on her face, knowing how much the trio can get when they want to humiliate or torment someone. What is going to happen? Rainier asked as Gabriel responded. Riser is going to experience the most humiliation any devil could ever imagine. The two nodded as they watched the trio start to plan on what is going to happen next. Gabriel, are you not going to join us? Gabriel shook her head and spoke. No, I can't. I have to deal with him. Issei nodded in understanding as he spoke. Give me a call if things go south, K? Gabriel nodded in agreement. Scene change. Occult Research Club shocked. Issei, Siegfried and Jean were all in the club. They were waiting for Riser Phoenix to show up. Grayfield was also present as well alongside Rias and her peerage. So President, why are we all here? Kiba asked, to which Rias spoke. I have some news everyone. I am. Rias couldn't continue as a magic circle opened up revealing several flames that were released. It soon revealed a tall and handsome young man in his early zeros with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes. His outfit consists of a burgundy blazer with gold embroidery on the right with matching pants and black dress shoes. Underneath his open blazer is a white dress shirt that is not fully buttoned, just one button short, giving a slight view to his chest. Great, we now have a grilled chicken, so he is Riser Phoenix? Aquino nodded, as Issei noticed the disdain and anger in her eyes. Issei looked at Rias, speaking the words with spite. Phoenix. Rias herself had hated this man. Riser then spoke. It's been so long since Riser has come to the human world. Oh Rias. Riser turns around and speaks, as he walks towards her and holds her by the chin. So Riser hopes you are ready to get married? A growl could be heard on Rias's expression, as they soon take a seat and Riser starts groping Rias much to her disgust, as he demands, low class, get me some tea. Riser's demands were only met with a nod by Aquino, as she walks out. A part of her wishes to poison him, but she had to comply with his orders. Issei looked at the scene with anger in his eyes, as he hated what was happening to his best friend. Time passed, and Aquino brought some tea, as Riser took a sip of it. He then complimented, the tea made by the Thunder Priestess, it's pretty good. Thank you? Aquino responded. As she walked out of the room, Rias kept groping him endlessly. However, once Rias has had enough, she pulled away from Riser and spoke. That's enough, Riser. I am not marrying you for our house's sake. Come on, Rias, you know pure-blooded devils are at an all-time low. Riser responded as he continued. The House of Gremory and the House of Phoenix will join hands, and both of our houses will be better. No, Riser, I prefer marrying for love, and I will maintain my house's reputation. Riser was starting to lose his patience as he started to raise his aura, with Rias doing the same as he spoke coldly. Riser won't let my house down for your spoiled tantrums. You will marry Riser, either by choice or by force. I stand by my decision. I won't marry someone like you. Rias retorted coldly, as Siegfried and Jean were ready, but Issei stopped them, as he muttered, Not yet. Issei looked at the scene as he brought out a bottle of pure liquid. This was holy water, as he secretly used transfer on it to enhance the effects of the holy water. He looked at Siegfried, who nodded. They only waited for the right time to put him in his place. They have done this to many stray devils before, ultimately killing them, albeit this was going to be different, since when the humiliation is going to be unique, and they can't kill him. He saw Grayfia raising her own aura and reprimanding them to behave like high-class devils. Riser then asked, So this is your peerage, and are these three a part of it? Rias shook her head and nodded. No, these three aren't. Then you are going to lose big time. Riser soon summoned his peerage, which consisted of all of their members. This is Riser's entire peerage. Riser's peerage stays like this. all of them having a smile on their faces. Riser then speaks, "Can you beat this level?" Issei notes on the girls, he wouldn't deny it. Riser has got some amazing taste in women, especially some of the girls, like Hyoudou for instance. Siegfried only looked at Riser and sighed. He is not surprised. Almost all supernatural women are known to be vixens. Jean seemed unfazed by this, knowing these devils to amass many of these women as his harem. Hyoudou. Riser snaps his finger as his queen who walks forward, as she asks, "Yes, master, I?" Riser starts making out with her as Rias glares disdainfully towards him. This was exactly why she does not want to marry him. He is a playboy who is arrogant and condescending with no empathy for others. She also sees him groping his S. He soon stops as claps were heard as everyone turned to see Issei clapping. He had a mocking grin on his face. "Wow! You certainly love to have a measuring contest with others, Yakitori-san." Issei's words made the Phoenix Peerage angry. As Riser spoke, "Who the hell are you, you low-class being?" "Issei Gojo, it is not nice to meet ya." "Grilled chicken." Riser growled at the nickname as he continued, "You insolent being." Mira soon jumped forward and attacked Issei with her pole, who only caught it with his bare hands and crushed it completely, much to her shock and horror. He soon followed it up with a punch to her nose, sending her flying, knocking her to the building. "Is that all, Yakitori?" Issei turned to his friends and gave them a nod. As he spoke, "I am disappointed at how weak you are." Riser growled in response. "Why you?" Grafia was about to step in, however Rias stopped her. She shook her head as she saw Riser charging at him, ready to incinerate him, only for Issei to grab his hand and twist it behind, followed by him putting his leg on his back. He was in a trapped position. His peerage tried to assist him, but Jean immediately used her sacred gear, Blade Blacksmith, and created a wall full of holy swords, causing them to back away due to the holy sword wall that Jean had created. "Stay right there and worry not. I will remove the swords once we are done with Riser." The Phoenix Peerage was not happy with this, however they were helpless and unable to move. Those like Grafia that did not know about Jean's Blade Blacksmith were surprised at first, but she understood this. She turned her attention to Issei as Riser tried to incinerate him, only for his flames to stop dead in its tracks. "So that is what you did, Issei?" Rias spoke as Grafia asked. "Is that limitless?" "Yes, Grafia, an ability Issei was born with. Trust me, this is one of the reasons why Issei was one of the, if not the strongest exorcist out there. That is not even mentioning the other abilities he can do with Limitless and Six Eyes, another trait he was born with." Grafia asked in response. "Those blue eyes?" Rias nodded as she spoke. "Yes, Six Eyes allows Issei to have extrasensory perception. This includes seeing the flow of magical energy in extreme detail, and the ability to use that flow to read magic spells or abilities. The eyes also allow for ultra-precise control over Issei's magical energy, which is indispensable for properly utilizing the Limitless technique." Grafia nodded, as she knew that Issei was a force to be reckoned with. The man was able to spar with Surzex till a standstill, even in his true form. They are glad he is an ally and a good friend. They watched as Riser was unable to burn him in any way, as Issei used his free hand and poured holy water on Riser's face, making him scream in pain. The Phoenix Peerage were wanting to help him, especially Revel, but with the holy swords they were unable to do so. "Siegfried, you have some chicken feathers?" Siegfried nodded as he brought out some of them. Issei brought out a glue and stuck them to his buttocks and head. As he spoke, "Look, it's an actual chicken." Riser tried to burn the feathers, but Issei did not let that happen. Rias and Aquino couldn't help but snicker at Riser's fate, as even Kaneko and Kiba had a smile. Issei turned to Jean and she nodded. She lowered the holy swords as the Phoenix Peerage, looking in horror. Some wanted to help, but Issei's cold gaze made them unable to do so. "Hey Phoenix Peerage, say hello to the Phoenix chicken now for sale." Issei spoke with a mocking tone as Riser was seething in rage, the pain from the holy water and this humiliation. Riser was going to make them pay. He soon kicked him to his peerage, and spoke, "Take him away, and don't bother getting your ass back here." Riser grumbled as he shouted with pure fury, "Riser will make you pay, you damned low-class being." Riser teleported out of there. As Grafia approached him and smacked him on the forehead. "Was pouring holy water necessary?" You know it was dangerous, and don't think I did not notice you using your gear to enhance the effects. Ouch. Issei rubbed his head as he retorted Graphia, but Issei was unable to continue when Graphia gave a glare at Issei, making him shudder as he spoke to defend himself. But you know that I only wanted to humiliate him. He was really getting on my nerves. Cut me some slack, please. Issei spoke as he rubbed his head. He was not scared of her, but Graphia for some reason did unnerve him a lot. Graphia looked at him and gave a sigh. There was nothing she can do to get rid of his mindset. She then spoke. Either way, at least you did not kill him, lest the whole Phoenix clan comes behind you. Issei moved his arms and spoke with a cocky manner. I worry not. If they know what is better, then they know to not bother my business. Issei spoke with a shrug as suddenly he got a call from Gabriel. An angelic magic circle was there near his ear. Oh, it seems like Gabriel is calling me. See ya. Issei teleported out of there, as some others sighed, knowing that he is the type that likes doing what he wants and will do anything for others, especially for Gabriel. That's just how Issei will always put others first. Speaking of which, why is Gabriel calling him anyway? Jean asked as Siegfried spoke. I have no clue. I believe it is something important. So Graphia, when is the raiding game? Since this is what would happen next. Graphia looked at Siegfried and spoke. I will speak to Lord Surzex, and inform as such. Siegfried nodded as they all watched Graphia teleport away, as he soon rested himself on the couch. As Kaneko spoke, I took pictures, President. Send it to me. I am definitely going to hang that in my personal room. Scene change. 0 minutes earlier. Rooftop, Kotown, shocked. PM. Gabriel was standing on the rooftop of the Hyoudou residence, as she was waiting for someone to show up. She wore a small t-shirt and track pants, along with heels. Time has passed as soon enough. Someone showed up on the rooftop. She was described to be a woman that had silver eyes with a hint of blue and ashen blonde hair. She wore a traditional nun's clothing which comprised of a long black tunic, black robe, belt paired with an apron-like scapular, veil, wimple, nun clothing. This was Marana Shadorova. Lady Gabriel, Lady Gabriel. Gabriel turned around to see Marana as she spoke with a smile. It's been a while, Marana. Indeed it has, and I am here because... Gabriel narrowed her gaze as she spoke. Let me guess, Michael wants a report about the situation. Yes, Lady Gabriel. And Gabriel cuts her off and speaks. Don't blame yourself, Marana. You, Tosca and Lint are one of the few I can trust and have complete faith in. I can make the report. Just give me a day or two. Gabriel spoke with a smile as Marana nodded. Someone then spoke, surprising both of them. Or how about right now, Marana? The one who spoke caught Marana off guard as she was surprised to see Issei here. She was also one of the few that was also against his excommunication, since she along with Gabriel used to often heal his wounds when he does get injured from his exorcist missions. Been a while, my lil nun. Issei spoke as he ruffled her head, making her surprised by the fact that Issei was in the same town as Gabriel was in. She had a red tint as she spoke. Brother Issei, would you? Nah, I like it when you act like this, Marana. Gabriel looked at this and had a pout on her face. Marana did not protest as she continued to have a red tint. She was reserved and a very shy person. She waited for Issei to put his hand down, as he brought out a report as he spoke. This should satisfy Mikey up there, and I presume he must have figured out that me and Gabi-chan are in the same town. Marana took the report as she asked, Brother Issei. Just call me Issei, or Issei, never was a fan of church customs. Marana nodded as she looked at the report, and became horrified as she asked, Kokabeel is here. Yeah, this should probably get Michael off Gabriel's back, and the less he annoys me the better. I really don't want to deal with him. Gabriel lost her pout, and kept her hand on Issei as Marana nodded in understanding and responded, I see very well, thank you Issei. Marana heads out of there as Gabriel spoke. So how did it go? The grilled chicken meeting. I had my fun dealing with him. And I am glad that Marana is here. It's been years since I have seen her, and it is better than someone like Dulio or Griselda. They would have really annoyed me a lot. Gabriel sighed in response, as she spoke. I guess though you think Marana should leave the church too? Issei shook his head and spoke. It is her choice. Siegfried and Jean left on their own choices and came with me. Honestly, if this goes on, I won't be surprised if the church ends up making another mistake. Gabriel had a solemn look on her face as she held Issei's hand and spoke. Yeah, I fear that. I wonder if I will ever bring the church back on how Father intended for me to do so. Truth be told, I know you will do a good job in bringing the church back on how it is supposed to be, but you got to do some changes, really big changes. Issei did not want to upset Gabriel again with his words, as he promised to keep a check on them to make sure that he does not break her heart in any way. He remembered on her telling him that how much she missed her father, the biblical God. Sure, he was not a perfect being, but he tried his best to be a good person. She was devastated when he died, yet she did not hold any hatred towards the ones that caused the war. He pulled her towards him, making her smile, as he rubbed her hair off her face, as she spoke, knowing you, Gabriel, I believe you will do a good job. Gabriel only gave a smile as she turned away. He had wrapped his arm around her as he spoke. Let's head inside. We shouldn't let people see us like this. Gabriel nodded as the couple went inside to have some time together, and plan on what should happen next. Fake Co Academy, Underworld, 00 AM. Good evening everyone, my name is Graphia Lucifuge, and on behalf of my master Surzex Lucifer, I will be the announcer for this raiding game. The rules are simple. If the king of each peerage is eliminated, then the opposing king wins. Graphia announced quickly, as the competitors knew that many will be watching them. Issei, Siegfried, Jean and the Gremory peerage were present for the raiding game. Now you must be wondering on how Issei and his friends were allowed to join the match? It was because Riser wanted Issei to repay for the humiliation that he and his friends had performed upon him. So, I hope you are ready. Rias, your training is going to bear fruit. Issei spoke to Rias, as she nodded, remembering the work she had put through to train herself to reach a decent level. Flashback. Issei and Rias were on opposite sides. They both were ready for their clash. As Issei asked, so you are telling me that you want me to use holy blades to train you? Yes, I see. I want you to face me with your holy blades. I want to not only increase my magical strength, but also my durability and pain tolerance. I know Riser intends to burn me out to make sure I lose my motivation to even fight, causing me to marry him. No pun intended, Rias spoke, as she continued. I know Riser very well. His regeneration is going to cause major problems. He can constantly heal from any wounds, potentially even decapitation, keyword being potentially. So he intends to either A. Exhaust me till I am unable to fight, or B. Overwhelm me with his fire or wind attacks till I am no longer able to fight. Issei took note of this, as he continued. I see, and you want me to increase your durability. And what way to do so? By taking damage from holy weapons, I presume? Rias nodded as she spoke. Yes, Issei, holy weapons are the strongest things against my kind. I want you to create a holy blade to fight against me while I defend myself from the attacks. I see. I guess we can work on that. Issei spoke as he responded with a grin. Never thought your big tits would be able to perform such tricks. Rias grew a tick mark on her forehead, but took a deep breath to calm herself down. She then spoke. Anyways, you ready for this? Issei brought out a broken sword handle in response. As Rias asked, I see, that is not a holy blade. I am not the type to use regular holy blades the church provides, so that is a thing. I prefer creating my own holy blades using sword handles. Not to mention, even during my exorcism days I never used holy weapons like swords to fight unless needed. Like just recently I used Excalibur. Rias nodded, remembering on how Issei either used limitless or hand-to-hand combat or both to fight against the supernatural. In rare cases he used swords, and in rarer cases he used the boosted gear, and in the rarest cases, he went all out using all three at once. He only did the last part when he fought against someone of the top 0 strongest beings, like her brother. He gathered holy magic, surrounding himself with it, and it surrounded the blade. A blade of pure holy magic forms on the blade, much to Rias's surprise. I see, that technique is only known by high-level angels. Issei nodded as he spoke. You are right on that one, it is rare technique. Gabriel taught me this in secret. She knew how much I was not a fan of the Pope, and I did not like meeting the bishops or any of the elders, so she taught me and Siegfried this trick, and we taught Jean. The three of us kept this amongst ourselves, such that we didn't get Gabriel, who was our mentor at that time, to get into trouble. If Michael came to know that I know this technique, he may not like it, and Gabriel would suffer, and I am not going to let that happen. Rias nodded as she gave a smile, and spoke. You really love Gabriel a lot, don't you, Issei? More than anyone else, I can't bear to see her sad or hurt. She is my love and I won't let her suffer, ever again. Issei spoke seriously, as he looked towards Rias and spoke, so shall we begin? Rias nodded as she got into her stance. As Issei clashed against her, her goal was to increase her durability against him and her strength. She was honored to fight against Issei, who was more than happy to help her. Flashback ends? I do. Issei nodded as he spoke. Great, then let's begin the planning. Opening start. Opening end. Hyoudou, would you fetch me the map of the school? Kiba nodded with him speaking, as you wish. Kiba teleported and brought the map, as he showed it to Rias, as they all looked at the map. The group discussed for a short while and made this strategy to the rest of the group. Rias then spoke. Kaneko, you will head with Issei, eliminate all those in the gymnasium and leave before Akino destroys the building. Kaneko and Issei nodded, as Rias spoke to Kiba and responded. Kiba, you and Siegfried work with creating traps. Make sure that you create traps and paths leading to this building. Akino assists them in doing so. Kaneko and Jean go along with them as well. The four nodded in agreement, as they all teleported to the locations, leaving Issei, Asia and Rias alone. Issei then spoke. Hey Rias, mind if I speak something about Riser? Go ahead. Rias asked, to which Issei spoke. He is immortal, meaning he can regenerate any part of the body, right? Yes, what are your thoughts? Issei thought for a moment, as he spoke. Since he can regenerate, we can defeat him in several ways. The first way is holy relics, but I don't think the devils are going to accept this, especially those elders, and I didn't want to risk it. Our second option is to overload Riser and defeat him that way. His regeneration is not absolute. But Rias responded to Issei, that is not going to work. None of us have the demonic power in my peerage to overwhelm Riser. That means you have a different option, haven't you? Issei nodded as he spoke. Yes, but this will almost kill Riser unless he surrenders, or dies trying. Rias and Asia became worried by this, as Asia asks, what is this plan, Issei-san? Issei only looks at them and reveals the plan. As they had a look of shock and horror at what Issei was considering, Rias gulped, knowing how dangerous Issei once was, as he had slayed countless rogue devils and vampires, along with other rogue supernatural beings before. There was a reason why he was so feared. Scene change. Issei and Kaneko walked towards the gym room, where they were greeted by Riser's two pawns, twins Alnel and one pawn named Mira. The three hated seeing Issei here, as they remembered Riser's humiliation. As Kaneko spoke. So, which one do you want to take? Issei spoke with a shrug. I will go with the Chinese pawn over there. Can you handle the twins? Piece of cake. The three pawns were glaring at Issei as Al spoke with an annoyed tone. You? How dare you humiliate Riser-sama in such a manner? You are going to regret it. Yeah, let's get this over with. Issei spoke with annoyance, as he dashed towards the mirror with his Excalibur, who blocked it with her pole only for it to be sliced in half, much to her shock and horror. He soon follows it up with a stab aimed at her stomach. As Issei spoke, your style is weak, try that again next time. Mira glowed in a green light. Not even a few minutes in the match, and she was taken out. Even Kaneko, Nell and Al were stunned by what they were witnessing. In just a few seconds she was beaten. Grafia soon made the announcement. One pawn of Riser Phoenix has retired. Issei twirled his blade, dispelling the blood from it. As Kaneko used this opportunity to sucker punch Lee, she soon dodged a chainsaw attack from Al. As Kaneko revealed her cattails and ears, as she followed it up with Senjutsu flames, she flung two fireballs at them. As they struggled to dodge, Issei kept his hands on his jacket pockets as he watched Kaneko fight and overwhelm them at each opportunity. Unlike Ken and Kaneko, Chiron, who was afraid of using her Senjutsu powers at this time, this one never had that fear due to knowing the truth of her older sister. She cannot meet her like she does commonly due to how much of hate Kuroka still had, and until her name is not cleared, she is still a target for being killed. If Rias was the sole owner of Ko Town, this wouldn't be a problem, but Sona also is, and explaining to her may be risky, so for now, Kuroka will stay hidden in Issei's house. Kaneko soon punched Al in the gut, sending her flying. Nell shouts, seeing her twin like this. Al, why don't you join her? Kaneko unleashed two flame balls upon her, sending Nell burning. With her also being burning, the two were then green light as an announcement soon happened. 2 pawns of Riser Phoenix has been eliminated, Grafia announced, as Issei looked at Kaneko. Good job, Chiron. Kaneko nodded in understanding as Issei spoke. So boss, what now? I believe the 2 of you should leave. Akino is in position to unleash her bombardment. Issei looked towards Kaneko as the 2 headed out of the building. Soon enough the whole building was destroyed in an instant. They looked to see Akino flying in the air licking her lips. She had a blush on her face. Issei felt nervous looking at her as she spoke. That woman always gets me on the edge. I am glad Gabriel is not like that. Don't tempt fate, Issei. Kaneko spoke with a drop of sweat. However, Issei sensed something approaching her. He acted quickly, getting Kaneko out of there, carrying her in a bridal manner, much to her surprise. You okay? Kaneko looked at her position and nodded with a red tint on her face. As Issei looked at the attacker, who was Eubelina, he put Kaneko down, while glancing towards the bomb queen, who had a scowl on her face. Seems like you failed to ambush Eubelina, right? Issei spoke with a mocking tone, as she gritted her teeth in anger. Issei looked at Akino floating above him, and spoke. I see. Reunite with the others. I believe they have been successful in clearing out the pawns. Issei and Kaneko were surprised at first, only to smirk. He knew Kiba was strong enough to handle them, but with Siegfried and Jean, this would have been a cakewalk. Eubelina was stunned before angrily glaring at the 3. As fun as this plan, you don't mind me joining this fight, don't you? Issei spoke while walking forward as he glared at Eubelina and spoke. This woman tried to harm someone I cared for, like a little sister, and I want to deal with her personally. Akino looked for a moment, as Issei leaped in the air using infinity, which was a technique he developed. Unlike angels or other supernatural beings, humans cannot normally fly, but with Issei's infinity and 6 eyes, it was a piece of cake. Kaneko, go and catch up with the others, leave the bomb queen to us. Eubelina glared at the 2, as Kaneko nodded in response, and left. Eubelina took a deep breath and spoke with a calm tone. It is an honor to fight against the Thunder Priestess, and... Eubelina scowled looking at Issei, and you will regret ever humiliating Riser-sama like you did days ago. Heh? You would have better luck trying to catch a fly than deal with me, Bomb Queen. Issei spoke with a mocking tone which annoyed her. As Akino spoke, I see, let's handle her once and for all, spoke the words right out of my mouth. Akino and Issei engaged the Bomb Queen, much to her anger and annoyance. Scene change. Kaneko had reunited with the others. As she spoke, you guys okay? It was against those 3 pawns were overconfident thinking they could jump us. But they fell straight for a trap. Jean spoke, as Siegfried added. One thought she could charm me and Hyoudou. It didn't end well. Was surprised at how you rejected her? Do you have any taste in women? Jean asked to Siegfried as he responded. I just don't know, I haven't found the one for me. Like Issei did. That seems fair. They even tried to charm Kiba, so honestly don't know why he is not interested in anyone. Kiba only rubbed his head, as Siegfried spoke. We should probably head out, and deal with the rest. Kiba added as they all headed out to the location. They had to deal with the rest of the Phoenix peerage. Scene change. Akino and Issei were overpowering Eubelina as Issei spoke. So what are you going to turn tail and head out? Not yet. Eubelina spoke while standing up weakly and bringing out a small vial. This was a vial of Phoenix tears that would restore her wounds. Since you have a healer in your team, we have 2 Phoenix tears each. We will win for our Lord Riser. No matter what happens. Eubelina tried to apply the tears only to see that it did not reach her skin. She looked at the person doing this, and this was Issei, who had his 2 fingers out. He then motioned the vial to the other side, causing it to fall to the ground, much to her shock and horror. No! Eubelina shouted in anger, as Issei spoke. Did you really think we will let you do that? Issei disappeared from his location and generated a red energy magic orb as he spoke. Goodbye, red repulsion. Issei unleashed a red blast that disintegrated Eubelina, or what it seemed to be like. She screamed in pain, which forced her to retire. The surrounding glass behind Eubelina and even the debris was destroyed, with the glass shattering, with the glass shards falling on the ground. Issei spoke with a sigh. That is it, it seems like. Queen of Riser Phoenix has been retired. Grafia announced as Akino remained stunned by what Issei had done, as she asked, what even was that? Issei looked at her and spoke that was when I bring infinity to the real world, causing a repulsive force that would send anything in flying, or as you saw Yubelena's fate, it seemed like she was disintegrated. Aquino nodded in understanding. He really was the strongest exorcist of all time. A magic communication circle appeared on Issei and Aquino's ear, as Rias spoke. It seems like it is time we initiate our plan. Issei nodded as Aquino asked, what plan? Simple. Issei grabbed his hand, and spoke, I am going to make Riser regret even think of going after Rias. Aquino gulped as she kept her hand on Issei. As he nodded, I will take the skies and assist the others help Rias, okay? I will count on it. Issei spoke seriously as they headed out to perform their actions. Meanwhile, Kiba and the others headed towards the principal's building, as he was surrounded by the rest of the Phoenix peerage, which comprised of Lee, Ni, Revel, Xiulan, Isabella, Carla Marine and Maihi. Surrender while you still can, all of you. Revel spoke with an arrogant tone, as they all got their weapons ready for their fight. Jean and Siegfried smirked seeing this situation. They were not going to hold back. Seems like we have been surrounded. Kiba spoke, as Siegfried spoke, seems like we don't have to hold back. You got that one right, Sequin. Jean and Siegfried looked at each other and shouted, Balance breaker. Siegfried removed all of his swords at once. As he created 4 additional hands, he brought all of his swords including Graham, which was a demonic sword and a light sword which made him wield all 6 swords at once. This was Chaos Ejajura, twice critical balance breaker. All the swords glowed in power. Several swords were formed behind Jean, as she held her sword in a defensive motion. Soon enough those swords composed to form a dragon that roared into the battlefield. This was Stake Victim Dragon, Blade Blacksmith's balance breaker. The peerage was terrified as Jean commanded the dragon to go after Maihi and Revel, who tried to retreat but the dragon gnawed the 2 and bit Revel and Maihi, forcing her to retreat. As they screamed in pain, they had a look of fear on their faces. 2 bishops of Riser Phoenix has been beaten, Graphia announced with total seriousness, as Jean turned her attention to the rest who all charged at the fore. As Kiba and Siegfried clashed blades against Isabella and Carla Marine, with the latter 2 being overpowered with relative ease. Although Siegfried could be strong in this form, he does not use it quite often because of Graham's ability to drain life, if the wielder is not careful. However, its destructive power compensated for what it is capable of. That sword, how did you get that sword? Siegfried did not respond to Isabella's question, as he followed it up with a swift strike from Balmung, creating a whirlwind which sent her flying. He soon followed it up with a strike aimed using Dane's self and froze the whirlwind, freezing Isabella in place, as he used destructive attacks from both Graham and Turfing to destroy the pillar of ice which eliminated her from the match. 1 Knight of Riser Phoenix has been eliminated, Graphia announced, as Carla Marine angrily attacked Kiba, who clashed against her. She used fire to dodge it, only for Kiba to create an ice sword to freeze her flames. She gritted her teeth in frustration. However, unbeknownst to her, Aquino unleashed a volley of storms onto all of her enemies as they all narrowly avoid them. Kiba sees an opportunity and stabs Carla Marine in her stomach. You damn Chia! Kiba plunged the sword deeper, making her cough up, as she soon glows with a green light. Kiba soon settles down, as Siegfried speaks, keeping all of the swords back. That sword which you used? The long one, I have never seen you use it before. Siegfried spoke. You mean Graham? That one is a pain in the ass. The more I use it, the more it drains my life energy. That is the reason on why I cannot use it permanently. Trust me, Hyoudou, as powerful as Graham is, it is one of my most taxing and dangerous blades. Kiba nodded as he spoke. I see. Kaneko was fighting against the last 2 pawns and 2 rooks at once, along with Aquino, who was supporting her with lightning and fire magic attacks. Kaneko, take the pawns out. Kaneko nodded, as she fired 2 senjutsu flames at Ni and Lee, as they shouted in pain. Soon enough, a green glow emitted surrounding them. The last 2 pawns of Riser Phoenix have been eliminated. The 2 rooks watched in horror, as Kaneko exclaimed, Aquino-senpai! Now! Aquino nodded as she unleashed several magic circles of lightning, as they all screamed in pain. Soon enough, they were all eliminated, as Graphia announced. The 2 rooks of Riser Phoenix have been eliminated. The group looked towards each other and sighed in relief. Only one member was left, and that was the King Riser Phoenix himself. Scene change. Issei and Rias were fighting off against Riser, who had earlier survived Riser's hellfire, with Rias even being only burned for a short while. This was all because of the training that Issei had given her with holy swords, increasing her durability, pain tolerance, and tenacity. Not to mention, Riser's main focus was Issei, but he was unable to land even a single hit upon him. "What's the matter, grilled chicken? Can't do much." Riser angrily responded by shouting and throwing a fireball. "Why, you lowly human!" Issei soon dashed towards him and gave a kick to his chin, however it soon regenerated as Riser spoke arrogantly, "No matter what you do, you won't be able to hurt me." Riser followed it up with a fireball, which allowed Issei to dodge. He had faced more stronger stray-class devils, and was even able to handle Kuroka and subdue her. He almost tied in a clash against Surzex, and that was years ago. He is the only known human who could fight against a super devil, and almost win. In his eyes, Riser was nothing but cannon fodder to him. "Is that all?" Issei spoke with an annoyed tone as he continued, "Are you all talk and no bite?" Riser was seething. Issei had the audacity to insult him even now. He hated what Issei was trying to do. He looked at Rias. As the duo had smirks, they decided to execute their plan now, gathering a strong amount of destructive energy. Riser smirked, deciding to take the attack head-on. As Rias did not falter, this was exactly what they had wanted. She knew Riser was overconfident, arrogant and smug. This was something they had planned for, as she remembered what she and Issei along with Asia had planned. Flashback. "Issei? Are you sure of going through with this?" Issei nodded as he spoke. "Yep, that is what I plan on doing. But this will potentially kill Riser and give the elders an excuse to kill you." Issei nodded as he spoke. "I am aware of that, but I know for a fact that they would have wanted me dead regardless, cause in their eyes, I humiliated a superior being and I shouldn't have done that. Even Riser shares some traits with those arrogant beings, Rias, that is something I know, and he will want to come after me. Same goes for his peerage as well." Rias nodded as Asia asked, "But will you be alright?" "I mean, you are going to kill someone." "I will be fine, Asia. This is not the first time I had to kill people. As an exorcist I had slayed countless rogue supernatural beings. Slaying another is not a big deal for me. I was trained to kill at such a young age." Asia looked horrified as Issei rubbed her head and spoke. "It doesn't matter anyway. You needn't worry about my mental state." Asia could only nod as Rias speaks. "Fine, we will go with your plan. I will create an attack diversion, and then we can go with your plan. Riser will have to choose, his pride or his life." "Yep, that is the right call." Rias nodded as Issei looked towards Asia, who also nodded as she spoke. "I will support in any way I can." That should be enough. For now the two nodded as Issei reunited with Kaneko and headed to the gym. Flashback ends. Rias unleashed her attack upon Riser, who boldly took the hit, despite the pain he felt. Riser had a smug look. He had almost lost half of his body, yet he was not going to falter. He soon regenerated himself, while mocking Rias. "Was this your plan, my dear Rias?" Rias internally fumed at this. She did not like the man at all. But she stayed composed. As she spoke, "Look around, Riser." Riser was surprised as Issei ambushed him. Using holy claws, he attacked Riser in the head and heart and held it in a perfect manner. Despite the pain he felt, Riser was still smirking. He tried to burn Issei, but Issei used infinity, making him powerless. "You fool! Even if you destroy my head and heart, Riser will still come back." Issei only grinned and spoke. "I don't intend to. Look at my arm positions. Do you see me crushing your organs, Phoenix?" Riser looked at him for a moment. As he spoke, "What are you talking about?" "I am simply holding the important arteries that supply blood to the organs. I believe you know what this means, right?" Riser soon realized this and became horrified. Even if he regenerates, he could die if he does not gain blood soon enough. Issei spoke in response to this. "Yes, Riser, I intend to destroy your brain cells and your heart by reducing the blood and even oxygen supply. Since oxygen is supplied to the brain and heart by blood, and heart does it to the rest of the body, you will die a slow, painful death, or have a painful heart attack." Riser was starting to have fear in his tone. As he spoke fearfully, "Hold on. Do you even know what you are doing? This engagement is important and necessary for the future of devils. It's not something a human brat like you can butt into. Oh please, you are only saying this so that you can prolong your pathetic existence and go after someone I deem as my best friend. Now make your choice. Are you going to surrender, or die? You must choose Riser, your pride or your life. Riser was angry but terrified of the monster that was in front of him. Soon enough he has no choice but to relent as he speaks. Riser surrenders. Riser demands fearfully as a green light glows onto him with Issei backing away. He looks towards Issei with fear, as he soon vanishes with the green light. Riser Phoenix has surrendered. The winner of the raiding game is Rias Gremory and her peerage. Grafia announces, as Rias immediately hugs him as she exclaims, "We did it, Issei, thank you so much." Issei rubs her head and speaks, "Yeah, we did do it." They were all soon teleported out of there, as they were greeted by Serzek's Lucifer. "Good job, all of you, and thank you Issei, Siegfried and Jean for helping us." Issei shrugged in response as he spoke, "It is no worries," and Rias Serzek keeps his hand on her head and responds, "It is good to see you become this strong. You have trained well, haven't you?" With Issei, "Yes, I wanted him to train me even more, and I wouldn't even be able to fight for this long had it not been for him. I wouldn't even get this far." Serzek only gave a smile, as Issei looked at the smile, as suddenly a flash of a memory entered in his head. The smile that Issei watched looked akin to that of an older sibling. He saw the smile of an older sibling in his head, who was female, as he remembered a name that was important to him. Issei fell to the ground, as they all looked at Issei, who was holding his head in pain, and shouted, "Issei! Issei, what happened? Why did you fall to the ground?" Siegfried asked with concern, only to see Issei stop to hold his head, as Serzek added, "Did something happen?" "It did." Issei looked towards Serzek as Rias asked, "What happened, Issei?" "I remembered someone from my past." They all looked at each other, as Jean asked, "Who? What is her name?" "Her name is Mari." Issei spoke with a tone of happiness as tears fell from his eyes. This Mari was clearly important to him. Rias and the others felt happy for him as Jean hugged him to calm him down. Issei did not know who this Mari was, but she was certainly important to him, and he wondered who this Mari was to her. Days later, Issei's house, 9 a.m. 2 days have passed since the raiding game. With Issei winning, he had to answer a lot of questions to the Phoenix family, but Issei gave a clear message to them, stating he could have killed them but chose not to do so, and to stay away from his friends. They got and understood what Issei was trying to convey to them. In the aftermath, Riser was traumatized to the point of fearing Issei, or any white-haired individuals that came near him. Ravel could only watch helplessly, as she remembered on how brutally the stake victim dragon defeated her. Issei was next to Gabriel, who had also woken up. She knew when Issei informed her on Mari. The Seraph immediately got on to investigating if there are any leads she could find, but sadly, there was nothing she could find. Issei assured her that he will try his best to remember if there are any other memories he could find eventually. "May I check the seal, Issei?" Issei nodded as Gabriel used her holy magic to check the seal. As she had spoken after analyzing it for a while, she knew that the seal had been affected due to him remembering the name Mari. "I see, the seal, like I expected, has been affected. The more you remember something, the more it weakens." Gabriel spoke as she continued to analyze the seal. "This seal is holy origin, that I am sure of it, but this seal is high level. This seal not only was designed to prevent any memories from your origin from leaking, but also to try and suppress any emotions you once had." That makes sense." Issei spoke as he continued, "Someone wanted me to be an efficient killer, making me have no quarrels or guilt from taking another life. When I saw the Nekashu sisters, I spared them. I did not know why, but I chose to spare them. My guess is that is what caused my seal to break. But after 3 years, nothing happened. I get these lucid dreams of a family I never had, that I was just an ordinary year-old enjoying time with his family, and when I wake up, nothing. It's all gone." Issei spoke with a worried tone, as Gabriel calmed him down by rubbing his back. She was his girlfriend, it was the least she could do. She pulled him into a hug and rubbed his head, calming him down as she spoke. "I will help you remember those memories, you can count on it." Issei looked at Gabriel and nodded. They stayed like this for a while till they split up. "Thanks, Gabi-chan." Gabriel responded with a smile of her own, as she spoke. "Anytime you need me, I will be there for you. Issei nodded as Gabriel had spoken. But what exactly caused you to remember her, and affect the seal by such an amount? Truth be told, when I saw the bond between Surzex and Rias, that was what caused me to remember her name. Issei spoke truthfully, as Gabriel nodded. It was easy to deduce that the person had a close sibling-like bond towards Issei. I see this, Mari, she seemed to have a close sibling-like bond with you, once upon a time. But all we know is her name. That's it, nothing more. Nothing less. That is all we know of her. Her name. Gabriel spoke as she continued. Maybe these triggers are how you can remember your past memories. For now that is the only way we can make you remember who you once were. I see. Issei trailed off. As Gabriel decided to speak something. I see, there is something I actually wanted to speak to you about. The Exorcists. Michael has sent some Exorcists here. He sensed Excalibur's presence here, and he knows that you wield it. Issei looked at her and asked, Who? I hope it is not Dulio. Fortunately no, it is Irina Hyoudou and Zenobia Corda. Issei looked at her and responded. Could have been worse. It's been 4 years since I have seen any of them. Like at least Griselda or Tuji would have made things worse. But why even send those two here? Like aren't they supposed to still train to get better? Sure they are exorcists, but they have much to learn. Issei mused, to which Gabriel spoke with a neutral tone. I guess, but even with them, you will need to make sure that you don't harm them. Fair, but if they annoy me, they are as good as dead. Issei responded seriously. As Gabriel nodded, she internally sighed at Michael's paranoia for the boy. Sure, he is powerful, but he is anything but evil. Unaware of why Michael truly fears Issei. Opening start. Opening end. Occult Research Club shocked. PM. Issei and his friends along with the Gremory peerage were interacting with the two exorcists named Zenobia Corda and Irina Hyoudou. Issei, Siegfried and Jean were at a distance, knowing full well that knowing these two, things won't grow well. Rainer and Kuroka were at home, knowing that tension is still high, and they did not want to risk it. Sona informed me about the two of you, so what is it that brings the exorcists to the Ko town? The two looked at the person and responded seriously. Zenobia was the first to speak. We are here for the Excalibur. Lord Michael and the Pope informed us that it was in this tournament. My name is Zenobia Corda. I am Irina Hyoudou, and Zenobia is right. That being is responsible for the death of the elders and many exorcists. Irina spoke cheerfully, but anger was present next as Issei grumbled. She was annoying even now. She was going to be a headache. I see, can you tell us who has that? Rias asked politely, completely aware that it was Issei that had done this. As Zenobia spoke, it is Issei, once a prized exorcist, now one of the most wanted and dangerous exorcist criminals. He needs to surrender the blade right now, Zenobia demanded as Rias narrowed her gaze. She knew everything she needed to know about them from Issei as she gave a glance to him, who gave a signal that he was going to wait. Fair enough, but I am not endangering a random person that is in this town. This Issei you speak of has caused no harm to any individuals, so I won't be surrendering him at all. Let me make this very clear. Rias declared coldly. Issei was her best friend and there was no way she was going to surrender him, especially after all that he did for her, with him helping her to get rid of the engagement, and even talking to Surzex about it. We don't care if you are Mao's sister, you should surrender him to us, or else, Zenobia shouted angrily, as Rias only gave a very cold glare, making her shudder. Due to her training she had become stronger than before. She could easily take blows from a holy blade for a while, until it overloads her. She can easily tank some attacks without a problem, especially from a mid to even a few high-ranking exorcists. Or else what, Corta? Threatening me is not wise, and believe me, I am capable of easily destroying you right here and right now. That man is innocent and my word is final. I won't be surrendering him to you. If you want to make me change my decision, either talk to my brother or Sona Citri, alright? Zenobia gulped as she glared at Rias, but was terrified on what else Rias is capable of. Zenobia, that's enough, Irina spoke, calming Zenobia down. As she spoke with an apologetic tone, I apologize for her behavior. She can be a bit reckless and hot-tempered. It's fine, just make sure she does not try anything stupid. Rias gave a glance towards Issei as he sighed and came into the view. They had sneaked in before, but now, it was time to show themselves up. Yo! Did I miss the party? Zenobia and Irina turned to the one whose voice had spoken, and they became pale witnessing who was it that they were seeing. It was none other Issei himself, the man that they were looking for. The man that had stolen the fragments years ago. Zenobia was angry seeing him, but also was terrified. Irina herself was on the edge. This man was the once famed person known as the Honored One. They were terrified of what he was capable of. He had slain almost everyone that stood in his way when he was excommunicated and executed, but he destroyed anyone that stood in his way. She had heard stories of the man, and why her father was always on the edge whenever he used to be around. He was terrified of the person that he deemed as nothing but a monster. Been a while, Korda, Hyoudou, how are Griselda and Tuji doing? The girls were shaking from the presence of the person. He soon brought out the Excalibur, which was different. It was not in fragments like Michael expected it to be. They realized one thing: he had fused all the swords together and enhanced it, making it stronger than before. This is what you want, right? Korta? Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. Now it is in my hands. Issei spoke as he twirled the blade and spoke. Not only that, I am able to wield it perfectly, a natural-born wielder if you may, unlike Hyoudou over here. Kiba looked at the sword. However, unlike what many may expect, there was no anger in his eyes. The reason is that Issei revealed to him everything about the Holy Sword Project, and he revealed the culprit responsible for it. However, he vowed to hunt and kill Valper Galilei, the one responsible for many of his comrades' death. Issei was able to convince him to not blame an inanimate object for it, and even stated that it was out of Church's hands, so it was to not blame. He also remembered that one day, the day will come when he confronts Valper for his actions, since he was alive but excommunicated. So what will you do, Korta? Force it from my hands? Pry it off from my dead corpse? Issei spoke coldly. As Zenobia and Irina were on the edge, Zenobia was about to bring out Durandal and Irina was bringing out Hauteclair. But Issei did not let that happen, as he stabbed Zenobia in the hand and brought out a light blade aimed at her throat. Is that it? Zenobia gritted her teeth in pain. As Irina was on the edge, as he spoke, the church thought they could send what? 2 small fry exorcists that want me dead? Heh? This has to be a joke in its highest degree. Issei spoke with a mocking tone, as the two gritted their teeth in anger. Yet, here you are. I am pretty sure with how your kind operates, you would be sacrificing your own lives for nothing but failure. You know full well that I won't hesitate to kill anyone that threatens me in any way. This is what happened to Takumi and his squad all those years ago. I knew he had friends, I knew he had family. I gave him a chance to walk away, and what did he do? He chose to fight against me, and died for nothing, Issei declared angrily. He hated those that fought for nothing and died for nothing. Even if he fled, he would still be alive, and no lives would have been killed for no reason. The two were on the verge of tears, as Jean walked forward and kept her hand on Issei as he spoke. Issei-chan, it is pointless. Don't bother talking to them. They are blind to the dark side of the church that we have witnessed. Let them be. It is pointless to kill them. You will only drag in more trouble. Issei looked at Jean, who nodded, as he sighed and spoke. Jean is right. They are blind loyalists who think the church is in the right. Issei pulled back the blades and spoke. But harm me or my friends, and I will destroy you. The two nodded as they took a glance towards Asia. But before they could speak, Issei spoke with total coldness. Don't even think about it, Korda. I will kill you before you can even make a move on her. You see her as a witch, but she is a gentle soul, far better than any of you so-called do-gooders. Issei's words made Zenobia angry, as she glared at Issei. But before she could do anything, Irina spoke. Forget it, let's get out of here. Irina gave a glare towards Issei as she spoke. And Issei, let me tell you one thing. God will punish you for your crimes. The mere mention of God made the devils cringe, and hold their heads in pain. Issei then spoke. I would advise you two do-gooders to leave, before I end up killing the two of you. Issei's words made the two leave immediately. As he rushed to Rias and the others, are you all okay? Why yeah, we are fine, just a little headache. Rias spoke with a worried smile. He was really losing his patience with the church and some of the angels. He needed to talk to Gabriel about what comes next. However, he gets a call from an unknown number. As he speaks, I will be accepting the call. Take care, Rias and her peerage nodded, as he helped her up and left to accept the call. He soon picked up the phone, as someone spoke, "Oh, I am glad you could pick up the call. What do you want?" The speaker on the other side, as he spoke, "I just want a small favor. In return I can pay you some things in return for you and your friends. I want you to deal with Kokobel." That voice gave it away. "So you want me to eliminate Kokobel, right, Azazel?" The now identified Azazel laughed in response as he spoke. "Seems like I am quite familiar to you, honored one. That was a lifetime ago. Just call me Issei." Azazel agreed in response. "Very well, Issei, that is good enough for me, but in return I want you to help me with a small work." Azazel nodded as he spoke. "What is it that you want?" "I want your help in seals. Like holy seals, I want you to find a way to remove it." "Will you be able to do it?" Azazel thought for a moment, as he responded, "Come and meet me in the evening, and I will see what I can do along with the negotiations, okay?" "Right." Issei cuts the call off. As he cuts the call, he decided to speak to Gabriel before that, since she knew Azazel a lot before that. Scene change. Issei's house, shocked. First and foremost, I apologize on their behalf, Issei. I never thought they would attack you too for this. Gabriel spoke with an apologetic tone towards Issei. As he spoke, "It's not your fault. Michael must not have sent stronger reinforcements, but knowing him, he will soon send. Honestly, it was taking me everything to not send their heads to Michael himself." Gabriel wrapped her arms him, as she spoke to him. "I am just glad you did not. I fear losing you again, Gabi-chan." Issei keeps his hand on her as he speaks. "I am not going anywhere. That is a promise." Issei soon pushes her to the bed and brings her close to him. "You can count on it. I train every day to make sure that I can protect myself and you." Gabriel melts into his hug, and she rubs her head onto him. He pulls her closer to him and touches somewhere, when she flinches and has a red tint. She looked towards down, wondering why Issei touched that location of hers. Unbeknownst to Issei, he had touched the location where her wings were connected, which was her weak spot or erogenous zone. "You am Issei?" Gabriel spoke with a weak tone, as she looked at Issei, which made him concerned, as he asked, "What did I do? Why you are touching my well?" Gabriel spoke with a weak tone, making Issei pale as he immediately removed his hand, and spoke, "Sorry. I didn't know about your weak spot being there." Gabriel took a moment to fix herself as she spoke, and "No, it's alright. I know you are not the type to do this, I see. You never actually tried to do anything with me, and I am pretty sure that you wouldn't do that." Gabriel spoke while bringing Issei close to her chest as she added, "Truth be told, I do not mind you touching there, the location where my wings are connected, that is my weak spot. But just let me know if you want to touch there, my Issei. But I don't feel so right doing so, Gabi-chan. I could see that you are clearly uncomfortable with it. So I did not want to harm or hurt you in any manner." Gabriel was touched by this, as she soon gave a smile, and at Issei on the forehead as she had spoken. "I see, it's fine. You don't mind staying close to my so this is fine. I am pretty sure that as time passes, we will be more than just boyfriend and girlfriend." Gabriel spoke with a smile. As Issei remained like that for a while, Gabriel held his head for a while until they rested like this for a few hours. Few hours later, Issei and Gabriel soon wake up, as Gabriel speaks. "Speaking of which, you told me about Azazel, right?" "Yeah, how much you know about him?" Gabriel had a frown on her face. She then spoke with a sigh. "A lot. Issei often is interested in my than my own self. I still remember that once he had wished for some of my angel brothers and sisters, including myself, to fall. He wished to office for that." Gabriel spoke with annoyance as Drake spoke. "Gabriel is right. Azazel may be the Governor-General of the fallen angels, but he is also a massive pervert. So is that why Rainier was dressed like that? Before we got her a massive outfit change?" Drake added, "Yep, you got that one right. After that, what happened, Gabriel?" Gabriel spoke with a sigh. "Father, or biblical God, didn't like that one at all. In response, he gave him a lightning strike he would never forget." Gabriel spoke with a smile, as Issei nodded, internally gulping at what happened to Azazel. He couldn't help but pity the fallen angel, as Gabriel spoke with a sigh. "Well, it matters not, but aside from that, Azazel is one of the smartest fallen angels there is, so if he can help you with seal present in your memories, that means you will remember your past much faster than before." Issei nodded as he spoke. "I see, but just make sure he doesn't know of our relationship yet. I plan to make it official when we find a way to circumvent and prevent my fall, okay? Issei nodded as he soon decided to get dressed and head out to Azazel's location. Scene change. Building complex, Ko Town, 8 p.m. Issei looked around as he looked at his mobile to check the address that Azazel had sent him. He soon walked inside and rang the doorbell. As soon as he did, a tall man appearing to be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs and black goatee. He had worn a dark gray yukata and wooden slippers. This was Azazel, the leader of the fallen angels. Yo! So you finally made it, Issei. Issei rubbed his head and spoke. Yeah, so shall we discuss? Come inside then, Issei. Issei nodded as he headed inside. Once he did, he decided to bring him some beer, as he had taken whiskey for himself. As he spoke, do you wish for a stronger drink? Nope, I don't often drink, but for now beer will do. Azazel nodded as Issei opened his can of beer and took a sip from it. He then spoke. So what is it? Are you going to accept? I was never against dealing with Gabriel. He is a potential problem to not only me, but to my friends as well. But in return I want you to give me $0 million US. Sounds good. Azazel looked up while taking a sip of whiskey as he spoke. I am alright with giving you the money. It was the other thing we wanted to discuss, from what I presume. Yeah, the seal. Would you take a look at it? Azazel nodded as he spoke. How about you follow me, Issei? Sure. Issei saw not much in this. If Azazel is offering to help with the seals, that would be the best option, to take his word and look after the seals. Gabriel was helping him in any way she can, but the best person who can help him for the time being is Azazel himself. He did not know Ajuka all that well, so Azazel was the best option. He took him to a device that had many scanners and other magical detectors. As he had spoken, Issei, lie on the bed. It will take me a few minutes for me to analyze it. All right. Issei did so. As he rested on the bed, Azazel began analyzing his body for the magic. He looked at the seal that was on his head, as he looked towards Issei, while seeing his vitals, checking whether everything is fine or not. He looked at Issei, and spoke after some minutes. You are done, Issei. You can get down now. Issei nodded. As Azazel looked at the monitor witnessing his vitals, he then spoke. Now then, for your analysis, it is a high-level memory sealing magic spell. No, I would say it is higher, with several reinforcements that would protect it from removing it from his body. THS seal also has a failsafe. If it is removed completely, it will trigger a memory spell that would instantly trigger a sleeping comatose state. In other words, if the seal does get removed or destroyed, as a last-ditch effort, it will put you in almost near-death state. It won't be easy to remove the seal that is in your head, Issei. Azazel spoke as he continued. Not to mention, the seal is done by a seraph. No, this is archangel level. My best guess is Michael. He must have been the one to put that seal upon you. Someone must have told you about the seal being from angelic origins, right? Issei nodded as he remembered Gabriel telling him this, wondering why would someone seal his memories. Now with what Azazel's saying, Michael was the one responsible. He knew that Michael not only was the one that created and installed the seal on his memories, but also was the one that had done something in his childhood which was why he had lost his memories. He needed answers from that bastard, but he wanted to wait for the right opportunity. He needed to talk about Gabriel considering what had happened. So what do you plan on doing? Hope you don't plan on attacking Michael to get your memories or remove his seal. Azazel spoke with concern and seriousness. As Issei spoke, I will think about it. Now it makes a bit sense why Michael always hated me. I had this seal since a long time, only remembering a portion of my memories quite recently. The name Mari is all I remembered. Michael must have done something in my childhood and sealed my memories. I only remember my memories when I was just 6 years old. Before that, I remember nothing. Mari was the first memory I remember. Azazel was surprised. This meant he does not remember any memory from below 6 years old. He took this in note. As he spoke, I see. Issei, I would advise you to go home. I will see on how I can remove the seal without triggering a comatose state inside of you. Issei nodded as he asked, how long will it take? It will take days at most, so need not worry. I have research based on this, so you are covered there. Issei nodded in response, as he could only hope that they find a way to remove the seal in his memories. Scene change. Alleyway, Town, 0:0 p.m. Issei was walking home, as he spoke to Drake. So Drake, what do you think? How would my memories be like? From that last flash, you seem very close with this Mari person of yours. I can only tell that you must have had a great childhood, Drake mused, as Issei nodded in agreement, not remembering on what happened after that. All he knew is that Michael had a hand in doing so. Suddenly, the dimension started to change, much to Issei's surprise. He wondered if this was Kokobil's doing, but to his surprise, a female voice called him out. Issei. Issei turned his gaze, and scowled, looking at the woman. He recognized who she was. She was a beautiful woman appearing in her late zeros to early zeros with blue eyes. She had an appearance of a beauty who looked like she was from Northern Europe and had features that were standing out like an actress. She is also well endowed underneath her nun attire. This was Griselda Quarta. Seems like Michael sent one of the tough ones this time. Issei spoke with a mocking tone, as Griselda growled in response. As she spoke, I give you one choice. Either you can surrender the Excalibur to me, or you will perish like you should have years ago. Issei only laughed in response to her claims, as he responded, many of your kinds couldn't stop me. What makes you think you stand a chance, Griselda? You harmed my ward Zenobia. For that you will dash. Griselda angrily exclaims as Issei cuts her off and speaks, be grateful I did not send her corpse straight back to Vatican, along with Irina's Hyoudou, Griselda. I could have easily killed those two idiots, but I chose not to. Issei spoke coldly as Griselda was taken aback, as he continued, and maybe teach that kid your manners. She has no respect for others, and is hot-headed. She will only get herself killed, just like today. Why you? You will regret this, Issei. Issei shook his head, and spoke, I would like to see you try, Griselda Quarta. Issei brought out the Excalibur, which was fully formed. Much to her surprise, she had to get it from him, or away from him, and she would die to complete the mission. Scene change. Issei's house, 00 p.m. Siegfried was preparing for his bed. He knew tomorrow there would be a chance that he will have to deal with something important. He soon headed to bed, as someone was watching him from a distance. This was the same blue-haired woman who had come to Town looking for someone. I found you, my dear Sieg. The woman spoke, as she headed into Siegfried's room. Scene change. Hidden chamber, second heaven, 00 a.m. Michael was walking through the prison, passing by those imprisoned in the Tower of Babel. As he walked towards the person, that was a woman. The woman was described to have brown hair and brown eyes. Her hair was long but messy. Her body was filled with bruises and injuries. She wore tattered clothes, which showed her skin. She was chained and raised in the air, as her brown eyes were lost but still held some fire in them. What do you want, Seraph? The woman spoke with utter spite as Michael scowled in response. As he spoke, it is your brother, he is being a constant pain. The woman had a smirk and respond, that is good to hear, a bastard like you deserves it. I can't wait for the day for him to come and deal with you once and for all. Why you? Michael raised his hands, only for the woman to retort, slapping me won't do a bastard like you any good. You will get what you deserve. What you did with me and my brother. Justice and vengeance will come for you. Your clock is ticking, Archangel. No. You don't deserve that title. You will lose everything. That is my promise to you. One day you will get what you deserve. You bastard, the woman declared angrily as Michael only looked at her with disdain and dropped his hand. He gave a glare towards her and kicked her, making her cough up. The woman only laughed at him and spoke, is that all? The woman coughs up again. Once Issei finds out on what you did to his sister, he will destroy you. Your fears will come real, and nobody will side with you once this is all done. You will die a horrible, miserable death. Just watch. The woman gave a glare to Michael, making him grit his teeth. But nervous, he couldn't kill her since she possessed something he wanted to gain, and to keep Issei in check. But he was terrified, and was fearful on what Issei plans to do once he finds out. He will never find out about it. I have put a seal on his memories. He will never remember them. Michael angrily declared, causing the woman to laugh to his face as she spoke. Heh. Don't make me laugh. You will see it yourself, you and all your collaborators, including that son of a bitch Tuji Hyoudou. Michael scoffed and walked away. As he spoke while clenching his fists in anger, the woman spoke before he left. Your clock is ticking, Michael. Your time will come. Michael gritted his teeth and punched the wall, causing a dent in it, as he spoke with anger. You will never be free, and I will never die, no matter what happens. Mari Hyoudou! Michael angrily declared. He will never let the woman see the light of the day. No matter what happens. Issei's house, 00 a.m. Siegfried was deep asleep. As he was dozing off, a bright light suddenly woke him up. He rubbed his eyes, speaking, Gabriel, is that you? Siegfried wondered why Gabriel was heading inside in this manner, when she normally uses the door. He rubbed his eyes, and looked at the magic circle. As he spoke, that's no angelic circle, that is dash. Siegfried was unable to complete, until someone came out. Siegfried looked at the woman and became enamored by her. He had never seen a woman this beautiful. This woman was described to be a beautiful blue-haired woman. She had long flowing hair, she wore a black blazer, a white shirt, a black pants, and heels. She had long flowing hair, she wore a black blazer, a white shirt, a black pants, and heels. I finally found you, my dear Siegfried, the woman spoke with a neutral yet happy tone. As Siegfried was stunned, as he spoke, he felt the woman to be familiar, yet he has never met her in his life at all. Who even are you? Like, have we met before? Siegfried asked with confusion, as the woman shook her head, and spoke, I will explain everything. But are you willing to listen, my dear Siegfried? Siegfried was on guard. He had his gram on guard, which made the woman flinch. She did not want to fight Siegfried at all, but she did approach him by entering his room without permission. Lady, you came in my room, and entered into my room. You claim to know me, and call me dear. Listen, I don't want any trouble, please leave my room and there won't be any trouble. The woman sighed. She walked forward without any fear. She made herself as less intimidating as possible. While Siegfried was on guard, he was lowering it little by little. She kept his sword down, sitting down beside him on the bed, and spoke. Keep that inside, it will only harm you, and I don't want to see get hurt. The woman spoke with a gentle smile, as she put her head forward and kept his blade down, making it fall on the bed. Gram, which was glowing, was no longer doing so. Siegfried was looking at the woman, who was able to subdue and calm him without any hesitation. Her hands were warm, despite outside being a bit cold. It's okay, my dear Siegfried, I am not your enemy. I am someone you once cared for. The woman spoke with a trailing voice, as Siegfried spoke with a tone of calmness and neutrality. She did not harm him even when she had the power to do so. He recognized the magic circle, meaning she was from the Norse pantheon, which further meant the woman in front of him was a Valkyrie. Who even are you? Siegfried spoke, as he could sense the woman to be someone that did not want to harm him at all. But that begged the question, what was a Valkyrie doing here? What did she mean to him? What did she know about him? Judging by this, she really cared for him, but if so, why did she do so? My name is Brynhilde. It is finally nice to meet you, my dear Siegfried. The now identified Brynhilde gave a gentle smile which had full of warmth and kindness. This woman was Brynhilde, one of Norse's strongest beings, and the chief Valkyrie of Asgard. Opening start, opening end. Issei looked towards Griselda with a look of boredom and annoyance while showing the blade to her. As he spoke, so this blade, it belongs to the church, you say? Yes. Now hand it over. Issei only shook his head and spoke, no. The Excalibur never belonged to the church. Griselda growled in response. As he continued, it belonged to the Pendragon family. Years ago, the sword was gifted by Arthur Pendragon to the church. However, in a matter of recklessness, they destroyed the sword. But despite this, the Pendragon family forgave them and kept this secret from the fairy faction, who would have definitely have grilled us alive had we kept the sword destroyed. Issei explained as he continued, but you know who really fixed this sword and went through the pain to do so? Me. I did it. None of the church had the balls to head to the fairies and own up to their mistake. Issei spoke with a frustrated tone as he continued. When I found the last fragment ruler that was in the hands of current Pendragon leader to gain that, I immediately set out to the fairy kingdom in Ireland. Griselda was getting more impatient and angrier by the second. She was hating every single moment of this. She was going to get the sword one way or another. I was fortunate to not have been killed or hunted by any of the supernatural or Irish gods that were residing there. I entered into the location that was meant to house the kingdom, and informed the fairy Queen Titania about what had happened. Needless to say, she was not happy with what the church had done, but I was able to convince her to fix the sword, and I even assisted her in making it stronger and durable so that your moronic attitude doesn't break it again, that is, even if you get it. Griselda could be seen clenching her fists in anger, as she was about to explode, as she was about to dash, and brought out a light sword and shouted, "You will return the sword one way or another." Issei blocked her strike with relative ease, as he spoke. "Sorry, but I made a promise to Titania to never return it back to the church, and I shall fulfill my word." Griselda was not happy, as she kept clashing against him as she was getting even more impatient by the second. Issei was able to parry every strike with ease and without much problem. A/N. I don't own this GIF or sword art online. Seems like you are tougher than I thought. Griselda taunted Issei, who only responded with a challenging grin. You are weaker than what I expected. I wasn't even trying with it, Corda. And like your ward who I wounded, you let your anger and impatience get the better of you. How pathetic. Why you dash? Griselda was about to charge when someone released her aura and responded, enough. The two looked to see Seraph Gabriel flying over them. She was not happy with what had happened, as Griselda was terrified of what was going to happen. As she spoke, "A Lady Gabriel. I can explain." Gabriel was not having any of it. She had heard on how Griselda attacked him for no reason, but to gain the Excalibur back. As she spoke, "I don't want to hear it. You attacked a bystander who was only heading back from his home. Who was it that asked you to attack him?" Gabriel asked, to which Griselda became nervous. As she spoke again, "I will ask you one final time. If you don't answer, you will be excommunicated from the church." Fine, Lady Gabriel. It was Archangel Michael. Griselda spoke with fear. She did not want to get excommunicated. She could only give a frustrated sigh. It was not only Zenobia and Irina they sent after him, but also Griselda. Issei could have easily killed all three of them and sent their corpses and heads back to Michael. "I will speak to him personally. You know, your actions could have not only resulted in your death but also alert the devils in this place. Not only would this jeopardize the already risky and dicey situation that is currently between the three factions, but also would have resulted in a war had any of the devil, or devil heiresses to be precise, harmed, cause you harmed someone that is in good relations with them. We could have faced complete extinction. Do you understand the gravity of your actions, Griselda Corda?" Griselda was shivering, realizing on how badly she had screwed up. She shuddered on what was going to happen, as Gabriel continued. "Even my stay here is me hiding my presence completely to make sure that the devils won't sense me and try to attack me. But you forced me to reveal my presence. I would suggest you to leave this town, right now. No exceptions." Griselda looked at her and towards Issei, who was smirking. She internally was furious but had no choice but to comply. As she spoke, "Lord Michael wants his sword. He thinks that Issei does not deserve it." Griselda spoke, trying to convince Gabriel, such that she can ask Issei to return it back. Gabriel shook her head and spoke, "I see him worthy. He not only found a way to fix the sword, but can also wield it flawlessly, so you can tell him that I gave him the approval to wield the sword." Griselda could only look down in defeat as she walked away. Gabriel once again masked her presence, as she gave a glare to Issei, making him slightly nervous. "We are going to talk about what happened, alright?" Gabriel was annoyed that Issei didn't reveal his visit to the kingdom of the fairies. She needed to know why she was not informed, as Issei risked his own life just to restore the Excalibur completely. Issei could only nod in response, as Gabriel created a magic circle and teleported the two away before any devil could get to them. Scene change. Alleyway, town, shocked. "Pim. So, are you going to tell me why you went to the fairy kingdom?" Gabriel spoke with an annoyed tone. As Issei spoke, "Well, one you never asked," and Gabriel gave a glare, making Issei nervous. She was one of the few that made him really nervous when it came to his life and safety. She then spoke, "You know you could have gotten killed, right?" "Yeah, that is true. Turns out the fairies were not happy at all when I showed them the broken Excalibur." Issei spoke as he recounted everything that he had to do just to regain the trust of the fairies and their eventual queen that was present. Flashback. Issei had walked inside the fairy kingdom's palace. As one of the soldiers spoke, "Human, our queen will be seeing you soon. You are lucky that the queen was free, else you would have to wait for days." "I understand. I won't take much time of hers." The soldier nodded and flew into the air using the fairy kingdom. Soon enough, someone came into the viewing. This was the fairy queen Titania herself. She was described to be a beautiful blonde-haired with cyan eyes and pointed elven ears. She had an hourglass figure and wore a flower crown. She wore green clothing which was comprised of a dress and a jewelry. She wore 2 earrings and had 2 beautiful fairy wings. She wore green slacks and had a dress that displayed her body perfectly. She radiated a graceful aura which was present. Issei sensed that she was completely pure in nature. So you must be the human that I was informed. Titania spoke with a melody that could easily calm even the most angriest of people, as she continued, My name is Titania. I am the descendant of the original fairy queen Titania and fairy king Oberon. It is good to meet you. What is your name, young man? My name is Issei, just Issei. Titania, may I call you that? Titania spoke gracefully and with a gentle smile, You can Issei. Now then, I have a feeling that you will not like this at all. Issei revealed the broken shards of Excalibur. It didn't take Titania to sense this was the same sword as Excalibur, as she lost her smile and became annoyed. She then spoke, Issei, what is the meaning of this? I gave the Pendragon family the sword for their safekeeping and to uphold the bond between our and their kingdom, to maintain the bond between fairies and humans, so how did this sword break? I am going to need a proper explanation for this, Titania demanded as Issei spoke with a sigh. I will explain everything. It has been years since the sword has been broken, centuries even. However, the church hid this fact from the rest of the fairies while using their fragments to create copy blades. I brought this here, in the hopes that you can fix it. Issei, I must say, you had the courage to show up here and bring the broken sword back to me. Normally, we would have gone to war had we found out without someone telling me this personally. It took a lot of work by my people to actually build the sword and gave it to the Pendragon family. But why did they not show up? And why did someone with no last name give the sword? And I don't mean to insult you by calling you without your last name. Titania spoke while having a low anger in her tone. She was still polite despite her internal anger. She did not hate Issei for bringing the sword, but the church for hiding this, as she asked, So are you part of the church? Not anymore. I took the fragments from them, while they wanted me dead for my power, and defeated the last fragment from Arthur Pendragon, and now I have all of the fragments. Titania looked at him confused, losing even the amount of anger she had as she asked, What power? Issei revealed the boosted gear and spoke, I am the Red Dragon Emperor, and the one known as the Honored One, Titania. Titania became surprised by this revelation. She knew the person in front of her was really strong, and she heard stories of the Honored One, who was even invulnerable to magic to some extent. The boy seemed trustworthy enough, and not evil. She could sense from her intuition that this Red Dragon Emperor was not like many others. Not only that, he came to the fairies to help with the situation, knowing that he might get killed. Even telling everything about the situation, Titania couldn't help but respect him. She soon composed herself as she spoke. So what are you going to do with the sword fragments? Titania asked, to which Issei responded, That is why I came here, so that you can help me fix this sword. So will you help me? Titania looked at Issei for a moment, and gave a nod. She soon smiled and spoke, I will, but only on 2 conditions. Titania seemed to be serious, as she continued, First condition is that you must not give the sword to anyone, especially to the church, no matter what happens. And 2, you will stay in my palace as a guest, so that I will train you in the blade, and assist you in reforging it. You will be reforging it with my fairies. Do you accept these conditions? I am all right with it. Titania soon gave a gentle smile, as she spoke. Well then, shall we begin? Issei nodded, as Titania assisted him in training and kept a watch over him. They both also fixed and reforged the sword, and Titania taught him in using the sword. She smiled upon how Issei was learning, and she learned even more about him, although there was not much. She frowned upon why Issei was exiled and lost even more respect for the church. Several weeks had passed, and it was time to leave. Titania soon said her goodbyes, along with the fairies who he had befriended. Issei also left her as well, but not before embracing his friend, much to her surprise, as she returned the embrace, as he left and headed back home. Unknown to him, that Titania was starting to admire him. 8. Flashback ends. So that is what happened. Issei explained as Gabriel nodded. She took a report of everything that had happened, so when Michael does ask or demand for the swords, she and Issei will have something to speak. I see. Gabriel spoke, after which she took a deep breath and responded, I am just glad nothing happened to you. But even then, how did you even enter into the fairy kingdom? From all I know, it is hidden from the rest of the world. It took me some research and some spying of fairy-related magic that led me to that location. But I can't reveal its location. I made a promise to Titania before I had left. She wants to keep her faction hidden from the rest of the supernatural world, for as long as she can. Gabriel nodded in response and spoke. I understand I need to tell Michael something, so that he does not send more exorcists after you, like he did for Griselda, Irina and Zenobia. Gabriel spoke, to which Issei spoke with a shrug, Don't bother, he will keep sending more and more exorcists to gain the sword, until I send one of their heads back to his place. He won't give up. Issei sighs and speaks, But that is not what I am concerned about. He won't be happy with how things have become. He will surely send one of the 10 seraphs, and this can be a problem. I don't mind dealing with them, but I don't want to harm them for no reason. Gabriel nodded in agreement. As she spoke, I know, that is why I will inform Brother Michael, before things get worse. You can, I never stopped you, but only if things get worse, then you go and inform. If he does send Dulio. Issei spoke with a serious tone, I may have to go even further. Dulio is one of the strongest exorcists, even stronger than Griselda. This is due to his sacred gear, Zenith Tempest, the ability to control weather itself. It even can control elements. And while Dulio is nowhere near the full potential, but even then, him using that technique can demoralize my fighting spirit. Issei spoke with frustration, knowing how annoying that technique is, but it wouldn't work due to Issei remembering what he fights for. He was able to defeat Dulio twice in their fights. That is true, and worse, he is completely and blindly loyal to Michael, meaning he will follow any order what he says, even if it means losing his own life in return. Gabriel spoke with concern, as they reached their home, when they sensed the presence of an unknown being. A Valkyrie? Issei asked with a tone of surprise. As Gabriel nodded, they wondered why a Valkyrie is here. They headed inside to see Kuroka, Rainier and Jean outside the room. As Kuroka spoke, I am glad you two could make it. The room seems quiet, only talks between Siegfried and an unknown female. We knew there is a Valkyrie, but we didn't know why she is here. We're waiting for the two of you. Rainier spoke as she added, we couldn't risk fighting her. That seems fair. I am glad you didn't try anything reckless. Issei spoke, as he continued, well, I am curious, what were they talking about? More about some things. The woman calls herself Brynhilde. Apparently they seem to have a very close bond, like they are someone that are well-known lovers. Kuroka spoke as Issei realized this, and had a cheeky grin. As he spoke, well, it seems like our Sieg has finally found a love life. You think so too, huh? Sieg-chan has finally found his lover. Jean spoke with amusement. As Issei spoke, maybe we should leave them be. You are right, and you all shouldn't be invading his privacy like that. Gabriel spoke with a serious tone. As Issei retorted, oh please, even you were curious about it. No, I am not. Gabriel spoke truthfully, but Issei only walked behind her and looked at her wings, which had a slight gray in color. As he spoke, caught you lying, you really were curious. Gabriel grumbled in response, as a red tint formed on her face due to embarrassment. As she spoke, I am going to sleep, and you all should probably head back to sleep and leave the two be. The others nodded in agreement. As they all left the two lovers to talk it out, Gabriel was the first to leave and others followed suit. They decided to leave the two to talk it out. Scene change. Issei's room, 00 a.m. Issei was a bit nervous, as Gabriel sat on the opposite with her arms crossed as he asked, Gabriel, you are angry? Gabriel did not respond. She was a bit annoyed by what had happened. As Issei spoke with a smirk, you seem angry, aren't you? But why? The world may never know. Gabriel had a tick mark on her forehead, as she knew it was Issei that made her angry. I am not angry, Issei. Gabriel retorted in an annoyed manner as Issei asked, really? Don't make me repeat myself. Gabriel retorted, she knew about why she is angry. Not only did he not tell her about his trip to the fairy kingdom, But also she was a bit embarrassed when Issei had revealed her curiosity to everyone. Issei only lied down, as he spoke. Okay. Gabriel turned her gaze towards Issei. She looked to see Issei had really dozed off. She decided to sleep next to him. As Issei spoke while suddenly opening his eyes and spoke, "Good, the storm has passed." Gabriel turned her gaze away as she thought with embarrassment. So that's what he was trying to do. She soon turned around and was about to speak, but Issei pulled her towards him and spoke. "Look, I know you are mad about the fairy thing, worried that I would have been killed about what happened now. But know this, you can count on it, that I will always be there for you." Gabriel lost any and all anger she had and melted into his hug. As she hummed in response, she cared for him a lot and cherished him even more. She would do anything for him. She hoped that Michael would see reason and not hate Issei. However, Gabriel is unaware on why Michael hates Issei, and it will really break her. Scene change. First Heaven, Vatican, 7 p.m. Griselda was having a conversation with Michael. As she spoke, "I am sorry, Lord Michael. Lady Gabriel prevented me from getting the sword." Michael had anger in his face. He was really furious at how many attempts to regain the Excalibur had gone into failure. He, at first, tried to locate the sword by locating Issei, and when he found him, he immediately acted upon this by sending Irina and Zenobia. When their failure was reported, he sent Griselda, who had the skill, but was stopped by Gabriel, his angel sister. TCH. I should have never agreed to sending Gabriel there. Michael spoke with anger, thinking that Gabriel saved him from being killed by Griselda, not knowing it was the other way around, since Issei would have likely sent their corpses back to Michael. So what should we do? Michael looked at Griselda as he spoke with a deep breath, calming himself down as he spoke. I cannot send one of my seraphs to that location, else there would be a chance for a war. We can only solve this in one way. We need to demand him to give the swords back to us when the meeting happens. Plus I can't reveal on why I need the sword. That bastard was able to recreate Excalibur from scratch. This means he must have met up with someone who can. Michael thought with anger, wondering who he had met up with. Unbeknownst to him, the ring he was wearing was glowing even more, something which Griselda was able to take notice of. She soon asked, "Lord Michael, your ring?" Michael noticed that and spoke, "Oh right, I apologize, this is a magical ring that is an experiment the church scientists have been working on." "It is not to worry, Griselda." Griselda looked at him and nodded, as he responded, "You can leave now, Griselda. You have done more than enough. I will handle Issei." "As you wish, Lord Michael." Griselda left the scene as Michael gave a frustrated sigh. Issei has been becoming an even bigger problem to him. He did not risk wanting to trigger a war by sending someone to attack him. Instead, he had to find another way to eliminate him, and he knew just exactly on who to send. "Lord Michael, what is the plan now?" Michael turned around to see a light brown-haired man with purple eyes talking to him. He immediately teleported the two to a room where no one would see or hear them. He had worn a priest ornamental clothing which was black in color with a priest collar in the cassock, a priest pellegrina, and a gold pectoral necklace around his neck. He was holding a book in his hands. This was Toji Shide. I would normally send Dulio to deal with him. He has been eager on getting back on Issei. He would love to torment him, due to Gabriel staying near Issei. But I cannot do so, and risk her and some others knowing of my true intentions. If that happens, I will lose everything. You remember what happened years ago, right, Toji? Toji nodded as he spoke. Yes, and Hyoudou was a fool to trust and make friends with me. He was nothing but easy prey. Toji spoke with a cold tone, not caring for what had happened years ago about how his actions had left a very dangerous impact. Exactly, if I send any more, Gabriel will get suspicious and I cannot let that happen. Scene change. Issei's house, 9 a.m. Issei and the others had finally woken up for school. As he looked at Siegfried, who was the last to wake up, as he spoke, "Good morning, everyone." "Morning, Sieg-chan." Jean spoke happily as he took a seat and started to drink some juice. She then asked, "So Siegfried, how is your girlfriend doing?" Siegfried almost choked on his drink as he had a red tint on his face. As he spoke, "She is not my girlfriend, Jean." "That means you do admit that you were talking to a girl yesterday?" Siegfried looked at Issei, who had a cheeky grin on his face as he became even more redder as he asked, "Were you all spying in my room?" "We all were, and the talks were so good." That Valkyrie spoke, "Oh my dear Siegfried, how I miss you." And we should probably settle down, Kuroka teased with a mocking tone, making Siegfried more redder, as he could only bang his head on the table, embarrassed at what happened, as Issei struck his back multiple times and spoke. Oh, I am so happy that my bestie has found his type. Issei exclaimed as Siegfried retorted, shut up, Issei. Anyways, we are not exactly a thing, we have decided to take it slow, getting to know about each other before actually becoming a thing. Siegfried spoke with frustration, as he hoped that Brynhilde was not like her past self. He remembered on how Brynhilde wanted to make amends for what her previous self had done, the one that preceded her. But Siegfried did not hate her at all, and didn't blame her for what that Brynhilde did. Yeah, I would be surprised if you two became a thing, knowing you, Sieg-chan. Jean spoke with a mocking tone, as Siegfried had a tick mark on his forehead as he reeled it in. They soon decided to have their breakfast and continue on to school. Scene change. Unknown location, Ko Town, 0:0 a.m. You know, you could have easily gotten caught, Brynhilde. The one who spoke was Odin. He was described to have the appearance of an elderly man with long, gray hair, and a matching beard. He wears a gold and white monocle over his left eye, without the addition of the chain. Odin wears a robe, which is short and blue with a gold lining on the top and bottom of the collar, the sleeves of the robe, and at the front of his robes all the way down to the bottom of the robe. The rest of his robe is white with matching shoes. Odin also wears a golden and black hat, which is sectioned off into 5 mini-sections that sport either the color black or gold. The top, middle, and bottom is gold, and the sections in black are below and above the middle one. The black section features blue orbs at the ordinal points, north, east, west, south, etc., and between the blue orbs are red dots. I know, Lord Odin, but I feel like as Brynhilde, it is my duty to make amends with the current hero Siegfried and fix what my old self had done. Odin could only give a sigh as he spoke. How many times do I need to explain this? What she did in the past and what Siegfried did in the past is not your and his faults. If you fall in love with that boy without obligation, it would be much stronger, and your bond will become much better. That was what caused the original Brynhilde and Siegfried to fall in love, Brynhilde of the current generation. Odin spoke as Brynhilde looked down. She then spoke with a sad tone. I just wanted to fix the damage from my side. Brynhilde spoke with sadness as Odin spoke while keeping his hand on her. I understand this, Brynhilde, but you should know that you will be hurting more if you are with him out of an obligation, rather than true love. Brynhilde looked at Odin and nodded. So tell me, are you in love with that boy? In most cases, love does take time to form. So are you really in love, Brynhilde? Brynhilde remained silent for a moment, as Odin looked at her waiting for an answer. He knew that she wouldn't fall in love with him immediately, but he wanted to hear it from his own words. I have a small attraction for him. Odin gave a smile as he spoke. Slow steps, Brynhilde. Slow steps. So, Lord Odin? What are you going to do now? Odin soon had a perverted smile as he spoke. I will probably go to strip clubs. Do tell Rosweiss about it. Brynhilde had a sweat drop as she muttered, I pity Rosweiss sometimes. Scene change. Issei was in Ko Academy walking alongside Rias. As she had spoken, I can't believe that a Valkyrie had managed to sneak inside your house and actually try to propose to Siegfried. Rias spoke with a cheerful tone, but internally she couldn't believe that another being from a different pantheon had came into her town. On the bright side, she did not come for Issei but Siegfried. She was happy for him. Yep, although they are not a thing, I am just glad that Siegfried actually found someone that can care for him. Issei spoke with happiness, as Rias asked, but I see, you never told me that you actually found and located the fairy kingdom. But how did you manage, knowing the fact that they prefer staying hidden? Rias spoke with an intrigue, as Issei responded. It was hard, but days of investigation allowed me to locate their kingdom, but I am afraid I can't reveal their location. Sorry, Rias. Rias shook her head and spoke. No, I understand if you have some obligations. I didn't even tell Gabriel about it. Rias was surprised as she asked, You didn't EWHY? I thought you would. I made a promise to their queen that I won't reveal their location. They wish to keep themselves hidden, and until they wish to reveal themselves, I won't tell a soul about their hidden location. Rias nodded in understanding as she spoke. I see. And what kind of a place was this fairy kingdom? Issei responded. One of the gorgeous locations a human has ever witnessed. Trust me, Rias, you would be blown away if you were to ever visit them. That is good, Rias muttered, as they soon headed inside the building due to the bell ringing, unaware that a certain fallen cadre is planning an attack upon the location of Ko and the Devil Sisters. Los Angeles, Lux, 9 a.m. Issei was inside a penthouse. He remembered on how he was sent all the way to that place. He gave a sigh looking at Gabriel. She now wore a black pants, and a black sleeveless dress, and green hoops and jewelry along with bangles and earrings. She decided to wear all black for this one. Issei looked the same as he did in his date with Rainier. The reason the two were here was because Surzex had specifically asked them that the person in this house asked him and Gabriel to visit them. As he spoke, "You know why we are here, right, Gabriel?" Gabriel nodded. She had specifically could sense the demonic energy in this room, and she was not interested in traveling all this way here. Additionally, Gabriel was requested to come all the way here. She decided to wear the new clothing that she had recently purchased, along with all the jewelry that she usually had. When she was told about this, she decided to become more presentable. Due to how the mansion looked, even Issei decided to wear something amazing, as he wore the same clothing as he wore for his date, excluding the earrings. But even then, why would a devil be here of all places? Like, shouldn't they be in the underworld? Gabriel asked with a normal tone. She knew that the place was meant to be highly surging in demonic magic, meaning a strong devil was here. Someone spoke from the surroundings. "I believe I can answer that, honored one, sister." Gabriel and Issei looked towards the direction of the voice, as Gabriel spoke with a surprised tone. "Lucy?" The person Lucy was described to be a dark-haired man with a model-like face and a muscular body. He had sported a dark suit, which composed of a black blazer and black shirt, along with black pants and black shoes. He had the shadow of a devil behind him. "No way!" Issei exclaimed as he spoke. "You are supposed to be dead." Well, news of my death was greatly exaggerated, although can't say the same for my comrades in war who died noble deaths due to their own ambitions of world domination. Lucifer walked towards the pub. As he spoke, "Shall I get you a drink or two?" Gabriel was stunned seeing her former brother here. He was one of the few that survived the Great War. This meant that he faked his death. She was in a complete daze seeing none other than Lucifer to be alive. "So why did you call us? What are your intentions, Morning Star?" Lucifer only chuckled as he spoke. "How about taking a seat and we will talk about how I faked my death and why I called you here, okay?" Issei nodded as he kept his hand on Gabriel, who gasped as she looked towards Issei, as she could only give a nod. She soon took a seat as she had so many questions for her former brother. Lucifer was preparing a cocktail for the two as he soon kept the drinks on the ground as he spoke. "Bloody Mary. For the legendary former exorcist Issei, and my sister Gabriel. A reunion between the two of us. Have a drink." Issei looked at the drink for a moment as he took it. Lucifer sighed in response and spoke with an annoyed tone. "It is not poisoned. I literally have no reason to kill you. You can count on it. I wouldn't be calling you here if I wanted to kill you." "All right." Issei took a sip of it as he spoke. "It is really good." "Well, I am glad you could like it." Lucifer spoke with a smile as he looked towards Gabriel, who was still silent, as he asked, "Aren't you going to have a drink?" "No, I don't drink, haven't touched a sip of alcohol." Gabriel spoke with an emotionless tone, something that Lucifer picked up, as he spoke with a cheerful tone. "Come, Gabriel, having a sip or two wouldn't kill ya?" "I said no, Lucifer." Gabriel spoke sternly as Lucifer spoke in response. "Well, alright then, I will probably take it." Gabriel looked at Lucifer as he just completely drank the drink completely, as he asked, "So what is it that you wanted to ask me of? How are you alive? In the Great War, you were killed in the war. Even Drake saw your dead corpse." Lucifer looked at Issei, who had asked the question, as Drake added, "Yeah, I even saw your corpse when you were weakened by Albion and slain by one of the fallen angel. How did you make it out alive?" "Well, considering you did burn my wings, you overgrown lizard." Lucifer spoke with a mocking tone, as Drake could be heard grumbling as he added, "It was actually surprising to see myself alive. Being the only lone survivor of the Great War, I was all alone surrounded by a mountain of corpses and feathers that belonged to my current and former brethren. I was the only one alive, seeing the death and destruction around me. I was horrified knowing what I had done. I walked away and roamed the earth for centuries, watching and living amongst the human race for far too long. and it turns out the same humans that I used to look down upon, I was starting to like them. Lucifer spoke with a chuckle as he sat with his left leg on his right knee, as he continued. I had to stay hidden, and it turns out the USA is perfect for hiding away from those that wanted me dead or restored to the throne, but after living amongst the humans for so long actually changed my interests. Now I sometimes enjoy being amongst mortals. Lucifer explained his past life as Issei nodded. He was about to ask about returning back to the underworld as he responded. Not interested. Beserk's Gremory is doing a very good job as my replacement. He is someone I approve leading hell in my absence, permanent absence. So you can inform him that, alright? Issei nodded again as Gabriel remained silent. Lucifer was glancing at her. He then spoke. Gabriel, don't you want to speak anything? Even words of hate would be fine, since angels are known to detest and despise devils. You know, followers of God against the rebellious of God and all who want to talk about anything? Gabriel looked at Lucifer, who had the same smile as before his fall. As Gabriel spoke, I want to talk alone, Issei. Oh yeah, sure? I believe you two would sure love to catch up. Lucifer gave a smile. As he spoke, I believe you should not touch anything, you can admire it from a distance. Scene change. So what did you want to talk about, sister? Quite the wardrobe you are wearing, rare for you to see wearing the black and those golden earrings. Lucifer spoke, as he took a sip of whiskey. As Gabriel spoke in a low tone, why did you hide your existence? Pardon me? Lucifer asked, to which Gabriel spoke, why did you hide yourself? I thought you were really gone. It was not easy, with many wanting me dead, especially your angels. I had to choose a place that had the least supernatural activity. I tried Europe, but many of the angels wanted me dead. Had to take them down in self-defense. Eventually I managed to reach here. In this place where I wouldn't be hunted down for being the Devil King himself. Lucifer spoke with a tone of genuine sadness. He soon hears droplets falling. Turning his gaze, he saw Gabriel crying while looking down. As he immediately approached her and spoke. Gabriel, I didn't mean to hurt you, sure the truth would come out. But I never intended to hurt you. I thought you would just hate me, like all of my former brethren due to having a grudge against me for my rebellion. Lucifer explained himself as Gabriel looked at him and shouted tearfully. Did you realize how much damage you have caused? You were once the Lightbringer, the beacon of hope. Did you not realize that not everyone hated you? I thought you were dead. Just like Father is. Did you not even think of those that cared for you even once? Gabriel shouted with all of her heart before mellowing down, and speaking, when you died, and when Father died, we had suffered a lot. Angels were already at an all-time low, and Father's death had made things worse. It did not help that we had to still struggle from ambushed by your and the fallen people. Do you know how much we have suffered? Lucifer remained silent, and only looked at his sister. Gabriel was always the more innocent and kinder one amongst his siblings. She cared and loved everyone, even those that had fallen like Lucifer himself. As Lucifer spoke, seeing the grief of his sister, he knew she cared for everyone, and still loved everyone, even those that had fallen like him and Azazel. From your tone, I believe you would have suffered a lot, and I know an apology wouldn't do enough. But know this, if you ever need me, Gabriel, just give me a call. Gabriel only looked at Lucifer as he spoke from a distance as she spoke. I am not sure, I need some time to think about it. Gabriel walked out of the room, leaving Lucifer speechless, as she gave a glance towards Issei, which made him worried. As he spoke, Gabriel, are you all right? Gabriel wiped the tears from her face. As she spoke, I am fine, just had a talk with Lucifer. Gabriel spoke with sadness, as Issei pulled her into a hug and spoke, hey, it's okay, I don't know what bond you had with him. But all I know is that from your tears, you still care for Lucifer, don't you? Gabriel only nodded as she sniffled. Issei brought her closer and calmed her down. She knew that she had found her eternal soulmate, due to how much he cared and cherished for her. Lucifer watched this scene with a small smile, as he spoke with a low tone. I am glad that my sister is in good hands. Lucifer wanted to ask about why she chose a human to be a soulmate, not because he looked down upon them, but because he knew that they wouldn't live for long. He was afraid that his human mortality would end up hurting his sister, but seeing this, he knew she was in good hands, as he soon remembered something, but he waited patiently for them to settle down. Come, Gabriel, let's go. Issei spoke with a smile, as Gabriel responded, "All right." Issei looked towards Lucifer and spoke with a serious tone. While he knew he was the reason why she was crying, he did not say much as Gabriel was already hurting. "Thanks for having us over." "Right." Lucifer nodded, as he spoke while remembering something. Issei, "Wait. What is it?" Lucifer walked towards him as he spoke. "I have something to give you." Lucifer gives him a paper that has a pentagram, much to Gabriel's surprise. As he spoke, "Consider this thanks for talking to me. It has access to my powers. Try using it with your boosted gear to unlock a new mode. Although you can only use it once, so use it wisely." Issei took the paper, as he kept it in his pocket. He then spoke, "Thanks, Lucifer. Oh, and this is thanks for taking care of Gabriel. I will let you know a portion of your memory, since any more may cause some problems, and I don't want to risk your seal going haywire." Issei and Gabriel were surprised as Gabriel spoke. "You know Issei's past?" Gabriel asked as Lucifer gave a sad sigh, knowing that if Gabriel knew what Michael did, she would be heartbroken if she knew what Michael really did. Lucifer then spoke. "Yes, I do, Gabriel, and trust me, Michael is worse than you think, Issei." Gabriel was in denial as she spoke. "No, I have already lost father, and I don't lose him too. Michael can't be as evil as you claim, Lucy. Trust me, Gabriel, I am one of the few that has seen his real face. I would lie to you, but..." Lucifer walked towards the pub and made himself a drink as he took a sip. He then spoke. "I consider that beneath me. He is keeping words from you and even lying. Have you noticed changes in him, recently?" "Yes, I did," Gabriel spoke with a worried tone, as she remembered a ring he used to wear. Lucifer then spoke. "The ring he wears, that is meant for..." "I believe it was a ring specifically meant for preventing angels from falling, Gabriel. I have seen the ring for a very long time, and I believe he still wears it, so that he can commit sins without falling. Dad gave it to him, so that he could defeat me without making himself fall like I did, and I firmly believe he is misusing it for his own pleasure and motives." Lucifer spoke with a worried tone, as he wondered what his former brother plans on doing. He looks to see Gabriel even more saddened as she exclaimed, "No!" Issei looked over her with concern. As Lucifer speaks, "Take care of her. Once she knows who Michael really is, she is going to be even more heartbroken. Especially what he had really done with you, Issei." Issei settled Gabriel down on a seat. As she was crying, he was consoling her, realizing that her own brother was lying to her this whole time. She was devastated to hear that someone she trusted so much was lying to her for a long time. She wondered what other secrets she had kept hidden from him. That is not even mentioning why he had put a seal on your memories, 'cause he wants to hide his deepest, darkest sin. Issei looked towards Lucifer, who was also assisting in calming her down, as he asked, "What do you mean?" Issei spoke. Lucifer looked at Issei and spoke. "Trust me, look for the name Hyoudou. That is your full name, Issei Hyoudou. Search it yourself, 'cause this is as much as I can help the two of you with." Lucifer spoke as Issei was calming Gabriel down. Issei nodded, as he was embracing her, keeping her company. Lucifer then suddenly got a notification. He soon looked at it and spoke. "Well, if you'll excuse me, I have a certain detective I need to deal with. It was nice talking to the two of you. You can stay here till my sister mellows down, and Issei." Issei takes a look at Gabriel as the Lightbringer speaks. "Take care of my sister, she is a gem. I will, Lucifer, count on it." Lucifer gives a smile before he heads out to handle a case of his own, mentioned by the detective. Issei takes a glance at Gabriel, who was still sniffling. He rubbed her head, calming his girlfriend down. Scene change. Ko Town, 8 p.m. Issei and Gabriel soon were heading towards Rias's apartment. As Gabriel spoke, "Issei, are you sure you should be telling Rias about this?" "I am. If Lucifer is alive, Rias is the best person to tell. She may be spoiled, but she is one of the few that I can trust. Believe me, Gabriel, she is my best friend for a reason, and this is the reason." Issei spoke. As Gabriel could only nod. She wouldn't deny it, but she was envious of the bond that he and Rias shared. "Seems like someone is jealous." Gabriel had a look of embarrassment, as she couldn't lie due to falling, unlike Michael. "Although, I wanted to ask, you miss Lucifer, didn't you?" Gabriel looked at him for a moment. As she spoke, "A part of me did, but I still can't believe that he turned on us. At first, I never really knew that he would turn on us. He was the perfect angel, and was supposed to be Father's best angel. but when he started to fall and rebel against us, Father punished him to become the Devil King he is today. Was arrogant and aggressive. But now he is different, almost as if he was like the Lucifer I always knew. Gabriel spoke, as Issei pulled her towards him and spoke. I speak from experience. When I was still an exorcist, I always thought that the stray devils or vampires, are just mindless beings that need to be killed to protect humans, that need to be destroyed. That was when I met Kuroka and Kaneko, two sisters. Seeing the two defend themselves made me change my perception of how stray devils are. Even vampires to some extent. When I met a certain transvestite vampire, I talk with him on a weekly basis. Issei spoke with Gabriel looking at him, as he continued, but what truly changed of my perception of stray devils was when I met a certain stray that begged me to kill her. I had no choice but to kill her. She was going to lose herself and turn her into a monster. It truly showed me that these devils were not always monsters to begin with. They had some level of humanity in them, and I couldn't destroy that. That is what made me change, and that is what I wanted to tell you, Gabriel. Issei finally ended his own words. People change, sometimes for better or sometimes for the worse, and I guess Lucifer is one of those people. He has seen the world change with his own eyes, and it changed him for the better. Gabriel looked at him as she spoke. Yeah, I guess you are right. Do you hate devil kind, Gabriel? Gabriel shook her head and spoke. No. It was only me and Michael that never hated. Gabriel soon turns her gaze away as she continued. But I fear that even that may be a lie. Issei couldn't help but feel sad for her. One of the few that she trusted the most was nothing but a liar and a deceiver. He wondered what Michael did in his own life which caused him to seal his memories with such a powerful seal. But no matter if his memory recovers, he could only hope that he doesn't do something to hurt her in any way. Scene change. Rias's apartment, 9 p.m. So you are telling me Lucifer Morningstar was alive this whole time? Rias spoke with a tone of surprise. She was completely in a nightgown. As she spoke, how in the hell did he survive the Great War? I just hope that he is not a threat. For now he isn't. Issei spoke as he added, he not only helped me recover another piece of my memory but also he helped me with a new form, although I can only use this once. I see. Rias spoke. She had to report this to her brother as soon as possible. She then spoke. So what memory trace did you find? Issei nodded as he spoke. He told me, my full name is supposed to be Issei Hyoudou. Can you find a trace on that? Hyoudou. Rias spoke, as she soon remembered. Oh right, that name does sound familiar. Can you tell me what is it? Rias nodded as she opened up a magic circle, revealing a huge book that consisted of all the detailed information that had all the people living in Japan for the past 100 years. If you are asking, this is a register that has the data of people living here. This includes even those that have moved out with a given date and time as well as the year at which they moved out. Rias had spoken, to which she had to make an approximate guess, as she continued while wearing a pair of glasses. Here it says your family apparently left on March 7th, 006. That's it, the reasons they left were also left blank. That is all is written in this book. Gabriel became surprised. She remembered that was the exact date they had met the very first time. Issei was about to walk but Gabriel stopped him. Wait, Issei. Issei looked at her for a moment as she continued. Do you remember the date, Issei? March 7th, 006. Issei spoke and stopped to think before becoming also surprised as he spoke. That is the same date when we met for the first time, when I saw you for the first time. This means Gabriel spoke as Rias continued. Yep, the Hyoudou family were a part of this town once upon a time. However, their disappearance was completely unknown, and even their names were seen to be wiped out. This means whoever did this didn't want to know about the Hyoudou family's existence. But why? Issei asked, to which Gabriel responded, maybe what Michael did was something so heinous, but why? Why would Brother Michael even do this? We have no clue. Maybe he feared my powers? Issei responded, to which neither of the girls agreed to it, as Gabriel spoke. If that was the case, then Siegfried, Jean, Kuroka, and the others would be afraid of even conversing with you. And yes, that includes me. You are right on that one. Gabriel is completely correct. We would have also feared you, but that is not the case. It is something else. Gabriel could only nod. As she looked down, Issei kept his hand on her, assuring her that whatever it is, it would be fine. Rias gave a smile, as she soon turned her glance towards something as she spoke. No way, how can this be? Rias spoke in disbelief as Issei walked to her and asked, What is it? Take a look. Issei looked at the data and was stunned as well, as he continued, No way. Tuji Shida used to live here. Wait, let me also take a look. Gabriel looked at this, as she spoke, it seems like he does. And it turns out he moved at the same date. As before. Rias, can you tell us who was it that governed your town before you and Sona came here? Rias thought for a moment. Gabriel and Issei went back to their seats, as she responded. I am not sure, it was someone from the Belial family. Issei became surprised as he spoke. There is clearly a Belial. I doubt it is Diehauser, so it has to be her. Yeah, but she disappeared when I was in charge. Even the elders gave a very vague reason she had disappeared. Like she did something she should not have. Issei nodded as he spoke. Yep, I remember on why the church had killed her. They had a secret alliance with the devils. Wait, what? Rias exclaimed as Gabriel spoke. I see, why you did not tell me this. I presumed you would know. Issei spoke looking at Gabriel as he continued. But seeing your look, I am pretty sure that you were also very clueless. Yes, doubt I am. I wonder what other secrets the church has kept from me. Gabriel spoke with anger in her voice. She needed to find out more on what is really going on. As Issei spoke, they took advantage of your innocence. By hiding the truth from you, they needn't have to lie. They kept it in secret such that no one would know. Had it not been for me coincidentally hearing about this, I would have also been in the dark. And the worst part is, Tuji was one of the few that had a hand in the Cleria Belial incident. Wait, you mean to say that? Rias spoke with a surprise as she growled in response. Oh dear, I understand their reasons, but why couldn't they just leave them alone? They wanted to maintain the status quo. Rias. The one who spoke was Gabriel, as she looked down and continued. That is why Asia was also abandoned. She healed the devil and the church framed her as an heretic, and that was what I was told. We had to agree because we did not want the faith of the system to dwindle. Wait, why? Rias asked, to which Gabriel responded. I will tell you, but this shouldn't go out of this room, cause if it does, then we will be having even more problems. Gabriel's tone was serious. As Issei had an idea of what it could be, he knew that there was no increase in the angel population, which could only mean two things. One, that God is dead, which was more plausible since he never seen or heard of him personally. Second, maybe the process of making angels was gone, which was something that he does not believe to be possible. Alright. But can we at least tell Sieg and the others? I don't want to keep secrets from them. Issei spoke, to which Gabriel looked at him for a moment. As she spoke, fine. But just them. Rias, word must not reach your peerage. We plan to reveal this soon enough. I am fine with that. Rias responded, to which Gabriel responded. Alright, the truth is that we have been keeping this whole time. Eyes. Gabriel spoke with a deep pause. God is dead. Issei nodded as he could only give a glance to her, seeing her tone of sorrow as well as expression. Rias could only remain in shock as she spoke. He is dead? Yes, and I think you realize the reason on why we couldn't reveal the truth, right? Rias nodded. She had an idea of the repercussions on what could have happened had the truth been revealed. She knew that the angels would have lost everything. She then spoke. Fine, Gabriel, we don't mind keeping this a secret. Gabriel nodded as she spoke. Thank you, Rias. Gabriel could only look down in sadness, remembering the fateful day when her father had died. She was almost on the verge of tears, knowing what had happened. Lucifer may be alive, but God, he died right in front of her. Issei looked at her and pulled her closer. As he spoke, it's all right, I am there for you. It must have been hard for you to see your father perish, right? Gabriel could only sniffle, as Rias waited for a moment for the situation to calm down. Today has been quite a day for Gabriel. Not only did she find that her former brother is alive, Rias soon spoke after a while, when she saw the two split up. Getting back to Tuji Shida, there is something interesting I found. Rias's words made Gabriel and Issei once again headed to where Rias's book was, to which she had spoken. Tuji and his family left at the same day as the Hyoudou family did. Here, take a look. This is no coincidence. There is something that he is hiding from me, and from us. Gabriel spoke with seriousness, now completely confident that Tuji and Michael are hiding things from them. And Gabriel, she was not liking this at all. She hated what they were doing, and she hated that Issei was the unknown victim even more. Yeah, and I fear whatever happened to you years ago, Issei Tuji has a hand in it. Issei nodded in agreement and spoke, yeah, I believe so too, Rias. That would explain why Tuji was always so weary of me. It was not because of my powers and abilities, nor was it because of my sacred gear. It was because he did something to me years ago that he shouldn't have. And I have a feeling that Michael is complicit in all of this. I think so too, Issei. I think so too, Issei. Rias spoke in agreement, as Gabriel spoke. But that now begs the question, what are they hiding from us? And why are they hiding the truth from us, or me as a matter of fact? Gabriel spoke with anger in her voice. As Rias spoke, my guess, it is because you are close to Issei, or were always close to Issei. No, Rias, even the others or many of the church don't know this. I don't think that is the reason. Gabriel responded, to which Rias spoke, maybe, but I believe you two should head back and have some rest. Yeah, we think so too, Issei spoke as he soon also headed outside, as he and Gabriel said their goodbyes to Rias and headed home. As soon as they did, they were greeted by none other than by something surprising. It was Irina's damaged body on the floor. She was passed out completely as, what the dash? Issei spoke with a tone of surprise, as Gabriel approached her and checked on her pulse and spoke, she is alive. How? Shouldn't she be in England? Issei spoke with a tone of surprise as Gabriel responded, they must have disobeyed orders, but where is Zenobia? I have no clue. Andy will contact Rias. Maybe she can tell us what is happening. Issei did so, as Gabriel tried to heal her wounds, and it worked. She soon spoke, she is alright. I will deal with her personally once we are done investigating who is behind this. Issei nodded as soon his call reached Rias. He then spoke. Rias, we have a situation. And it's Irina. Rias immediately teleported as she asked, how did she? We don't know, we just found her to be like that. Issei spoke as he continued, she must have disobeyed the orders along with Zenobia to remain like that. You did send them back, didn't you, Gabriel? Yes, I did, and they will be punished for what they have done. Rias spoke as she responded, I will take her in. She will be placed in a safe location in my room. Issei and Gabriel nodded as Rias teleported Irina to somewhere safe. As soon enough someone came out from the shadows, as Issei spoke. Fried greeted in kind as he spoke maniacally, Yahoo! If it isn't the filthy devil, and the seraph bitch that is here to greet me, why you? Issei gritted his teeth in anger as Gabriel spoke, what do you want, Fried? Me? I am just here to give you a message from my boss. Rias asked with a surprised tone, your boss? Fried only pointed up and spoke, up there. The trio looked up to see a tall, pale man with long black hair and narrow, blood-red eyes, who was a fallen angel. Unlike other fallen angels, Kokobile has pointy, elf-like ears. Kokobile possesses 5 pairs of black wings. He wears a black robe with detailed accessories and purple shoulder pads with gold streaks on the side. Kokobile? Issei spoke with a stunned tone, as Gabriel gritted her teeth in anger seeing him here, while Kokobile had a smirk as he spoke. Seems like this day is just getting better. I get to finally have a match with my former sister, and the honored one. Kokobile spoke with a smirk, as the trio were on guard, ready to face against the Angel of Stars, Kokobile. Issei, Gabriel and Rias looked in worry as Kokobile flew right above them, as he spoke, greetings, Rias Gremery, honored one and my dear sister Gabriel. Gabriel had a scowl on her face, remembering on how he had abandoned her due to wanting more war and bloodshed, and now he had become rogue. Your hair, Gremery, it reminds me of how your brother is, absolutely disgusting. Rias had a smirk as she spoke, it matters not, you will never get the war you desire, Kokobile. Kokobile only had a sadistic grin as he responded, I will get my war, Rias Gremery, cause both you and Gabriel would play a part in this war. Even if I couldn't get the Excalibur, I still managed to get access to both of the key components that will bring back the war I so want to cherish. You, Rias Gremery and Sona Citri, siblings of the 2 Satans, and Gabriel, one of the 4 Seraphs, with you all dead, I am pretty sure they are all going to have a war, and I will achieve that by destroying this town. The 2 girls gritted their teeth in anger, as Issei responded angrily, like I am going to let you harm any of them. Kokobile turned his attention to Issei and spoke, if it isn't the infamous honored one, Issei, or should I say Issei Hyoudou. Issei became surprised as he spoke, how do you know my memories? Well, let's say I know exactly what happened to you years ago, what happened to the lovely family of that you once were a part of, Kokubile declared with happiness, as he looked towards Issei, the latter of whom completely flinched, knowing full well what this meant. That means whatever happened to him years ago, Kokubile was either a part of, or was aware of it. Wait, you know about me? How? I want to know what happened to me all those years ago. Rias and Gabriel tried to stop him, as they did not trust Kokubile, as the latter responded, I do, and I also know what Michael and Tuji did to your family, and trust me, it ain't pretty. What did Michael do to Issei's family all those years ago? Gabriel spoke with concern, to which Kokubile spoke, how about you all step around and find out? Kokubile flew off to the school building, much to their horror, as Issei was about to rush when Rias stopped him as she spoke. No, Issei. But he has my memories. He knows what had happened to my family all those years ago. Issei spoke as he was ready to head out. He then continued, I want to know what happened to my family and what Michael wants to hide from me and the rest of us. I understand, but we don't know what he plans on doing. For now, let's regroup and gather the others, since I am sure Kokubile is amassing an army to fight against us, Rias suggested. Issei, who only looked at her for a moment, as he soon nodded. Very well, I am, and Rias nodded as Gabriel spoke. I will contact the others. Rias, contact your brother ASAP. Already on it. Rias contacted her brother, as the duo were prepared to see what can come next. All they know is that they had to stop Kokubile before it is too late. Issei scanned the surroundings as the Citri peerage of Sona, who was described to be a bespectacled young woman with a slim figure, black hair styled in a short bob cut, and violet eyes. She wore a Co-Academy uniform, looked at them and asked, Issei. Rias? And Mrs. D'Angelo? Wait, why is she here? Gabriel looked at Sona and gave a sigh, as Rias spoke, I will explain later, but can you open the barrier for us? But who exactly is she? And Sona was unable to complete as Gabriel released all of her wings, as Sona and the rest of her peerage were shocked by this development. As Genshiro spoke, that means, Mrs. D'Angelo was. Yes, Saji, she was Gabriel, one of the 4 seraphs. I had to keep this information for obvious reasons. I will explain them later, if you wish. But can you please open the barrier? We need to head inside, and when Siegfried and the rest of the company arrive, you must also open the barrier. Sona took a few seconds to process, as she took a deep breath and gave a sigh. Fine, I will let this be, and I wanted to let you know that your peerage is confronting Kokubile and some other people. Sona spoke with an annoyed tone. She was not a fan of Rias keeping secrets. Even if she understood why, she should have told her about this. She gave a glance at Issei, whom she knew very well, and may have an idea on why she kept this a secret. She did remember Rias telling her that Gabriel and Issei were close, and hence she knew that she meant a lot to Issei. Thanks, Sona, and I apologize for keeping this a secret. I didn't know how you would react when I would have told a seraphim was here, especially if the said seraphim was the rival of your sister. Sona could only give a frustrated sigh as she spoke. Oh, don't remind me, she has been pestering me on how things are on Kuo. Rias nodded in agreement, as she spoke. Yeah, I agree. Gabriel looked towards them and spoke. As much as I would love to hear about this rival of mine, we should probably deal with my former brother inside. True, and I want to know what happened years ago such that Michael decided to erase my memories. Sona nodded. She remembered Issei being an amnesiac. Despite their best efforts, he has been unable to gain his memory. But now there is a chance of this happening. Alright, here goes. Sona opened the barrier as Issei, Gabriel and Rias went inside. There they were already clashing against the Cerberus that Kokubile was sending against them, as a priest was working on a device was present. He had the appearance of a short, bespectacled elderly man with gray hair, a mustache, and black eyes, who wore a priest outfit. This was Valper Galilei. Well, it is almost done. The spell for destroying this town is almost done. I just need some more time. Valper spoke with a smile, as he looked towards Kokubile, who gave a smirk as he spoke. It seems like our guests have arrived. I see. Kokubile took a glance towards Issei and his group as he spoke. Ah, welcome. I believe we should get acquitted now, shall we? Like you even care. All you desired is war, Kokubile. Father created you to see and view the stars. Yet you reject his views. How dare you? Gabriel spoke angrily, to which Kokubile only laughed as he spoke. It matters not. The old fool didn't even know about how energizing and enjoyment war is. But Azazel, he did not want that. He wanted to do his pathetic research, and that was when we were on the winning side. Gabriel had a frown on her face, as she released her wings in response. Her 12 wings were released for everyone to see. Kokobel soon turned to Rias and asked, "So who is coming, Sirzex Seraphal?" Rias shook her head and spoke, "Either, cause we 3 should be enough for you. If you do want them, you will have to wait." Kokobel gave a sigh. The Gremory princess was strong, but not strong enough. However, he knew that Gabriel and Issei, they were no joke. Especially Issei, knowing what he is capable of and hearing stories of the infamous Honored One, who had a very strong reputation. He gave a smile, knowing how to bring him to fight and what he is capable of. "So, Honored One, let me propose you a deal. What do you say?" Issei looked to him and spoke, "What do you want? Give me the fight that I always wanted and I will tell you all that you need to know, especially about your memories and what happened to your parents and sister all those years ago." Issei became surprised. It was exactly like those dreams he has been having, those lucid dreams where he was a part of family of. What Kokobel was saying was true. "Issei, what Kokobel was saying, it seems like he knows what truly happened to your parents and sister." Gabriel looked in horror, as she could only fear the worst. She hoped it was not what she thinks it is. She knew Michael had something to do with it, but Kokobel, that was something she did not expect it of. "Did you have to do something with his parents and sister?" Gabriel asked with horror as Kokobel spoke with a laugh. "No, not at all. I didn't have a hand in that. But if you are wondering who is really responsible for their fates, then you must defeat me and I will tell everything." Issei could be seen gritting his teeth as he spoke with fury. "Fine. I accept this challenge. But you must keep the end of your word." I will keep my word. Give me a fight I can be satisfied with, and I will tell you everything you need to know." Kokobel got up from his throne and released his 12 wings, as Issei created a platform using Limitless, as he raised up and spoke, "Let's begin." Kokobel grinned as he dashed around, unleashing several light spears at him, as Issei generated a light blade, deflecting and destroying every last spear with ease. Meanwhile, Valper was looking at the bomb, as Gabriel unleashed several magic spells at Valper, who was caught off guard, as he looked at his destroyed creation and shouted, "No, what have you done?" Gabriel gave a glare to the former priest, knowing full well what he had done years ago, as she spoke with total coldness, "I will deal with you personally." Valper was fearful. There was no way he could have dealt with her even at her full power, as he gave a glance to Hyoudou and spoke, "See, Lady Gabriel, there is one survivor and I don't want to hear it." Gabriel angrily responded, as she continued, "You killed so many children just to gain someone that could wield the Excalibur. You should be ashamed of yourself." Valper could only look at fear, as Gabriel generated some magic blasts ready to execute him as she spoke coldly, "It is time to deal with you for good." Valper backed away with fear, as someone ambushed Gabriel, who blocked it with a blade. Gabriel may be naive, but she is in no way stranger to combat or even killing. She looked at her attacker and narrowed her gaze. It was none other than Fried Selzen, as she got ready to fight them. Back with Rias, she was facing off against the Cerberus. They knew that they had become much stronger, and they were overpowering and dealing with the Cerberus without much problem. Rias then shouted, "Aquino, end this." Aquino nodded as she spoke with a smile, "It would be my pleasure, President." Aquino raised her hands and unleashed a strong lightning barrage upon them, wiping the Cerberus out with ease, as another one started to charge at them, only for it to be dealt with multiple swords and light spears aimed at them. They all turned their gaze to Jean, who had her sword birth removed, and Rainier, who was in her fallen angel form. As Rias spoke, "Took you guys a while." "Yep, we were wondering where Issei and Gabriel were, until we saw the huge barrier. We had a gut feeling that you people were present here." Jean spoke with a smirk as Rainier had a scowl, looking towards Kokobel, remembering that he was the one that not only turned her friends against her and tried to kill her, but also forced her to work for him. She fortunately couldn't have the will or courage to kill Issei, else she would have been dead by now. "I know you want to fight, but I think Issei can deal with this battle-hungry former boss of yours." Jean added, to which Rainier spoke, "I guess you are right. Even then, that is not what I am concerned about." Rias spoke in response, as Rainier added, "What do you mean?" Apparently Kokobel has knowledge on Issei's past, and he wants to use it for his own gain. That is why Issei is even fighting against him. Rias looked towards Issei, clashing and overpowering Kokobile in his base form. Much to the latter's anger, he had his Excalibur ready to defeat and overpower him once and for all. This is bad, are you sure? Rainier spoke with concern as Rias added, yes, I dread that Kokobile knows something that Issei or we don't, and if things go well, we will find more about what happened to his parents. If it doesn't? Jean asked with concern, to which Rias added, then honestly, I don't know, I just have a bad feeling that it does not harm him in any way. Rias looked towards Siegfried and Kuroka, who had joined as well. They both were overpowering and overwhelming Fried with ease, who was gritting his teeth. Siegfried soon sent a kick aimed at his face, sending him flying towards a distance. Seems like this is it, Siegfried spoke, looking towards Valper, who was terrified, as he gave a glance to Kiba and called out, Yo! Kiba! You want to deal with this moron? Kiba looked towards Siegfried and spoke, gladly, with pleasure. Kiba walked towards Valper, who was backing away with fear, as he spoke a few words that would haunt the genocide priest. Do you remember me, Valper Galilei? Valper looked at Kiba and backed away nervously, as he spoke, yes, Valper, I am the same boy that survived the experiments that you had performed on kids like me. Cause of you many died. Kiba spoke while looking away as he glared at him with tears falling from his eyes. And now you will pay. Kiba dashed towards Valper and immediately chopped off his arm, making him scream in pain, as he soon followed it up with a brutal stab to the stomach, making him cough up. He gave a glare to the man that was responsible for so many of his comrades' deaths. Die! Kiba shouted as he raised the blade he was holding, as it started to glow in response. He looked to see the pocket of the priest glowing as the crystals started to flow out of the pocket, and reached Kiba, who staggered behind in surprise as he asked, What is this? That, if I remember, is the same light container that is used to strengthen the holy element inside of a person. I never knew how it was created, until... Gabriel spoke in response, ending it with a glare toward him as he became more fearful, but before anything could happen, several beings surrounded him. Upon closer inspection, these were spirits of the Holy Sword Project test subjects. Please don't follow this path. It is okay, we are here with you. You are not alone. We are here, no need to fear. Kiba flinched as he had tears in his eyes, as he muttered with a saddened tone, My comrades. Everyone stopped fighting, with some of them starting to tear up, as they witnessed Kiba pulled the light container towards him, as the glow surrounded his body, as they kept sending their encouraging words to the survivor of the Holy Sword Project. Tears were falling from the eyes of those like Asia and Gabriel. I never knew he went through so much. Asia spoke while tears fell from her eyes, as Aquino added, Yes, it is that bad. It would have been worse if it was not for Rias helping him after Issei pushed her to help him. Asia nodded as Kiba absorbed the light container. As his sword changed completely, he looked at it in surprise as it seemed to be a combination of black and red blade, with golden hilts. Kiba looked at the sword in daze, as someone shouted towards him, Kiba! He turned around to see Issei calling out, who kicked Kokobile, pushing him back. As he spoke, Give this a real hell for what he has done to your friends and your loved ones. Issei? Kiba turned to Issei, who looked at him. As the honored one gave a nod, Rias then spoke, Issei is right. President? Rias gave a gaze to him, with Kiba turning his face to Rias. As she spoke, I give you my full permission, show this man his place. He does not deserve to live after what he did to those children. Kiba nodded as he gave Valper a determined and cold look as he spoke, Valper Galilei. My friends did not desire me to take vengeance, but they wanted me to make sure that you never put anyone else through what I did. Valper tried to run, as Kiba dashed towards him and sliced his legs off, making him scream in pain, as he started to crawl behind out of fear. As he spoke, that sword, it is holy and demonic. This is impossible. The only way it can be possible is if Valper was unable to complete as a light spear struck him in the stomach, destroying him. He was killed soon after. As Kokobile spoke, Oh Valper, I must say, your genius and capabilities are really something, but unfortunately, it won't be enough. Gabriel was pale. Valper found out the truth of this by just deduction and looking at the holy demonic sword. While she was happy for Kiba, she knew what the implications meant for a sword like the holy demonic sword to exist. What do you mean by this? Siegfried asked, to which Kokobile spoke, Gabriel didn't tell you all, didn't she? Kokabille spoke with a dark grin as Gabriel could only look with horror as Jean walked up to her and spoke. Gabriel, what is he talking about? 2. Gabriel couldn't respond as tears were falling from her eyes. The death of God will always haunt her to no end. Kokabille then spoke with a snarky grin, as he continued, is it not obvious? Along with the 4 Satans died in the war, even God was killed, Kokabille declared with a mad grin. As drops of tears were falling from Gabriel's eyes, Issei glared at Kokabille, who had a smirk seeing what he had done. The others were even more horrified as Asia passed out due to hearing this. Then how is it we used to get blessings? Jean asked with horror. Both Siegfried and Jean were horrified to hear God's death. They looked at Gabriel, who was weeping endlessly. They could only remain speechless. As Jean asked, why couldn't you tell us this? She was going to tell you, but with Kokabille I think you know why. They turned to see Issei, who had spoken, as Siegfried asked, so this means you knew too? Issei jumped down to Siegfried and responded, I did, but only a few hours back, when we returned, and so did Rias. We both came to know of the truth just a while back, and Rias nodded in agreement. The truth did stun her, but now, it did not caught her off guard as Issei glances to Kokabille and spoke, so do you want me to tell? Or you will do the honors? Since you did reveal a very hidden secret of the angels, I will. Kokabille spoke. Upon closer inspection he had multiple bruises and injuries on his body. His wings were torn, and he was bleeding in several locations. Issei did a number on her, but he was satisfied by what he had experienced. He knew that he couldn't beat Issei knowing his capabilities, as he continued, but I am not done yet. You always wanted to know your past, right, Issei? Kokabille spoke with a smile. As Issei turned to him, he then spoke, I will tell you, but always remember, be careful on what you wish for. Why are you telling me this? Kokabille spoke, to which he responded, it is because you satisfied me. I mean, not many would have done this level of damage to me. So I will entertain you with your memories. Well, spill it, cockdiesel? Kokabille had a scowl. Issei constantly called him a elf on crack or cockdiesel. However, he soon calmed down, and reeled his anger inside, as he spoke, fine, don't say I didn't warn you. Kokabille took a deep breath and spoke, here is the thing, all those years ago, you were a normal family of that lived well and happily, but that all changed when a certain angel sensed the presence of the 6 eyes and limitless. I believe you know how rare and feared those abilities are, right? Yes, I do. Issei turned his gaze away, remembering what Serzex had told him about those legendary abilities. According to him, being born with both of them is something that shouldn't happen. It made him a walking target, which made Issei understand that he should be allied with the devil such that more problems shouldn't happen. He didn't mind doing so, and now, he was a very close friend of the family. He realized why Michael had fear of him, and with the added fact that he was the Red Dragon Emperor was basically a way to make them all those that hated him feel true fear. Add to the fact that you were not only born with those 2 abilities and you are the Red Dragon Emperor, and you can see what would happen next, right? Kokabille continued as Issei nodded in agreement. Some of the others glanced towards Rias, who didn't disagree. He knew he would be a target due to his abilities. This was sensed by Michael years ago, when he came to your area. He had to find and deal with you, so he proposed a deal to your parents, which was to hand you over to him so that he could be trained as an exorcist. And keep in mind this was when you were 6, the same day you were taken to the church. Issei flinched and was taken aback. Memories were starting to return little by little, as Kokabille continued. Your parents naturally refused, seeing that the child was just a 6-year-old. But Michael, he didn't take no for an answer, he tried to snatch the child. His parents tried to fight back but were unsuccessful. Tragically, they were killed by Michael. However, from what I have heard, it turns out, you and your sister did some serious damage to Michael, but he couldn't kill you. Issei looked at him with horror, as many others became horrified as Rias asking, how do we know you are not lying? Kokabille only closed his eyes, as he looked towards Rias and spoke, I am afraid not, take a look at your friend. Rias turned her glance as she could see Issei being horrified as he was holding his head in pain, as she asked, Issei, don't tell me this is it? Yes, I am remembering it. Gabriel could only look in terror and disbelief at what really happened. Her brother had killed Issei's parents. She now knew why Michael feared and hated Issei on a personal level. He knew he would have lost everything had the truth came out. She could only tear up, as Kokabile continued, not to mention, they heavily damaged and critically injured Michael. Due to the tragic event, both of you unlocked your abilities, and would have killed him, had it not been for Tuji Shida for ambushing him. Michael would have been seriously injured. It was surprising to two children overpower an archangel. Kokabile spoke with a smile, as Gabriel asked, "So, you are telling me that Tuji was complicit in all of this?" Kokabile nodded and spoke, "Yes, my naive sister, it is true. I believe you must have noticed the ring on his finger?" "Yeah, I did." Gabriel responded, to which Kokabile spoke, "That ring is a ring that prevents angels from falling. The reason he wore that was to hide his sins and lies. The ring is the reason why he has not fallen yet, like me." Siegfried, Jean, Rias and Kuroka were the most angriest amongst the group, knowing what Michael had done to Issei's parents, with Issei looking towards Gabriel and spoke angrily with tears in his eyes, "Gabriel, did you know this?" Gabriel looked in horror, seeing the anger in Issei's eyes. She really detested what Michael had done to him, as Issei almost shouted with the same tone, "Gabriel, did you know this?" "No, I did not." Gabriel was constantly weeping as tears fell down from her eyes, as Siegfried spoke while getting between them, "I see, snap out of it. You know Gabriel is not the type of person to do it." Issei only looked at him for a moment. Before he turned his gaze away, he released his aura out of anger, making even Kokabile pale. He expected Issei to get angry, but to this extent, this was bad. He looked towards Issei with pure fear. Everyone was at their edge. As Rias spoke, "I see, snap out of it, we will find a way to deal with Michael, but please calm down." "No!" Issei exclaimed coldly, as he walked away, giving a glance to his old friend, "I am leaving." Issei's body was glowing as Jean shouted, "Where are you going?" "Revenge! I will make Michael pay for what he has done," Issei declared with a cold smile and with happiness making Jean shiver. She had never seen this side of Issei, even during missions. She knew he was beyond livid at what Michael had done. But for his rage to appear calm, she knew Michael was going to die horribly. "I see, wait!" Jean shouted, but Issei was gone by that time, as Jean could only look with worry. As she turned to Gabriel, who was endlessly crying, not only was Michael responsible for ruining Issei's life, but also for seeing Issei having mistrust of her. Kokabile was surprised, but before anything could happen, a figure crashed onto the barrier, destroying it. This was the Vanishing Dragon that had arrived, or the White Dragon Emperor. The Vanishing Dragon? What is the meaning of this? The White Dragon Emperor spoke with total seriousness. "Azazel asked to bring you in, and I shall do so without much issues." Before Kokabile could react, he was slammed to the ground, completely knocking him out cold. As the White Dragon Emperor spoke, "Your wings, they are filthy like a crow's, unlike Azazel's, whose is much more shining and brilliant." The White Dragon Emperor picked his body up like a sack of potatoes. As he spoke, "I will be taking him to Azazel. Thank you for weakening him." The White Dragon Emperor was about to leave, as Rias shouted, "Wait! What?" The White Dragon Emperor asked, to which Rias spoke, "Send a message to Azazel. You must tell him about Kokabile revealing to Issei about his past. As a result, he is heading to heaven for revenge." The White Dragon Emperor thought for a moment, before he responded, "Fine, I will let him know this." The White Dragon Emperor flew off, leaving everyone in a daze, as Jean was comforting Gabriel, while the others were helpless and angry at what happened to Issei and what Michael had done to him. That Michael, I knew he was bad, but I never knew he was a complete scumbag. Siegfried spoke with anger, seeing how much anger there was in his best friend's eyes. He had lost both his parents, and nobody knows where his sister is. He will pay for what he has done. Kaneko spoke with an emotionless tone, masking her anger. She detested on what Michael had done. As Kuroka added, "He will Chiron, but first we need to locate Issei. Before he does something reckless, he is not thinking straight, and is clouded by revenge. But can we blame him? He lost both of his parents, and the perpetrator is none other than Archangel Michael." Kiba added sadly, to which none could deny it. As Rias spoke, "I need to inform this to my brother. Someone needs to find a way to deal with this situation." "You are right. As much as I hate the church, we can't let the system fall. We don't know what consequences it may have on the heavens." Siegfried spoke while looking towards Gabriel, who was crying. as her wings were starting to become slightly gray due to guilt, as they all tried to calm the situation. Soon enough, a magic circle opened up revealing Serzex and Graphia with a small battalion of soldiers. As Serzex asked, "What happened here? Big brother, right on time." Serzex turned his gaze to Rias, who was rushing towards him as he asked, "Rias, what is going on?" He soon turned to Gabriel, who was devastated with the others calming her down. "And why is Gabriel like this?" "It is a long story, brother." Rias spoke with a sigh as she recounted all the events that had happened, causing the two elderly devils to be horrified. Graphia was livid at this, while Serzex was angered by this revelation. However, the duo knew that they had to help the current situation. "As much as I hate to say it, we need to stop his rampage, 'cause I have a feeling that if we let Issei continue his rampage, something horrible may happen to Gabriel, and if you are right about their relationship, Issei can't live without her." Serzex spoke seriously as Rias asked, "But what about Michael? We can't let him get away with what he has done." "We won't," Serzex spoke coldly as he continued. "He will pay for what he has done. But that is not the only reason we need to stop Issei. Since Michael created the seal to his memories, he can trigger a memory chain that can cause him to go into a comatose state due to Azazel's analysis of the seal. Right now, Issei's life is in danger and I won't risk his life in any way." Rias looked at him for a moment before nodding, as someone unexpected soon spoke to them. "Guess I was too late." Everyone turned around to see a beautiful woman that had brown hair and matching brown eyes, wore a beautiful white blouse and a white shawl. Her blouse's sleeves were well patterned and a white pantyhose. Additionally, she wore purple earrings and a blue necklace. "Who are you?" Serzex spoke as she walked forward and introduced herself. "My name is Haruka Kishinami, and I don't have much time for introductions, but right now Issei needs my help." Haruka's words were pleading as Gabriel looked at her for a moment, with Serzex soon recognizing her. "Wait, aren't you one of the most skilled magicians in the Golden Dawn? What brings you here?" Haruka nodded, as Serzex spoke. "And what relation you have with Issei?" Haruka looked at him with a worried glance and spoke. "It is because I am his aunt." Everyone looked at Haruka with a stunned look, wondering what this meant. Those that knew Issei the most were even more surprised due to never knowing or seeing Haruka before, but all they knew is that she knew Issei on a personal level. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow RageRevan for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.